my case 말했잖아 정말 I'm okay 어느새 내가 여기까지 와서 정말 I'm okay 한치 앞을 모르겠어 only up for chance Take a step closer I rest my case 말했잖아 정말 I'm okay 기가 막힐 게지 I feel right wrist block Oh can you see me take your stereotype All out of time 도대체 얼마던가 내가 버린 수많은 것 생각이 안 나 중요한 것을 놓치고 있는 듯한 기분 말이야 쫓기고 있는 듯한 이 기분 말이야 걱정 마 여기까지 다 왔잖아 미안하지만 I don't give a it's my life 가끔은 be alone 근데 낯설은 맘의 위로 받을 줄도 몰라 혼자 견뎌내고 이겨 나의 방식 가끔씩 안 통하는 상식 돌아보니 고마움을 알기에 I believe in myself 시간이 흐르고 나는 익숙해져 be alone 믿을 건 오직 나뿐인 이게 내 인생 loan 이루기 전에 눈 못 감지 그래 내가 여기까지 왔지 어느새 내가 여기까지 와서 정말 I'm okay 한치 앞을 모르겠어 only up for chance Take a step closer I rest my case 말했잖아 정말 I'm okay 어느새 내가 여기까지 와서 정말 I'm okay 한치 앞을 모르겠어 only up for chance Take a step closer I rest my case 말했잖아 정말 I'm okay
to say the least. So far from a superstar, and my daydreams are killing me. Feel like I'm losing my mind. I'm never feeling okay. Good days are so hard to find. Just help me numb all the pain. One step from dying. My angels keep it at bay. Can't blame the people for trying. Just let me fall to my grave. Just let me fall to my grave. Look you. Just let me fall to my Just let me fall to my grave. Heart fails under pressure. Wonder if these bad days will last forever. Pessimistic from the past, all the good things end up in caskets. I'm never feeling okay. Good days are so hard to find. Just help me numb all the pain. One step from dying. My angels keep it at bay. Can't blame the people for trying. Just let me fall to my grave. Just let me fall to my grave. Just let me fall to my grave. Just let me fall to my grave.
What's up, though? Yeah. Roll up with the gang, we gon' violate. Jiggy hella fly with no stylist. Yeah, ain't no middleman, I get it direct. Yeah, big wrist watch, but it's timeless. Ooh, she gon' work it like she got no time left. Yeah, say she love my style, love my dialect. I know she like it by the way your eyes dilate. Ooh, she a bad vibe, wanna vibrate. Yeah, you don't want no smoke, don't be a target. Flew to Tokyo for all my garments. Yeah, look at how we shine, shit is flawless. Damn, talking big rocks, talking onyx. Yo, they told me make it hit, then what you call this? Doomsday with the fire, no department. Yeah, all about the paper, pick your pockets. Soul City to LA, get the spotlight. We don't pay attention to the comments. They hating, but I'm all up in their conscience. Born in 92 like the chronic. Body, that's a mosh pit. Holes in your body like SpongeBob. You know how this shit go dumb hard. Holy water on me, yeah, that's on God. Get a spot jumping with the whole squad. Roll up with the gang, we gon' violate. Jiggy hella fly with no stylist. Yeah, ain't no middleman, I get it direct. Yeah, big wrist watch, but it's timeless. Ooh, she gon' work it like she got no time left. Yeah, say she love my style, love my dialect. I know she like it by the way your eyes dilate. Ooh, she a bad vibe, wanna vibrate. Yeah, I'm back in my element, walking water with elegance. Put you in a predicament if you fuck with a boy.
See my word, I'm a minute, but every dime I be sending it down. Split the percentages, they ain't give me no choice.
Specialized dope boy from the 213. Yeah, the kicks powder blue like the UNC. All I need is one time and now she won't leave. Girl, this ain't no K-pop, ain't no G-O-D. I fly to Bahamas just so I get a 10. Mark on my bag just like a letterman. Do the like, do the hoop, that's the aim one. Everybody swinging, let me know when you land one. Featherweight, now get your weight. See, I don't take two, now this'll take one. They wanna run it back, I keep it laced up. Look, I ain't got time for your fake love. Roll up with the gang, we gon' violate. Jiggy hella fly with no stylist. Yeah, ain't no middleman, I get it direct. Yeah, big wrist watch, but it's timeless. Ooh, she gon' work it like she got no time left. Yeah, say she love my style, love my dialect. I know she like it by the way your eyes dilate. Ooh, she a bad vibe, wanna vibrate.
talks about.
This stream contains fast-flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
Today, it's all about family, and we've got back-to-back regional matches with 4 incredible teams fighting to stay out of the lower bracket. Also, a happy Korean Liberation Day, which is awesome. So, you know, want to give some love out there to our familia out here. Yes, and of course, welcome to day 12 of VALORANT Champions, coming to you live once again from the COEX Artium right here in Seoul, South Korea. Of course, I'm Golden Boy, you got Kukuka and Mimi here. We're going to talk about some video games today, and hopefully you're okay with that. And if you are okay with that, well, then that's your problem. In any case, so let's go ahead and move on and talk about what we saw on this stage yesterday, because we had our first batch of playoff matches, and boy, oh boy, did we start with an interesting one. Because honestly, Mimi, I came into this one thinking that we were going to go to 3, with both teams' form being so impeccable right now, but Sentinels look fantastic in that 2-0.
On the backometer, they're so bad.
On the backometer.
Yes,
okay.
It's a technical term. Sentinels honestly looked great in this series for the first time, showing Neon, 2 comp changes. Both maps looked well rehearsed. It was a really great game from them to send the second team from Korea in a row down to a loss. DRX not eliminated, still alive, and that is the same case for this other regional game we had, where Trace kind of got owned by EDG.
Yeah, exactly. We were talking about probably they have their number. They've won against them before. Trace not really even being able to take a map off of EDG, and they knew exactly what to do. Kankan was on something, onto something, and we really want to see that Neon head-to-head next time that we see the couple 2 winners from yesterday.
Oh, indeed we do. We're going to get Sentinels versus EDG moving forward, but we'll worry about that on a later date, because today we have some more matches to settle here at the start of playoffs. It's going to be 2 fantastic games, and, well, quite frankly, games that we've all seen before. It's going to be G2 Esports taking on Leviantan, and then we're going to have Team Heretics going up against Fnatic. But regardless of whether we've seen these matches before, on a global stage, with the stakes being as high as they are moving forward in this competition, you really want to make a statement here today, Mimi.
Yeah, both these teams have traded wins against each other before. It's, of course, both of our finals from the 2 Western International Leagues in EMEA and back in Americas as well. But this is the one that really counts. This is the game that you're kind of finishing your year on. That rivalry has been back and forth, but this is the one to settle the score and make it into, at very least, top 6 at Champions, and to stay in that upper bracket, which is huge.
It's very difficult for people watching at home, especially when you're from a different region, to understand the level of the teams and who you should be rooting for, or who you think it's the better team. But I agree with you. Like, things are so evened out that
Yeah.
probably this is the way that they close out the year. Maybe even later in the tournament, we see potentially a rematch of either of these two matches.
Yeah, very well could be the case. Now let's go ahead and check out our pick'ems powered by AWS. Now this is going to be for who they think is going to win the grand finals, and Sentinels is going to be on top here at 30% of the vote. Heretics right behind them. And look, I think there is a very legitimate case to be made about Sentinels in this tournament, but I will not tolerate the G2 slander that is happening right now. The fact that they're 5th. Are you kidding me?
The issue, GB.
Yeah, for the entirety of the year, they've been almost there. They grasp with their hands, but when it comes to those important wins is when they lose their seat.
And more importantly, the community thinks they're, quote, auralist.
I died when I saw that Reddit. Well, I died. I was like,
did
this
read
is
it fully.
unfair. You know,
It was funny.
kids these days.
I mean, they're onto something. They're not as
Reddit's been
flashy as
funny
the other
these days.
teams, but that doesn't mean they're a bad team. They're very
I love
good.
the post because it was like, no, I'm not saying they're bad. I'm just saying they're auralists. And I just thought that sent me. So whoever posted that on Reddit, bless you, child.
They're the perennial underdogs,
I
though.
read it
No
twice.
aura, no problem.
I read it twice, and I was very close to dropping Mimi a message being like, can you explain to me what this means?
Well, we'll find out maybe a little bit later because the auralist team will be taking the stage, and then they'll show everyone their aura. Okay, because their aura's in the server. I was going to respond to that Reddit post, but I was going to
How
get
much
violent.
aura does Lev have? I think having Icebox is inherently
Quite a little bit, quite a little bit. But you know what? We'll talk about that in a second here, because before we get into today's first matchup, we're going to play a little game. We love games over here, and this one's called Would You Rather. You know,
Oh, this always goes
never
wrong.
heard of this game.
Never
This
heard
always
of it.
goes wrong.
No.
because you know that we love wild hypotheticals up in this piece, and this game couldn't be more simple. Chat, of course, you guys can play along, so have fun, go crazy. All right, first one. Would you rather play against 5 operators or 5 Odins?
Operators.
Odins. Oh,
Why
wait.
Odin?
Yeah, I will play against 5 Odins. Well, first of all, it depends on the map. But
I have 5 Odins.
I feel like if your opponent only has an op, you can play like more exploitedly. You're just double swinging every angle.
Yeah.
You're using your utility really thoroughly. I feel like Odin is more weird to play against. I think it changes the game a lot. The spam can be really
All right,
oppressive.
who would win in the battle?
Yeah, but it's also exploitable.
Depends on the map.
Who would win in the battle? 5 Odins or 5
Ascent,
ops?
I'm giving it to the Odins, but
Okay.
I don't know, maybe like an Icebox.
I think I
you
give it to the
ops?
operators.
I think it's just going to be really defensive sided with both of these hypotheticals.
Yeah.
I think that in one of these rounds where you've had a very dominant half and you close out the half by everybody buying an operator and just waiting for the first fake, I think it could be so powerful. I'll go for the operator.
I know Pansy's a big fan of the Odin, so
And Mitch.
and Mitch. So 5 Odins, that's going to be their vote for sure. All right, let's move on to our next one. Would you rather get eliminated in playoffs in OT or lose 3-0 in a grand final? I would rather
Get eliminated.
I would actually rather make the grand finals and lose 3-0.
Yeah, I'd rather make the finals. I feel like losing in and like a super close OT is so crushing. Because you think about every round, every little thing that could have gone differently. In a finals, obviously it's going to hurt in the moment, but then down the road you reflect, hey,
Because I still get to have the intro. You know what I mean? The intro walkout.
Yeah.
You know,
I think
get
it
to
would have
pop
been
off.
more difficult to choose between losing the final 3-2. You know,
Okay.
like you get those 2 matches. It's not only that you lose in the OT, is you have a Heretics situation in Shanghai where they're like, oh my god, we're so
and you know what?
close.
I just got word from our producer. He said more money in the grand finals. So
Oh, that
we
makes a
play
lot
for
of sense.
we play for money.
yeah, and if there's one thing your boy loves, it's money. All right.
Did you really not know there was a prize?
Yeah, I do know.
Okay.
Now, next up, would you rather play with high ping for the rest of your life or have Bread and Sideshow cast your life
High ping,
forever?
high ping,
Everything.
high ping,
No, don't
Like
give
your
my voice
entire
like that.
life.
high ping.
I would much rather
ping.
have Bread and Sideshow cast my life. You mean to tell me I could just force 2 British dudes to follow me around everywhere and compliment me?
That sounds so wrong. Can you imagine if I said, yeah, I want 2 British dudes to be following me around?
It depends on what your outlook on life is.
Okay. Alex,
Yes,
There are
Mimi?
some things I do not want Brennan
high
Sideshow
ping is
cast.
inconvenient.
Yeah.
Bren and Josh casting you showering and then shaving your head is weird.
I
I
you
would
know
watch
what?
that.
Personally,
Excuse me?
The second part of the
only if Sideshow shaves my head for me while he's doing
They don't work
Look at
for
this
you.
incredible
I
form
don't think
right
that's in the
now.
contract.
You know, I can imagine. Yeah.
I think
taking the
Bren
pick.
casted some rats fighting once, and it was really entertaining.
Yeah.
I would
and-
be interested in watching them cast someone's life, but I wouldn't want it to be my own. Hyping is inconvenient, but
Yeah.
it wouldn't hurt your like.
I think we should give them like
Life
a
as a
reality
whole.
show. We should make it as a piece of content for next time.
Yeah.
You know,
I think so
Brendan
too.
said showcase your life for a day.
Yeah.
And they just follow a pro player, and we see
And
how
then-
bad that can go.
And then a month, like a year down the line, there's the expose about how unethical the television show was produced.
All right. Last one. All right, no, we have
should
one
be
more.
producing.
You guys have a good idea. All right, here's this next one. All right. Would you rather run a team of Iceboxes and 4 cats, or 5 blindfolded Iceboxes?
Cats. I want 4 cats. I mean, Aspas is nice. I'm taking the cats.
Yeah.
You just want the cat.
I want the cats.
I would take
yes.
the cats as well.
Yes, I'm going with the
How
yeah.
could you not like
I
cats?
think one Icebox is better than 5 people who can't see their monitor, so I'll take
Yeah.
the cat. And
Yeah.
also the cats is like
Can
an
you
added
imagine
benefit.
the cats? You know, like
'Cause-
you can only see their heads and their paws, like
Yes.
barely touching.
They do love
Yeah.
mice,
Barely
famously.
touching.
Can you imagine a kitty trying to play on a keyboard with them? Oh, that'd be
And
freaking.
those are 4 very cute cats.
Yeah.
I miss my
I
cats.
would go with the cats.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, although for me though, it might be bad because I'm allergic. So
But you can get, Yin's is also allergic to cats, and you can get one of the cats.
Just like take some antihistamine.
Benadryl, just be like
Not
absolutely
Benadryl, you'll
fine
fall
with it.
asleep.
All right. Well, let's go ahead and hear your take in today's MasterCard fan poll. Which squad would you rather run? Okay, would you rather run the cats, or would you rather run 5 Iceboxes blindfolded?
There's only one right answer.
Make
guys.
sure you vote using this QR code right here down on the screen, and we'll give you the results in just a little bit. That should be a rather entertaining poll, and it might say a lot about all of you.
It might say
I
a
think
lot
it's
about
going to be
society.
so funny, because there's going to be people that are not watching the show, and they're going to be like, what is going on? Like, how is this the question?
What is Valorant Twitter cooking? All right. Well,
Important question.
make sure you guys, of course, use those hashtags VCT as well as Valorant Champions to talk about all the good stuff. But now let's move on. No more time for fun. All right. But let's talk about the last time these two teams met with, of course, our America's Grand Final. We had Leviantan take that one 3-1. But let's not forget, Mimi, that, you know, these teams have gone back and forth multiple times in Americas.
Right now, it's even. These teams have played 2 best-of-3s, 2 best-of-5s this year, and it's 1-1 in both. The map record is tied as well. They've been very closely matched, but in this finals, it was a lot of overtime to start in the first 2 maps, but towards the end, I mean, Leviantan just pulled away. They had a lot of individual moments. Guys like Mazzino and Icebox were stepping up big time, and that ascent ended in kind of a stomp with some really good gameplay on that deadlock comp from Leviantan to hoist the Americas trophy.
Yeah, exactly. Not only that, think about that final. G2 came into that having 2 bans. That is a huge advantage in so many moments, especially, you know, in the final. And even with that, with the maps, especially the first 2 being so close, Leviathan managed to get that win. And that says a lot about the team itself and the form that they're going to be presented. Yes, Leviathan did struggle in the group stage, but, you know, it's been a different year for them.
Yeah.
And G2, the last time they hoisted a trophy was the Ascension Trophy to even get into the Partnership League. Since then, it's been the story of 2nd and 3rd places. Deep runs, but never finding it right at the very end.
Yeah.
Twice in Americas, making it to a final, and then losing out there. And then once going all the way, the distance in Shanghai to only lose top 3. They've got to be so motivated to finally go on that run, to lift that trophy. They've been close so many times, despite being such a new squad to the international scene.
Yeah, and it's been very impressive to see them continue to build up, even when people felt like, you know, that they didn't have the weapons to be able to take out some of the more stronger teams in the circuit. But then, you know, you see this squad going up against EDG, and you think, oh man, after that Icebox, they might be cooked. And, you know, to what you were talking about, Mimi, you were seeing this G2 team just find their stride. And Kukuga, I really do believe that G2, they're hitting right now. They're hitting, they're confident. They have every reason to be at these global events. They have a tendency to do quite well for themselves.
Yeah, and I'm also thinking about the 2 days that they had in a break. Think about yesterday and the surprises the Sentinels was bringing onto the server.
Yeah.
I expect G2 to learn a lot from that specific situation that we were seeing against ADG. Yes, they managed to make it top 1, but there was some struggles there, and we can understand why. Now they need to step up their game. It is an opponent that they know very, very well. We know how things are going to go in the server. Like, we know that the rounds are going to be very, very tense. Honestly, at the beginning, it's about the one that makes the least mistakes.
Yeah.
And G2 is the team that their whole game plan is around not making mistakes. People joke about them being auralists because they don't play a super exciting style. They're not going to be playing a ton of flashy comps. They're not going to be relying on a star duelist. They have incredible fundamentals. They play their rounds slowly. They find the gaps in their opponent, and they are excellent at playing that style. Any mistake their opponent makes, they're going to be punishing, and they're also one of the best at shutting down star players. And those things are critical when you're playing against a team like Lev that relies so much on those individual moments and on a player like Icebox.
Yeah, no, I honestly, I could not agree more. There's certainly a case to be made for G2 in their current form being, you know, like world beaters in their own right, because they managed to shut down some of these more pivotal players, and they've done so time and time again. But for more on G2's win over EDG and their new Haven comp, here's Trent with an Omen player moment.
It's Trent from G2, and we just beat EDG 2-1. A little hairy, but got the job done. I'm just super proud of my team. We were able to fight through some rough circumstances and terrible rounds that we played, and just, you know, we just had a very good mindset going into the game, and we were able to battle through everything that was thrown at us. Haven, we brought out a new comp. We only had 1 day of practice. We didn't have enough time to really flush out all the protocols and get everything down and make everyone super comfortable. And yeah, I think one more practice we'll be good on Haven, but I think that's just why it was a little close.
Broken once more, Icy. It's the K down, a tap, forcing them forwards into the fight as well. Needs to try and isolate some of these fights. Done so, 1v1, all to survive, Icy!
So far, I'm happy with how we're playing. We've had very good resilience, we've had very good communication, very good teamwork, very good playmaking. And yeah, I feel like overall we've been playing very good Valorant. So that's my biggest aspiration, is just making sure I give 100%, never letting up, always giving more than I can give, even in the tough situations. And yeah, hopefully that way, if we all play that way, we'll bring home the trophy.
We've always known the team play is there for this G2 roster, but I think what Trent is saying there about giving 110%, every individual player having those moments, we're seeing more of that at Champions. They almost came back on that rough Icebox game against EDG because Icy, the guy that always got criticized for tough performances, was stepping up and winning huge rounds almost on his own. He's come into form. Jonah's maintained his form from Shanghai. Valen's still having moments. This is a G2 who their fundamentals, their macro is as excellent as ever, but their individual players are stepping up and winning more of those hero rounds as well at Champions.
Yeah, no, for sure, because when we talked to Icy just a few days ago, him talking about he got that confidence, he feels better about going for the swings. And part of the reasons why, because he has teammates on that side that really can back him up, that can enable him. One of those individuals in particular is Leaf. Now, while he may not have been on the team during their Ascension run, this is not Leaf's first foray here at a Champs event. He was here in 2021 with C9, but this guy has
long time ago.
Really, it feels like a lifetime ago for sure, but he has truly grown as a player. This was an individual known as a top flight duelist who could really take the fight to his opponent, but now he is one of the best lurking players in the game who still takes the fight to his opponent.
But exactly, that's what makes him so valuable. Yes, he was a star duelist, but even from this position, he brings so much value to the team. He always knows what to do, what's the best outcome, what's the best solution to the problem that is in front of him. Even if it's a lurk, taking the right timing. Leaf is the guy that you want in that situation.
Yeah. He's an X factor.
Yeah, totally. and he's more than just what he provides in the server. We obviously can't know fully what every player is bringing in scrims in the prep, but from talking to people who have played with him before, it's that he really has a great mind for the game. He's not a guy who's going to be out there grinding a ton of rank, being #1 on the leaderboard all the time, but what he does a ton of is watching VODs, watching other regions, picking up on new ideas, and trying to bring some of that to the team. Obviously, they have a super vocal player in Valen as that IGL, but Leaf brings experience and brings ideas that can supplement what Josh and Valen are already wanting to do as a game plan, and it's that, combined with that individual performance you're talking about, that make Leaf such an incredibly high valuable player.
He was my second pick, and when we were talking yesterday about, you know, making your team, just picking 5 of the players, I would take Leaf. I think that, so what you're saying is having the experience. I know that he is going to be calm, collected, that he's going to have this kind of clutch rounds, and of course is an X factor.
Yeah, when I think of Leaf, the word that comes to my mind immediately is efficiency. And tree. But he is a very efficient player, and he gets enabled big time, mostly because they have an incredible IGL on that side. In fact, both teams have incredible IGLs. You got King as well as Valen, and although Valen has been the talk of the town this season, coming into the league and really making his presence felt, Mimi, let's not forget that King also had a Herculean task this season, having to call in English, having to adapt his entire play style, while also still continuing to put up excellent numbers.
Yeah, picking up 3 new players, switching your language like you're mentioning, and also switching your coaching staff and your entire system is a big challenge for an IGL. And if you remember back to the Leviantan of last year when Owner was coaching this roster, the biggest criticism of this team was always that they were doing too much around the set ideas, around the stuff they've pre-planned, and not doing enough on the fly, not having good enough fundamentals to come out on top when the rounds get weird. And I really feel like King has beaten those allegations this year because the mid-rounding, the on-the-fly stuff has looked so much better for King.
And coming on to playoffs, yes, there's been a couple of days of a break, and if you continue to go further in the competition, maybe you get a couple more days, but right now it's all about that. You might have a preconceived idea. Everybody comes with their A game, super prepared for their opponent. Today, on your first day of playoffs, you're going against an opponent that you already know, and that's probably the best that you are going to get. But as you're saying, it's not about the preparation that you have before, it's what you can do in the server.
For sure, and we were just watching the highlight reel from the guy, but both these guys are also IGLs who can frag. It's the year of the fragging IGL, gone are the days of the IGL.
It's the year of the rookies.
And chills.
It could be both.
It could be a year of many things, Bea. That's the beauty of the year.
It's a year.
365 days.
No, we have short years.
525,600 minutes.
Okay.
Is that number correct?
Good reference. That's it.
It's not a reference, it's how many minutes are in the year.
I know, but it's a song too. Anyway.
It's such a meme.
All right, well, earlier on, Yinsu caught up with our 2 team captains for a quick word. Let's go ahead and check it out.
We've got a very familiar inter-regional matchup today, so who better to talk about this than the IGLs, King and Valorant. Of course, you guys have been going up against each other. I think this is the 5th time this year alone. So as the IGLs of your team, how much of today is going to be down to the mind games? I'll start with you, King.
I think the mind games matter a lot, but I think also like a big part of it is going to be like the anti-strat. We'll be facing each other so long, so I think mind games and anti-strat is going to be like way bigger, so that's it.
Okay, what do you think?
Definitely mind games now because we face each other so many times, but it also comes down to a lot of preparation. Like he said, anti-stratting is important, and because you know each other very well, maybe you know that they know the anti-strat, so it goes deeper, you know, so we'll see what happens.
But both of you guys are pretty calm, pretty cold, so how do you psych each other out? How do you actually get to the other guy?
It's pretty hard. I mean, we both have experience. We're both pretty calm under pressure, so it just comes down to winning some rounds, gaining the momentum, the ult rounds going, and from there it just snowballs into a win.
You gonna stare him down on stage? Are we gonna get that?
Hey, I like him so.
Yeah. Oh, so wholesome. Thank you very much, guys. Best of luck.
Oh, look at that. They like, and look, there's respect. There's respect.
Is so happy.
Yeah, there's respect across the board on the stage there. It's kind of hard to not like this G2 lineup because they always, you know, come at the game with a very, you know, professional mindset.
King is in the mind palace.
I was gonna say, you're being so nice, it's impossible not to like this guy. So maybe he's just dreaming about you right now.
Hey, maybe. You know,
I don't think that's
King, I'm gonna just put my thoughts in there. But of course, let's go ahead and move on though to Leviathan. You see them on your screen there, of course. The first seed from Americas. Now, this is the squad that got upset by Trace Esports, and they kind of needed to find themselves a little bit here at Champions, but they were able to get here with a dominant win over Vitality. And Kukuka, I really feel like that game was exactly what the doctor ordered for Lev.
Oh, completely. Watching from home, it was such a surprise, right? To see Leviathan. I had such big expectations for them coming into the tournament. And watching it against Trace, I was like, guys, like so many of these things are so unlike you. Like, why are you being bothered by this? Like, how are you being so well read? I don't know if it's like you underestimating your opponent a bit or just taking it a little bit more relaxed at the beginning of the tournament. But then, as you're saying, once the match against Vitality started, and especially the way that they closed that map, you knew that the second one was going to be a stomp, and that is so important for them. Not only like to make it out of the group, of course, but to have a very, very dominant map so you can feel like you can dominate the rest of the world with your best friend.
Yeah.
when I was watching the Trace game, I felt like I was watching a super team of individual superstars. So many people were going and trying to make their own plays, and they were getting outcalled in the macro by a Trace that was playing really clean Valorant, honestly quite similar to the way that G2 was playing. But in the game against Vitality, they shored up those individual errors. I think we saw a lot more often, instead of taking the timing, players would wait for their teammate, swing together, play more properly. And that is going to be so important today, because if Trace is a team about structure, about really well put together macro ideas, and they are, G2 is the master at that. That is the style they have defined this year. So if Leviantan are going to beat this G2 squad again, they need to keep the form they had against Vitality, if not better.
Yeah, now, of course, while we talk about Leviathan, we've got to talk about Icebox. I think we're
legally required,
we're contractually obligated to have to talk about, you know, Icebox.
So that was the thing that I had to sign?
Yes, that is the document you had to sign. I'm glad you actually
should really read that in the future.
Yeah, you really should.
I can't read.
But the thing is that Icebox, I want to say this very clearly. While Icebox is one of the greatest players, if not the greatest players to touch the game, this whole team has so much. It's not entirely on Icebox, but this squad is going to lean on what he can do on those entries, lean on what he could do with the op, and et cetera, et cetera.
I think that you can draw comparisons to other teams that we have had in Champions. Like, for example, yesterday, Kangkang, I think, was very important when EDG needed to win those rounds. He is the one to step up, to even things out, to give that hope back, to bring everything together. Having one of those crazy plays is not only good for him, I think it's good for the rest of the team. It's also a system that works. And also, in the overall, even though things are very evened out between these two teams, Icebox currently has a plus 74 overall against them. So, you know, he's good. 74 is a big number.
Yeah, that is, I mean, Icebox is just an insane player. The way Leviathan play, though, I think is pretty high variance, which is part of the reason why I think we've seen a lot of the highs and lows. They take more individual risks. Their site anchors are more willing to take these duels because they have players that are just so unbelievably mechanically talented, like Icebox, versus a G2 that is so much less willing to take those risks. But the thing is that if Leviathan are taking the right risks and their individuals are on that same form, I think no matter how good the fundamentals are for G2, there are always those gaps, those rounds that are you get shot, you die, and that's when Lev is playing to their absolute highest potential.
I know that they've talked a lot about, you know, the mental game, what they're going to do when they're in the server and all that. I think it also has to do with the feeling that they have for today. If G2 comes in and they start playing their game, everything is like very structured, but everything is working. We need Leviathan to step up and just say, no, this is not how things are going to be, and trying to get those starts. I think the mental starts way before they're in the game, you know?
Yeah, no, for sure. Well, hey, how about this? How about let's get into the mind of Icebox a little bit, because we had a moment to chat with him after making playoffs in this Omen player moment.
Hello guys, I'm Aspas, I'm a duelist player and I'm playing for Leviathan. I'm feeling okay now that we are on playoffs, but I have a feeling that we still have a lot of work to do and we need to take things step by step. So even now that we made to playoffs, we still have a long way to go. But we are going with maximum confidence to the next game as well.
They respect it, they're gonna try to flip towards mid, but look at Calm! God. Calm is everywhere! Sender falls! Another 3 on the round for the Sova!
It's good to hear people talking well about me. It makes me feel like what I'm doing is working and just gives me more like confidence to keep doing it. And I will just keep on doing it so I can keep getting better and I don't get left behind. So it's good to hear those comments, but even when there's no comments, I will just keep trying my best so I can keep improving and then I can get to where I am. So like I can keep playing well and just trying to get better and better and better.
And of course, for Icebox, he's also going to have incredible support there with Kama, you just saw in that clip, who really has found himself yet again. This is a guy who constantly is really, like, I feel like battling his own demons from time to time, where he's trying to find that groove, he finds that groove, and once he does, Mimi, it becomes very difficult to stop this guy in the server.
He had some really bad games in Americas, but here at Champions, he has stepped up big time, and he is playing like he deserves to win another trophy. It's back to the heroics from Champs last year when he did win, when he was named a champion, winning individual clutches, consistent supportive utility, and I also think really importantly for this team, just being a positive vibes guy who brings the mental for his squad.
Every single player at some point in the year they peak, right? There are teams that as a whole they peak at some moment, but of course that goes also into the individual performance. If you're peaking right now here at Champs and you keep, you know, if you maintain it, that is how you get trophies. He did it last year, he knows how he can do it this year as well.
If you boil it down, Valorant is a very simple game. Just peak at the right time, find your best form when it matters most, and that seems like Com's doing that.
You said it very, very easily, but it's very complicated to actually peak at the right time because there's a lot of pressure.
You can't just choose to peak.
No,
It's true. All right,
Why are these players not just peaking?
Exactly,
What's wrong with them?
Let's go ahead, though, and check out our MasterCard fan poll, because earlier we asked you which Icebox squad you wanted to run. Results are in, and thank you.
Right.
You all passed the assignment. 1 Icebox, 4 cats, because we all get to take the cats home.
Can we maybe look into those replies? I want to see. I want some sort of explanation on the people that voted for the roster of 5 blindfolded Icebox.
You know, shout out to MasterCard for just putting it out there, no context. I mean, great stuff. Well done, everyone. All right, now. We're getting down to the wire. We're about to bring out our teams, I think, in about a minute here. I want to see the predictions for the rest of the talent squad and see what everyone was predicting. What?
Wow, we just cursed
I
it.
thought I was the only one.
Wait, what? G2 guarantee is so criminal.
I did not expect that.
Also 6-2 for Team Heretics. I thought I was going to be out on my own, la-di-da.
I really, wow, I did
Guys,
not.
We just cursed.
You know, they kept saying, stop underrating G2.
Yeah.
Took it too far.
Yeah.
Took it
really
a little
did.
too far there.
Oh, boy. Oh, I mean, yeah, but also everyone going for Heretics over Fnatic.
My point with Heretics that at some point they need to start surprising us. Like, to me, everything that they've achieved this year so far has been so much that at some point it has to go down. And, you know, in the past, every single time that they predicted that they're not winning, they win. So it's like an amulet kind of thing.
It could very well, but I did not expect the G2 sweep at all.
Leviantan, I mean, they won in the finals for a reason. G2's form has been good. The question, if it's good enough.
I think we're going to be so wrong.
All right, well, let's go ahead and get this show started, shall we? You got G2 Esports versus Leviantan. Team Heretics going up against Fnatic. You got day 11 of Champions Tour starting right now.
Shanghai broke me.
Rumors of Fnatic's return were greatly exaggerated. The Turkish gods send the #1 seed team home.
Bombing out, not getting a single win. I just felt so disappointed, so ashamed, embarrassed. And I just remember, I just sobbed. When it came to this event, I didn't want the fate of this tournament to be in the hands of a boaster that isn't ready.
Final bow from Heretics. The crowd has been silenced, but the Valorant gods have not.
After we lost in Shanghai, I just walked down to the ramp. I looked behind me. I saw they were lifting the trophy. It was the worst feeling ever. In this tournament, we're gonna show what we learned in Shanghai. It's like last exam of the year, and we're gonna pass it.
It hasn't been the best year, but to be able to go out on stage and qualify for playoffs, I'm really proud of the boys to be able to bounce back, and I'm just really looking forward to whoever we get to face in playoffs.
I don't want to lose any match. I want to just go upper brackets and win in the grand final.
Durka, Chronicle, Althea, and Hero. That's the team I'd like to lift the trophy with, and I'll do whatever it takes.
I'll never forget the feeling I had lifting the trophy last year. I'll do anything to lift it again. Of the 40 VCT teams, we're top 8 in the world now. No one can say any other way.
We got second in split 1, we got third in Shanghai, second in split 2 again, and now we're top 8 in champions, so I just feel like we're right there. We've learned so much from hard losses. My personal goal is to just give it 100% every day, every game, every round, and I hope my teammates think that way as well, because I know that if we do that, we'll win every game.
They've played a ton this year. It's always been close.
G2, we beat them in America's Grand Finals. We're at 2-2 now in our series against each other this year. So it could be a big deal to seal off who is really the best team at the end of this year.
All of you, you've got some work to do because we're hard to beat.
Leviantan. G2.
And for the 5th time this year, these two teams will take the stage against one another yet again, but this time the stakes couldn't be any higher. Last time they met, it was for a trophy in the Americas region, but this time it's an opportunity for them to continue their journey to lift the biggest trophy at all in Valorant.
And to settle the score on the year. 2-2 on series, 7-7 on the maps. These teams have been inseparable. And as we look at the veto, they both get their map that has looked so strong as of late. G2 debuting that new Abyss and Lev's Harbor Viper on Icebox, which has always been so good.
It's so important, that first map, that Icebox. We know the result that we saw against EDG when we think about G2. Exactly. We know that it's one of the best, if not the best map for Leviathan, but they've always struggled to play against G2. To me, the surprise is Abyss, that second map. We know that they played it regionally, but we have seen so many new things here at Seoul that I want to say that both of them might have something different prepared.
Yeah. I really think that this G2 composition that they were running on Abyss regionally with the Killjoy, Astra, Yoru ideas, it might become meta. It looked really good. The defensive rotations with that Yoru look on point. Astra is so powerful with global control to stall out on that map, and they looked so rehearsed when they played it there. But Leviathan had their own look, playing with the Harbor on that map as well. That should be a competitive one, but it starts here on Icebox.
You Americans love the Harbor.
We do, we do. And really, it's Leviathan. It's Mazzino that loves the Harbor so much.
It's true. But man, I gotta say though, this G2 team, you know, they know that this Lev squad has always brought the fire to them each and every time they played. They lost out on a big matchup to get that first seed here at Champions. So this is an opportunity for G2 kind of right the wrong of before, and no shocker here. We're not seeing much in the way of changes across the board. Both teams love running that Harbor Viper. The only difference is Icy's going to be on that Gecko, and you're not really going to have that duelist for G2 to take advantage of here.
Yeah, exactly. The Harbor versus Harbor, that of course we have seen a lot in the past. I like the fact for G2 that they're starting off on the attack. I think that that's going to give them a lot of leverage. They have to start very, very strong if they want to take Leviathan's pick.
But against EDG, they struggled on their attack. They were getting disrupted. EDG was fighting forward and really getting ahead of these plays. They'll have to look back at that VOD and improve, because this is one of Leviathan's best maps to start the series.
Well, let's go ahead and get map 1 underway. Send it over to your casters, two guys who are pretty familiar with this matchup. It's Doug and Baby Bay.
Thank you so much, guys. Yeah, we've talked about G2, we've talked about Lev, and I think one of the big things, Stray, as we think about this Leviathan squad is Icebox. They're insane at it, right? 12-3 across the entire year. They dominate this map. The kicker, 2 of those 3 losses on this map were against G2.
Yeah, and the G2 game plan is deny Icebox opping angles, especially when Icebox gets it up on the defensive side. We saw the last time these two teams faced, Valen, intuition on point, the Cascades were denying so much info for Icebox. So what can King do in this series to mask where the operator is and enable Icebox?
This is an early start. I know it's not the operator, but he's already corralling and controlling his troops. He's already sent 3 down beyond the alarm bot to only him keeping him back as Leaf is doing his best to hold the line, and they're not going to see him. He's going to spot both, and he's going to clean them up. What a start for Leaf. Meanwhile, the rest of G2 is taking A.
Exactly, the spike's already planted. Lev is a little worse for wear. Gets tagged up by a classic, but this post plant's going to be so deadly.
I mean, this is a dreadful start for Lev. It couldn't have gone any worse. You think about trying to create a little bit of chaos at the beginning of the round to catch your opposition off guard, if you will. This is not what they imagined. It's not how they drew it up. And now Jonah P swinging out, not able to clean it up. But VALORANT drops from the top rope. G2 get the pistol. What a good start.
Very, very convincing from G2. All that prep work. They know that Icebox and King like to be very aggressive in B main. So the pistol approach, it was quick. It was decisive. And Leaf played this to perfection right here. 2 freebies. And Jonah P, he had this late flank around to close out the round. But he was somebody that was pivotal for G2 in the win last time around.
Step at B, baby.
The G2 boys are already vibing. But yeah, Jonah P, he was a big reason why G2 took out Lev the last time around on Icebox. He had like 21 kills or something of the sort. And it's a 4-1 approach again, so the conditioning for G2, it's back-to-back rounds showing the same look. And full utility for Leaf here. All stops covered.
Right here. A little bit of noise made towards A. You've got Calm, the only one left to hold the line. We even got squiggly walls coming out from the harbor.
Yep.
But G2 should be able to and will get the spike down. They've got the Phantom investment into Jonah P as well. They've thrown a lot of money into this Dre.
Yeah, why not? They understand the game plan of Leviantan so far. It's been that 2-pronged approach towards B. Nothing really fighting them at A.
At this point, anything that they can get there. Maybe a little bit of action across the middle of the map. Leaf once again catching Tex. Icebox was there to respond in kind this time around. And Molly looks like it was just a little bit deep. So Calm can hold on this for just a little bit. But at best here, you die to the spike.
Yeah.
Jonah P is going to get a little bit closer to having the pit online. VALORANT's going to get a reward for his troubles as well. So some damage done. I think the big takeaway here, Jonah P keeps his rifle. IC does as well.
Yeah. All the big guns in the arsenal for G2 are kept. Only a Stinger lost and what, a Ghost from Leaf. So that allows him to invest fully into a Vandal. And it's been back-to-back 4-1s towards A site heavy. And that's why you're seeing a change of pace already from G2. We saw in the interview, it was said by King, it's going to be a battle of the minds.
Yeah.
Who's going to game plan? Who's going to adapt on the fly? Who's going to counter? You see Lever trying to get ahead of it, but everything's looking towards B now.
It's interesting to see how the rest of this plays out because Icebox is consistent no matter what, right? Like, he's world class. He's the greatest of all time. Like, you know what you're going to get with him, and you know he's going to deliver regardless of circumstances. It's interesting to see when Lev don't play well, it's because the supporting crew doesn't deliver. And so you try to shut down Icebox as best as you can, but finding value elsewhere is really where things turn around. Tex really struggled the last time they played. He's had a quiet start to this game.
Oh, Valen turns at the wrong moment. What a timing there.
Icebox getting another. Numbers the way of the defense. As IC and Trent are the only two that remain. Yeah, they managed to get the spike down, but Trent's in such a brutal spot. And he's got a Spectre in a 1v4.
Oh, he gets spotted.
He got spotted, yeah. Surely he was seen. He's able to clean up the first. The Cove will keep the collateral away. A tap to draw some utility. He's realizing everyone around him. Calm's going to hang on to the defuse. He's probably sticking the whole way. There's nothing really to stop him. If you swing out, you're facing all three. He will drop one. That's another rifle down. Only 2 carried over for Lev.
That was a fast pace again from G2. A fast mid to B. This time around, just getting caught looking at the wrong angles in clearing the actual site. And it was kind of freebies that Leviantan were just given. Like
that
right
one,
there,
yeah. Alan looking away.
Yeah, Icebox winning this 1v1 against Jonah P. And yeah, it just all crumbled apart. But the start of the round was very impressive. And the change of pace and the change of a look from G2. And now they're going to go back to the tied and true from the first couple of rounds, and it's going to be an A default.
And this is where I think the game really starts. Across this entire tournament, these two teams have the best gun round win rate. This is where the series will be decided. Leaf lighting up the kill feed already.
Back-to-back entries from Leaf. Another one. The head-to-head IGL v IGL. Valen, he comes out on top.
That's where the mind games will play themselves out as Leaf is getting another. Dude, this is insane form for Leaf this early in a series.
It's something he struggled with the last time they played Icebox as well. He's known for being that duelist type figure on this map. When he gets heated up, I mean, it's so difficult to play against. Because from the side of G2, they've been running this no duelist comp all year long. He really has been that guy that gets a lot of the first bloods.
He's been so consistent, and then you put him on defense, and we think about all the clips he's hit with, like the Outlaw, for example, posted up back A. He's just been so steady for this squad.
And Tex has actually taken a page out of his book as well and stepped up in his own right, but so far, Tex hasn't really come out on top in those first engagements. And the A fight from Leviantan, it just wasn't enough. G2 were ready for every single angle.
And so the first gun round will go the way of G2. And Lev, I mean, at best, they're just trying to clutch onto these 2 rifles that they have left. Try to carry them over, and I think we start to like branch out on the trajectory and the forecast for the rest of the half. You've got Leaf, who has his ult online, Valen has his ult online as well. Jonah P's just a couple of points away from having the pit.
Icy as well. He's close to Thrash, and we saw how crazy Thrash can be on this map.
Lev is in a really dangerous spot early on Icebox here. Yes, I know it's early, and yes, I know they have Icebox, and yes, all these things, but again, I want to remind you guys of the history between these 2 on Icebox. 3 losses for Lev the entire year, 2 of them at the hands of G2, and you've got them in a position right now where this tiny little snowball can very quickly become an avalanche.
Yeah, G2 are 7.
I think they think we have an A game plan.
Ah, see? It's the mind games already, just like I said. But
I'm almost concerned that that means he doesn't have an A game plan.
No. G2 are 7-9 on Icebox this year. It hasn't been one of their shining lights of their map pool.
You're right.
But the 2 wins they have against Lev are 13-8s. And the only loss they have was a 16-14 or something OT.
Yeah. I gotta play them really well on this map, and we're seeing it play out.
And another good read. Nobody really here to reciprocate from the side of Leviathan. It's a free site. The Harbor Ultimate's invested just in case.
I mean, he just got his ult online. Does he invested in this round?
They haven't planted the spike yet. It's very late.
Yeah, just making sure the site is entirely clear. No stone left unturned. The timing on this 2-man flank is going to be interesting. The problem is it's always been Tex and it's always been Icebox on these late flanks.
And there's 4 members waiting for it. So all the prep work, all the studying that G2 have done going into this match, you just see it on the minimap.
And even through how the map has been played. It seems like they're going to try. If there's a dart tag, he's in a position to go ahead and pop the ult. That's exactly what he does. The first splits the uprights. Jonah P swinging into the wall, able to find a little bit of value. But not much more than that. Meanwhile, the Thrash was dropped in the midst of all of that. Spike has been taken for a little while as Trent is dead. Icy doing his best to hold the line into the face of the double swing. But how much more can it be? Leaf not able to settle the shots, but the time is way too short. They burn the clock all the way down as G2 gets a 4.
That was a big investment from Leviathan. The Hunter's Fury from Calm, it didn't get a lot of value. Yeah, some kills went their way, but the time on that flank that you were mentioning about Osbos and Tex, it took too long, and it was a good play from them not to actually commit to that, because they would have been met by 4 members. Oh, that wall just came up right in time. Jonah P got a little antsy, and some of the shots couldn't settle for the side of G2.
That's not much.
Very nice damage.
Beautiful.
5 weapons and
no time, no time. Who cares, bro?
Yeah,
Think about this war play out between these 2 squads. Yeah, I mean, you've already heard it from the side of G2. They're willing to give up these little things if it means the greater victory. And so far, that's what we've got.
Tex just got deleted, Doug. Absolutely deleted. But you were speaking about war, and you're absolutely right. This is a war of attrition. Both these teams grind out rounds back and forth, especially in this matchup. And right now, G2 are 2 steps ahead. That Harbor ultimate was committed by Mazzino, but nobody is there at A site, and the spike is being planted at B. We want to talk about master classes in IGLing right now. Valen is calling a sick game.
Dude, I mean, this gun round is probably over at this point. Think about how long the spike has been down, like you said. They've got the pit that they're going to have to navigate. I mean, they don't really have any tools to get around it. They've got Calm's drone, sure, but is that going to be enough?
How do you break through this post-plant defense? You can wrap around yellow, but the Viper's pit is so strong.
That's what they're trying to do. You've got Trent, who's playing in Cubby. to hold them back, and then you've got Leaf who's in the fray as well.
One enemy
There's
remaining.
no way in for Lev.
No, an absolute firing squad met as soon as that harbor wall goes down.
They took the hard bait, they invested the Reckoning, and imagine how valuable that tool would have been to clear out the pit.
What a play from G2 so far, and we got to see a timeout from the side of Leviantan. We absolutely have to, because it's getting out of hand very fast. What a shot from Icy. What was the cue there? Just intuition, he just flicks down right at head level there.
You talk about a guy who's been on the receiving end.
Running circles around him, Jake.
Yep. That's facts.
Yeah, that's how it's played out. Man, you think about a guy like Icy and how he's been on the receiving end of criticism for his entire Tier 1 career. Let's keep it a buck, right?
Yeah.
He shows up, everyone goes, who? A Tier 3 guy? Like, is he going to be the right answer? Is this going to be enough? And yes, he's not always topping the kill feed. He's not always popping off. He's not always putting up highlight moments, but the value he's been able to deliver for his squad has been so impressive, and it's event over event, right? Like, he's stepped up for G2 when they need him to, and that's exactly what you need.
A lot of players in his position would crumble, and especially
1000%.
Especially in the pressure of being on a team like G2, who have, honestly, for their entire careers, you think back to the Guard, dominated. They've won so many events winning into the league. For him to step in and just be the team player that G2 needs, it's been wonderful to watch. And it's hard to find a player like that that's willing to be selfless in many different moments.
And
then step up when he needs to.
Yeah, you talk about selfless, that just feels like the DNA for G2, man. That feels like the structure and the game plan that Josh implemented into these guys from the very beginning. And it goes all the way back to the Guard days. It goes, you just roll the Rolodex back as far as you want. Like,
right here.
Yeah, and you see evidence of that. You see receipts of that the whole way through.
I mean, Leviantan are already wishing they could have rolled back this round, or this map. So far, it's a 5-1 lead for G2, and as Trent said, they're running circles around Leviantan right now. And the game plan, it's so similar to the last time these two teams played. Find Icebox, go the other way, or find Icebox and util bomb him. And he hasn't got an operator up yet.
Yeah,
hopefully next round he can get that up. He still has knives, and there is the lockdown for tech, so if anybody on the A site gets a pick, you see Calm with the Vandal, maybe you invest it. We've definitely seen so far that Leviantan aren't shy to invest ultimates in their eco rounds or their weird buys.
Take flight.
Already seen evidence of that. Trent using his drone, he will spot one, and it was Tex. But no real idea that Calm is up close and personal on the other side of the wall. A second set of water comes through and Trent falls, drowning beneath the pressure. A 1-for-1, and that's already a big win out for Lev. I mean, if you can keep this close, given the lighter weaponry that you have, sure.
And just a
30
freeze to
seconds
the
left.
round, waiting for any more type of peek. Movement being heard now. Tex, he gets an upgrade, so there's a chance for Leviantan to bring this one back.
They're fighting though. Calm is going to have to do so much. Tex was already on the rotate out, but now as the wall goes up, as the kill goes down for Calm, he rotates back. Icebox has joined, 13 seconds left. The blades online and available.
Whoa.
That's big from Tex. It's going to be Val left alone in a 1v3. Icebox's blade still in play. He spotted a shoulder. Can he settle the shots? Dropping down, buying time as the spike ticks away. That's a snappy shot onto King, but you still got the raid boss on the other side. And he delivers again for G2, the Red Bull clutch, as they hit 6.
And it's not just that he delivers, it's who he just delivered against. That was Icebox in a 1v1 who had a rifle. The jiggling, the movement back and forth at top nest from Valen. It was so clean. Icebox, he had the knives. You can't just shoot him at the body. It's so hard to hit.
Last players. One enemy remaining.
And that shot on King, too. Insane work from Valen. When he's feeling it like this, G2 feel like an unstoppable force to be reckoned with.
They got so close in Shanghai. So close. I mean, they didn't drop a series until it was against Gen G and then against Heretics. Now this is a much more familiar foe. But the objective is the same.
And the last time G2 lost, it was against Lev. You know they want that revenge arc. A site has been just dominated by G2. Avoiding the operator once again, but they're running into a stack here with Texas utility.
And the stack. There are 3 here. Tex has his ult, King has his ult. Well, Tex doesn't have it anymore. Or he's not going to be using it this round anyway.
He's playing so aggressive in backside. That's back-to-back rounds he's done that.
I love this cascade.
Oh, and a freebie as well. We'll take that any day. Calm, he answers back though.
And the money for Lev is not great. I don't think they can really, unless it's a lot of kills out from Calm and from King, Icebox has to be careful. An investment of the op being lost here is so dreadful. Jonah P in a 1v3. King 12 HP, that's the first one, that's the weak one. But Calm's 3 kills on the round gets Lev their second, and the op is kept from Icebox.
The desk said it, Calm, he's been stepping up huge. And in this moment when his team really needed him, it was looking dire. He stepped up once more, and he has another Hunter's Fury online for the next round. The entries were great from the side of G2, but the trading, the utility that Calm was using, 3 players scanned in that moment, and the shots that he's hitting. He's looking on point in this game so far. Back-to-back rounds that he's had big impact and given his team a chance.
Top fragging for Leviantan. You mentioned the Hunter's Fury back online. Couple of ults on the other side to meet. And there's a lot of presence towards A here. Really from both squads. It seems like both have just agreed to ignore the other side of the map.
We've seen this a lot in this tournament specifically. It's just an A fight after A fight.
I mean, we saw it with Lev and Vitality just a little bit ago.
Yep.
A much faster pace. Icebox with the miss. Has to dash out. The Reckoning dropped as well. A litany of ultimates invested. Trent will be the first to fall. Icy swinging a little bit further. He probably should have. But they've managed to get the spike down now. Tex has a really big ult that he can try to flush the side out with.
And he should do just that, especially when this drone gets so much info.
And he has to take a step back, caught by it. They don't really need to invest the lockdown anymore. It's just Jonah P left on the site. And with too many angles to clear, too many things to consider, and not enough guns to cover it all. He will fall. Lev get their third. That's another defuse coming through for Calm, who just had a Hunter's Fury. Now one step closer to having it back online.
The timeout working wonders for Leviantan. It's back-to-back round wins. And Calm, the Hunter's Fury, Trent couldn't get value, but he can. Some good work. King did such a good job in this round of staying alive against the Harbor ultimate. And he could have gotten swarmed at any moment.
Boys.
There you go. And we heard something in the last match with Leviantan, you know, the coaching staff saying, now you're finally playing aggressive. That's what we just witnessed. They're taking the fight back to G2. They're not just conceding A site in its entirety. They know how good G2 are in the post-plant scenarios. You have to disrupt.
I love this pit at the beginning. Think about how many times they've leaned towards A on the attacking side.
Yeah. It's about time for a change of pace, so a good read into the game for King now. On the battle of the minds.
Right here. And then the op's still up on the opposite side of the map. Right here. They can freeze for a long time here too. Well, that'll flush it out.
They're committing into this, but they're not ready for Tax. He gets a collat.
What a spot to be in. And yeah, King gets caught. That should clear out the pit. Assuming the gun doesn't come up in time. How in the world does King get to? That is unbelievable.
I've never seen something like that.
He was dead to rights.
Fresh off of the Thrash detain, jumping in the air. A good setup for King, but you did not expect it to go this way with the shorty. That's how he closes it out. That's unreal.
What a play from King. We talk about Icebox and we talk about Icy and whether or not he can match it, and then, you know, we've got to talk about obviously Leaf and Ted. So my eyes go towards King and Valorant. That's the matchup that I was most excited for in this match. And so far, it's delivering. Tom's in a really good spot here. Still has a lot of utility to play around, but position concealed. I don't think they saw him. They didn't see him. Only one found though. You've dealt with Calm. You still have to take care of Mazzino, and now Reckoning invested. They're scattering.
Reckoning and Lockdown, the combo. G2, they have to leave all of A site, work something else on the map. That turret's still up though in mid.
Well, the thing is, though, you've got so much time left in the round, you have to have presence A to ensure that they're not just re-clearing and they're not hitting it again. That's why you see them push so far up past 410.
Yeah, good proactivity. This is something Leviantan does quite often as well. Even when they're up numbers, they'll do this.
You imagine Jonah P's waiting for his orb to come back up so they can clear mid, not have to worry about the turret, but the timing is way too fishy. Icebox not able to settle a shot. A great response out from Trent. They've got to understand the jig is up. Leaf with the op. In a position like this is dangerous.
That's done.
Dropping Mazzino, the pit planted. And now a 2v2.
Enemy remaining.
Leaf's making that thing sing, man.
Is this chamber meta again?
He still has one more to deal with. A big investment of the pit out from Jonah P, but I mean, content to secure the round as G2 as they get their 7th.
Icebox, that one whiff was the difference between G2 winning the round and losing the round. It all came down to that, honestly. All of a sudden, if Icebox gets that kill, he's able to get back, or even if he just survives in this moment. But what a shot hit by Trent in that moment. It gives Leaf the upgrade from the Outlaw to an Operator, and we've seen him off many times. Remember, this guy used to be a main duelist for all of his teams.
3K on the round for him, and then I think the biggest thing we've got to mention is he put the op down. Didn't carry it into the next. A lot of ults here to play around. Trent has his ult, Leaf has his ult too. Nothing to speak of on the side of the defense.
That was a very far drone. It's all to find out if Icebox is opping anywhere towards A site.
You should
But
run.
he's not either. He's using a rifle of his own. Lockdown will be invested. Trent still has the Hunter's Fury online.
Yeah, it seems like they're pretty intent on sticking this one through. There is no misdirection. There's nothing found on the other side. Tex just tries to play on the knife's edge. He's going to get detained, but he shouldn't get punished. Should be okay.
Still a little bit of a flood coming out, at least into back sight, but G2, they can just play post plant right now with that Harbor Ultimate and Hunter's Fury.
They have so many tools at their disposal. Trent's going to clear everything out to make sure there's no funny business behind him. But now the Reckoning. Wisps lighting up the sky as they've dropped the... It's a beautiful combo, man. There's nowhere to go, and even if Icy gets a little bit of damage, he gets a little bit of info, he can buy his time. They've left Icebox in a 1v4. A tap of the spike is just a threat, surely. There's way too much to confirm that that's all it is. A second tap now. Trent will fall. 70 HP. As the clock ticks away, he's going to get his damage dealt, but G2 will get to 8. What a half.
Just icing Icebox the entire half. That was the name of the game for G2. It's what happened last time around these two teams met on this map.
I mean, he's not crazy positive to go, but 8 and 7 from Icebox on a first half on Icebox like that?
Yeah.
Something has to change. We'll see if that's the case on the other side.
Oh, come on.
Trade in any phone in any condition guaranteed and get $800 off the new Galaxy Z Fold 6. Only on Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
We've danced one half so far of this opening best of 3 between these two America squads. And Dre, for as much as we talk about Lev and as much as we talk about Lev on Icebox in particular, it's been G2 who's looked really good the entire time.
I know, for a second after the timeout, it looked like Lev were going to get their footing. It looked like they were going to actually be able to go toe-to-toe with G2, but G2 just took it away, and that was off of no timeouts. I don't think G2 called a single timeout in the half.
They didn't.
Josh left Valen to his devices. He understood that he had a flow state of calling and that he would figure it out, and he did just that. They closed out the half 8-4. And now, Icebox is going to need to step up huge in this moment. He's the only duelist in the server right now in terms of the actual agents.
14-8 out from Valen.
Yeah, he's playing like a duelist.
Ridiculous performance so far. Look at this setup. Look at the turret. The turret's so far back in spawn. You've got the alarm bot on A with the nano on top, but everyone else B.
Yeah, last time around for Leviantan, that turret was their demise. Heaven was completely open, and it got abused. Will they fill the gap this time, or are they going to be very proactive and try to push the fight into Leaf or Icy on the other end? It was utility use from G2, but nothing on the other end. Leviantan don't even know that they saw anything like that.
Yeah, the problem is this spike has been planted for a little while. Clock has been taking calm swings a little bit too far ahead. And again, into the face of the firing squad! But Tex shows he can shoot back. Leaf's so weak, Tex is gonna have to do it on his own. 1v2, and they're both so fragile, made of porcelain. Can he deliver the shots? 4 bullets left, 2 targets to be found. 1 left. Can he spot the beanie? Yes, he can! Tex hits all 4s. Lev gets a 5.
What a round from Leviantan. That Viper wall from G2, it's nothing like we've ever seen before. It cuts the site in half for the retake. And the start of the retake was so good for G2, but Tex, the shots that he just hit, being able to deduct where Leaf was, sticking that spike. Another day in the office for him as well. And he's sitting at 13-10. Leviantan needed that, and they needed that bad.
A Marshall in the hands of Leaf, but that's really the only weaponry to speak of for the side of G2. All of them lit up, and Valen's in such a good spot, but I mean, with effectively a clay pot, how do you fight back?
Yeah, that's a tough one. You almost found a timing amongst all that chaos of utility on the actual nest area of A, but Leviantan, they're just gonna contact in after the drone, use their utility, and suffocate all the players back site. Double swings all around. Another, that's that wall I was mentioning. It's so odd.
Yeah.
So unique.
Still seeing innovation on the map. Leaf left in a 1v3. Yeah, Texas,
he's heating up.
Yep.
Yeah. He's definitely heating up.
For as quiet as he was in the first half, he's turned a page.
And a lot of good weaponry saved as well for Leviantan. Looking very similar to the start that G2 had. Albeit not winning the macro game, I would say, but the micro. It's kind of what you expect from Leviantan in this matchup. You expect them to be the ones that pop up individually against G2, and G2 to be the ones that take the more coordinated team approach. Another A default this time around. Leviantan opting to put King and Tex towards that B site. Prodding up.
Again, look at how active Valen is getting. The wall's gonna go down. He's gonna find the timing.
Oh my goodness.
He slipped the net. Oh, and he spots them both. Rushes the shots, so not able to clean them up. A little bit of damage dealt, but the cost was his life.
Yeah, and the cost was all that B space as well. All of B gathered right now. Tex deposited.
Lev have so many options here. They can rotate him back B and fill in with Tex. They can just leave him there and have him hit a late flank as they try to end A. I mean, the map is their oyster.
It's going to be a fake B hit, though. And G2 aren't reading into it at all.
Oh, as soon as that harbor wall went up, Leaf popped his mollies.
G2 knows something's amok.
Yeah.
They're holding their ground. With no tap of the spike, they don't need to move. That would have been their cue, but Leaf might get timinged here. Mazzino.
He's gone exploring. Finds Leaf as he tried to exit, and now they've inserted Icebox on the other side. This double, triple pump fake seems to be working out for Lev.
The B players were just human drones at that point, and now Icebox, he turns into a lurk. He's going to be met by Jonah P, and he deletes him.
It's just such good timing out from Lev right now. This round has been gorgeous to watch.
Yeah, you want to talk about running circles. That was a circle right there. Icebox, he's not slowing down right now.
Tries to land the shots onto Icy. Not able to best him, but the damage has been dealt. Icy's finding a little bit of value at the end, a parting gift.
But look at Mazzino. He's already ahead of this. He was the one that got the entry at B, and he's all the way here to meet Icy. But Icy, standing tall.
He's going to get a little bit closer to having the thrash up. But again, I mean, for as much as Icy's doing really cool things, they're going to end up on Reddit, I'm sure. Lev's calling this round was beautiful.
Yeah, King, he called a phenomenal round. And the whole point of that was setting people up on the extremities. If it was A side, it would have been Icebox. Towards B, it was Tex and Mazzino. And with the weapons that they had, they're basically human drones.
One thing I really like about this approach too is that they aren't fully shoehorning themselves into one play.
Yeah.
Right? Everything had a, okay, if this doesn't work, then we still have this. There were layers to their
Beautiful
approach.
call there, boys.
Yep. A good contingency plan for sure. But that's not just King there. He needs the info from Tex. He needs the info from Icebox to formulate that plan.
Oh,
and
that's
pick the right site.
That's why you hear him there saying, like,
exactly.
Good call, boys, yeah.
Exactly. Had to point that one out. So G2, their economy, it's not looking too hot right now. Icy with the only rifle, he saved it from the previous round.
Yeah, and he's so close again to having the thrash. But this is danger.
This Viper wall is still so interesting, but it looks like Leviantan have a good read on how to deal with it. Just bait it out, understanding that G2 like to play on the right side of it for the most part.
I mean, they're just doing such a good job at creating all these acute angles. Given the walls that they have, the Cascade, the Viper wall, the other Harbor wall.
They baited out almost every single piece of Harbor utility. All that's left is the Cove. Oh, that dart's gonna get so much info.
2 found, a third there.
Good shock dart chip damage as well from Shen.
Again, Harbor's utility goes up. And this time, they're done playing games. They're fully committing out onto the hit. Remember, they didn't have much of a buy on the side of G2, and that rifle is still in play. They've burned the clock down so low, but is it going to be enough? Icy now has his thrash online. Does he drop a weapon and try to invest it? No, he's just sticking it out. He's got to be careful here. There's so much danger, but very nicely handled with the ult. The thrifty round win for G2.
Wow. G2 with the MasterCard thrifty. And the way that they've just done it, that was insane. Cycling the utility. And Icy with the entry on the top against Tex. That's the cue to start investing more layers of utility. Icebox, he just gets caught. That wall goes down at any time. It's so unique, it's so odd. You're not used to playing against something like this, so you don't know all the looks.
Good job. And the looks are working out. Now 2 rounds between these two. The first thrifty of the series going the way of G2. And back to their old ways they go. This is for all intents and purposes a rifle round for Lev. Icebox popping his blades.
He's put in work with the blades, especially entering towards the A site, so I'm expecting big things out of him this round.
He's got the drone to pave the way, but he does not follow the red carpet.
B-space gathered again. Last time around, that's what allowed Leviantan to just finesse around the map.
Yeah, but it was off of insertions from everyone.
Yep.
This time there's nobody that's been inserted towards A.
And the re-clear of Trench Drone, nobody on Leviantan is here to see that or hear that he did that. So it's going to be a full lean. It's going to be a 5v5 towards this B site.
Keep an eye on Valent's position and his ult. If they're ahead of this,
it's a flood.
Really good spot to be in.
The thing is, that ult cannot hit an updrafting Jet. So the Jet knives Icebox. He gets tagged down a little bit. Doesn't get value.
First the wall. Now the Reckoning at the ready. Off of the tap, he fully commits to it. Icy's going to dump all of his utilities. They try to fight back sight. The flood in full effect. But Leviantan are the dam! 4 found! G2 kept back. Trent left in a 1v3. On the swing is Mazzino. Make that 3 as Lev gets to 8. What a response, man.
Yeah, and what a massive round from Mazzino. In the face of the Harbor ultimate, he drops a Cove on himself. plays around it on a knife's edge. Gets a 3K at the end. That's why you see him with the thumbs up right there. His team is dabbing him up. They understand the timing that he made himself. Cove was perfect. Nobody aware. The trade just couldn't get there for G2. A quick answer back from Leviantan, and now G2 taking their first time out of Icebox. What a close game.
Remember the response that Leviantan were able to put together on the other side of their timeout in the first half, where it seemed like they were starting to find some momentum. They put together, I believe, 3 rounds in a row on the other side of that. Now we're going to see if G2 can do a bit of the same.
Yeah, G2 just haven't really had an answer for the actual A fight that they're taking. I think they're expecting Leviantan to commit into an A execute, but they don't need to. They're baiting, Leviantan are doing a good job of baiting out utility sets and then ending B in massive rounds. Rounds where the implications are dire for G2. And now Lev, they're sitting pretty on 2 ultimates of their own. They can get a 3rd, which is the Reckoning. They have the Hunter's Fury and Lockdown. This is all a recipe for success towards that A side of the map. And this time, G2, their approach, okay. Our game plan of playing behind this A wall and delaying the inevitable.
Placing swarm grenade.
We're gonna go for more mid control.
Yeah, concerned with what's happening across that area of the map. That drone spotting 2.
Right here.
What's a response from G2 here? Yeah, look at this focus across mid. This is such a different look.
Yeah, I think they're gonna try to play just a full retake style this time around. They play more by the book. And Leviantan are reading into this. They understand no one's bet here.
Well, it's interesting though because they don't have the Reckoning for a retake attempt. They don't have the Thrash for the retake attempt to flood behind it.
Yeah.
So consistent with that ult, man, and he hits it again.
And he hits Trent, who had a Hunter's Fury of his own. And so now, so now the lockdown, it gets so much value. It's such a deep lockdown as well. Everyone has to play so far back, no real chance of a flood.
They flush out the side, and Aspas fills in on the space behind it. Now they have a Reckoning of their own that will only continue to cause chaos into the situation. Aspas with a little bit of friendly fire will finally go down as Tex fills in behind it. Numbers away the attack, a goop in his face, and Tex cannot settle shots. Icy's been really good. He's gonna have to 1v2 to win this round though. Mazzino weak, Comms on the flank. As is typical for him, but he doesn't even get in on the action. Mazzino cleans him up and we're tied.
So well played from Leviantan. Calm with that random Hunter's Fury. He picked the perfect spot, the perfect opportunity to use it. And he takes out Trent of all players. The only guy that could have countered the lockdown.
Yeah, low-key unlucky.
Yeah, like, hey, unlucky, bro.
What can you do? I mentioned at the beginning of the map that, at the beginning of the series, that these 2 teams are the best gun round teams in the tournament. Both at something like 60% and 58%, something like that, but they're topping the charts. Currently, they're sitting at 5 and 4 the way of Lev. So these 2 strengths that we expected coming into this series for these 2 teams has delivered.
That's why the score is 9-9 right now. Fighting tooth and nail. But you're right, that thrifty round that G2 got previously, it was kind of a saving grace of this half. That being said, it's the only round they won this half, so that's why I say that.
Dark going back sight, Mazzino's Cove, not able to clear that out. So that will throw a wrinkle into their plans. Can they iron this out?
Weapons just aren't there for G2. We saw what they could do last time around, but this site, B site. Oh my gosh, I was gonna say it could be so difficult to find kills.
Again, you mentioned it a few moments ago. They've had a thrifty round win already.
And surely Leviantan know that there's so many members of G2 here, but they have no space on the other side of the map.
And it's the same approach. Remember a couple of rounds ago they called a freeze. G2 didn't move. They're doing it again.
And Trent has the entire mid-line, so he doesn't need to. Now he's just going to lean over. He has his own Hunter's Fury if he wants to invest it.
There's more danger in this too. Previously it was just a Vandal. This time it's a Stinger and a Bulldog.
The time, Doug, the time's running too low. Calm, he wanted to double back, but they realized the time is too low. They have to commit. The Hunter's Fury is taken out. Wow, what a fight on site from Leviantan to take that round away. Trent, if he doesn't drop in that moment, the time was so low, he could have won solely off of the Hunter's Fury.
6 of the last 7 the way of Lev, and yeah, that one was probably the closest we've seen so far.
Down to the wire.
And yeah, Trent falls, but it was the gunfight afterwards where everything just went into chaos.
Oh, man.
Trent falling there certainly doesn't help, but those fights right there on the other side of the cove, that's where the real trouble lied.
You see Josh, I think he's saying the same thing I just said. Why are we peeking? All good, though, going into this next round. Leviantan finally take the lead. First time in this series. And it's the double walk up mid-tube.
This is what it felt like what G2 was concerned about a couple of rounds ago on that mid presence.
Yep.
They've got the turret. Yeah, they've got the turret a little bit further back into cover. But all of Lev are back towards B.
Text got deposited by King. King is going to go back A, but he's going to be met by an operator.
And opping Jonah P.
But the spike's being planted at the same time, so it's going to be a retake.
Spike planted.
And post-plant on the B site.
I wonder if there was no, there couldn't have been a tap on the turret. Tex is playing his position so nicely. He just quietly lures him in.
Yeah, should ask for the orb to be up, but doesn't matter anyway.
Second shot missed out from Jonah P. That op hasn't found very much value. Meanwhile, Comp's position once again gorgeous. Leviantan really pushing the matter here as G2 are starting to crumble. Where's the response? What's the spark? I don't think there's one this round. He's got to try to save the op, but
he's hunted.
I mean, he's surrounded. And yeah, they're trying to find him. That's a nice shot. Still 2 waiting on the other side. Can he try to hang on to this? White knuckling his way to keeping the op in hand, and it will slip from his grasps.
Leviantan in these moments, catching G2 off guard. Icy doesn't commit fully to that re-clear into. See the replay of that right here, yeah. Caught Lack and thought that he was a little bit deeper, and that from Leaf just jumping down, not expecting somebody to be close sight. Why would a Sova be there is probably what he's saying to himself. But you gotta be ready for everything.
That's the
yeah, he's laughing, yeah.
That's the maniacal giggle of a Sova who's playing in Cubby under hell.
Yeah.
He knows what he's gotten away with.
Absolute madman. Leaf is actually lucky that that ultimate wasn't committed into that round. So he will carry that on in the future rounds, but that's the second timeout blown for G2. No answer back for Leviantan. The only round they won again was a Thrifty with 1 Vandal and a bunch of Sheriffs.
The thing is, they've got the potential of another Thrifty round coming up, and there are a lot of ults that G2 should be able to speak of here. And we'll see those in just a few moments.
It's so hard to get a Thrifty against a Reckoning, even if you're stacked on that site. You can't just stand still with a Sheriff. I mean, we've heard of cosmetic stuns, but it would have to be cosmetic stuns on an entirely different level.
G2 have a really difficult question to answer here, and I think it's what the timeout was around. They find themselves 1 round away from map point. They have 4 ults, and they're 1 pip away from having their 5th, and it's on this light eco. So, I mean, you have a lot of things you have to answer here. Do you fully invest into everything and kind of empty the cupboards, throw everything at them and kind of see what happens? Do you hang on to all of them and play for OT? This is a really difficult spot for G2.
Yeah, and even if you get a couple kills into the round and you invest a couple ultimates, there's still a chance you don't win.
What?
What a Molly lineup.
What?
That's disgusting work.
Is that Tex?
Yep. Disgusting work. And look at the shift because of that.
You have to.
A drone is used in mid. They're so worried that a fast timing was taken.
The call on this is gorgeous because you're right. They have to consider what could be happening mid. Meanwhile, they're going to fill into A for free.
And who did they see in 2 last round? It was Tex pushed all the way up.
Icy was the only one playing back A.
Oh my good, what a call from
but
King.
But the question is now, do they invest their ults? G2 at 5, they have everything they could want. Jonah P falls, and you imagine that decision is only getting harder with every passing moment. The kill feed heavily going the way of Lev, but it's turned. Still, there's no way they get away with this. There's no way they do it again.
The spike's in heaven.
There's no way King can get to it.
Oh.
But there are so many things. You're going to get faced into two as soon as you swing through this door. What can King do?
He can isolate 1v1s.
They're both so weak. You've got to be careful playing this on the knife's edge. Can King stabilize? One big step done. They've invested one of the ults, but it's a bait. King's repositioning, 13 seconds left. Does he take the fight or does he go for the plant? Waits out the ult and now committing. First bit of utility through, and it's not going to tag him. He's got to know that he's there, but he's so weak. Another thrifty the way of G2.
Too overconfident was Leviantan in this round. The first 2 kills from Calm were enough. That's it. Just chill out. Another MasterCard thrifty. When you push that deep, G2 are gonna take that any day of the week.
This was that nerdy lineup that we saw at the beginning to clear the turret, and that's really what set this whole thing in motion. That's what led to the full focus mid. That's what led to the full A take for nothing. And that's what led to this disaster that happened out towards spawn.
What an overextension. Leviathan have effectively given G2 an in once again.
And I mean, it's not just an in. It's not like the window's been cracked. They kicked the damn door down.
Yeah,
they have 4 ults.
The ultimates, exactly.
What a mess of a situation. First one used. Can Calm find a kill? Again, so good with it. He's going to get a couple of tags.
Oh, a step made from Leaf.
Not finding lethality. He's quietly tucked across the middle of the map. This is really deep. I don't know that they're expecting this. Trent gets caught asleep at the wheel. And now everything starts to come through. They don't know there's a second one! And Tex is on the punish! Oh, what a mess! Numbers the way of the attack. The spike will get planted. And now the reckoning out from Valen. If they try to flood behind this, it would be ideal, but forget about the flood. Valen gets spammed through the utility. I thought the door had been kicked down.
Powers out.
But on the contrary, it's been slammed shut. Leviathan, what a massive swing. Leaf realizing he has so many targets he has to deal with, so many angles to consider. Now tagged by the dart. No real time to speak of.
Yeah.
And now a shock in his face. As he tries to create a little bit of space, but he cannot. What a response from Lev. That's now 7-4 the way of gun rounds for Leviathan. They've run away with it.
Good mental fortitude from Leviathan to win that round back after how they lost the previous. A lot of teams can crumble in that moment. Maybe even lose out the map, but this double lurk play, catching G2 off guard again. And what is that? I mean, that's just, what can you do? Mazzino's just spamming off of a...
Bro, I was begging you to bait me, bro.
What a beautiful call, man. The double insertion mid, right into the next round we go. Leviathan on map point. King has a pit. Tex one away from his ult. And the buy for G2 is not great. It's spotty.
Yeah, the fighting squad of Leviathan is geared up towards B, but it's that 1-2 punch again of King and Tex holding the A space. Giving a plan to fall back at any moment. Good shock dart damage. No utility being broken yet.
G2 have been this super team's kryptonite on Icebox. But Lev seemed to have figured something out. They seem to have solved it. Early pit out from Jonah P towards A. And Lev should know here very soon that that's where all of it is. An alarm bot clear towards B.
Yeah, that causes 2 players of G2 to shift over. But the hit is actually coming towards A site.
It's interesting. I don't think they're convinced of this. The 2 nanos are still up. They haven't heard a tap of the spike. And Leaf is starting to creep towards mid. I don't know that that was enough.
Wasn't.
Mazzino's yeah, Mazzino perched up above it. The cove instantly cleared.
Wow.
And that's the spike dropped. They're going to have to deal with a pit of their own, though. How do they get past all the green? 10 seconds left. They haven't committed onto this yet. They haven't found enough breathing room. They haven't found enough space. They've got to navigate the pit. They've got to navigate the lockdown. And the clock is burned. But they managed to get it down. Numbers the way of the defense with the lighter weaponry. Can they respond? That was a massive one. And King is detained. Can they find him? Can they hunt him down? Yes, they can. G2 will get to 11.
I thought for a second King may have gone unnoticed, but the Professor, he's not falling for that one. And this is such a crazy match that we're witnessing so far. This back and forth, it's got to be one of the best. What a lockdown as well from Leaf. Super unconventional.
They just did so...
Yeah, we are. They have killed.
They did such a good job of making the site feel so crowded, of making it feel so tight, so claustrophobic.
But Stingers benefit in that moment. So it kind of worked against them.
Oh, it's a fight. It's a brawl. This again decides OT, or we're headed to Abyss. Fallon holds the line. But Icebox tries to respond. He cannot. Barring a miracle from King, we're going the distance. We're going to be gifted with free Valorant. Can he pull this off?
He has so much time to work with. He's biding his time. On the other end, G2 doubling up.
Yeah, they realize that fear lies in the fact that they don't know where he is. There's really no utility that's given any info.
Notice the spacing too. Trent kind of baiting Leaf in a way.
Yeah.
Worried that King might be in some weird off angle, some weird corner.
Meanwhile, King can walk into B unmolested.
He breaks alarm bot and the first molly, so G2 are aware now. But King can still play anywhere. He's still biding his time.
He could flip the map back. Spotting one, and now position given away, a spit at their feet.
30 seconds left.
Buys enough time to get the spike down. King looking for a little bit of safety, looking for a little bit of space. As the wall goes down, the first shot goes through a dink, but no kill found yet. Off the tap, King has to swing, and Trent's there to greet him. Overtime, baby.
What a shot from Trent. Sitting King down. King, he played that really, really well. Walking all the way towards B site, but it just wasn't enough. The pre-far on Leaf, the Phantom, it doesn't one-shot. And finally, the A aggression. All together, it works in the last round that they needed to bring this to OT. That's the whole purpose of this Viper Wall. There's multi-use for it. Yeah, you can use it to cut the site in half for the retake, but you can also push with it. We finally see the value.
And again, we've got to give Valorant his flowers, man. 23 and 19. That's a hell of a performance from him.
Insane. And this is the first round, Doug, that G2 have used. Oh, no, sorry, that's Leviantan. I'm getting my teams mixed up right now. I was going to say they used a normal Viper Wall for once.
Overtime resetting the situation. G2 on the attack side. You've got Icebox and you've got King here. The only two close by. That Spit's going to buy some time. He's got the dash proc. The wall goes up. Bullet whizzing by. But no kill found.
No kill found, but so much info found. Mazzino, he's here quickly on the rotate.
Yeah, able to move the line of scrimmage, yes, but it's a little bit further and it's still set up. Just when they think they have that part solved, another wall goes up. That was really nicely done by Com. He took all of that space A to confirm that there was nothing else coming around, realizing that they aren't committing to the hit B, takes a step back.
And now he's back in heaven. A new angle, but he can't connect. Oh no! It's disaster for Com.
Not able to contain. Not able to be the safety valve that Leviantan needed in that instance. And so they're going to turn back towards B. 35 seconds left of the round. The pressure could not be greater.
With that one way being up, Icebox is repositioning to yellow. He might be able to find this window of opportunity as the exec is coming through.
Remember, this was where he tried finding a kill at the very beginning of the round and he wasn't able to do so. Can he succeed the second time around? Icy into the swing, Icy into the kill. It's high time. People start respecting G2, man. A flawless round.
Wow. Leviantan, it looked like they had a read on what was going on, but sometimes it just doesn't even matter. Calm. I loved his play. He peaked from lower.
Yeah, it was great.
And then he went heaven, but he just couldn't connect when he needed to. The pressure, unsurmountable. And then it was just easy pick'ems on the actual site. Not a single gunfight going the way of Leviantan. G2 getting a little bit aggressive again, getting in the mix of things at A. Four members here.
And Leviantan doing their best to make a stand. This is their home turf. 12-3 in 2024 on this map. It's their playground.
And Icebox, he's been the king of Icebox. Unmatched.
Yeah,
but Tex, oh my gosh, what a timing.
Can he find value here again? Can he get away with it one more time? Returning to the scene of the crime, but this time dealt with. The spike out towards B, the alarm bot's still up. Position given away. Do they commit to this? They've left Mazzino across the middle of the map. No target found. Look at the discipline out from G2, man. They're not giving him a single fight. Patience as Leaf almost gets punished. Pepper through, but responding. And now Mazzino on the prowl.
Just be careful, that turret's gonna sniff him out.
Tricky little thing, but Mazzino was able to find safe passage, able to get across. And he has to be dealt with here. You cannot forget him.
Look at that wall. He's got a pixel he can play off of.
Leaving just the slivers. Icy's gonna fall as well. Valen and Trent, the only two left standing. Trent down to 0 health. Valen, can he be this good? On low time in a 1v4, there's no shot. One round of OT was not enough to settle us. We go again.
Mazzino played that beautifully. Playing to his advantages, understanding that once he lives in that moment, G2 have to deal with him. And the wall to isolate, but that beginning entry from Tex to spread the defense thin. What a play to make in a match. So risky. That was so well played from Mazzino, living in that
nice
moment,
lurk, Ian.
putting his own wall up, using that Phantom as a spam. The only Phantom player on this side of Leviantan, on this map at least.
And so into the second round we go. G2 back on attack. A really aggressive spot here for Aspas. That's danger.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Able to get away. Fleeing. That spit's gonna hurt, forget it. Oh, how? Oh, I thought he was gonna get away, but he's been flushed out. And again, G2 get what they want, they reset the map.
And how many times have G2 gotten the first blood on this attacking side and re-hit the same side? So that's why you see Leviantan holding their ground even though they hear everybody making audio cues running back.
Just feels like G2 have gotten so many of them.
Yeah, but this time around, Valen taking the right approach. Heading back towards that B side. They know that the B orb is still up. Keep in mind, Jonah P, he grabbed the A orb and got a kill. He's one off of that Viper's Pit. That's the win condition into this round.
I don't know that anyone saw the cascade go up across the middle of the map. That's why they have everyone back A.
Yep.
And so now they know the other harbor wall has gone up towards B. All of the utilities lighting up the map.
And all the mollies aren't here.
They're a step behind the play, and Tex was way too far up. Now the spike planted, the pit invested.
Right here.
And they don't, I mean, they don't have a drone. They don't really have anything to deal with this pit.
At best, the shock dart comes back up off of a cooldown, but...
Yeah, but even then, I mean,
yep.
Valen up close. Crosshair drained, but Trent over the top, the suppressive fire helps him out. King's left alone. Trent gets 3, G2 again on map point.
Clean shots from Trent to close out that round, but the setup of G2 using utility to flush out Mazzino, who oftentimes plays that gen area. There's nothing you can do about that. He tried to go away, tried to get away unscathed. Gets decimated, Icebox. Barely see Trent in that moment. That last shot. Too easy for him.
I love the hard-hitting comms that come out.
Yeah.
From players, intense moments.
Yep.
Right, biggest tournament of the year, high pressure OT. That one.
Yep. It will be a timeout for G2 though. Trying to close this one out. They've been on match point, back-to-back OTs.
Dude, this has been such a ridiculous map between these two guys. 8-8 on gun rounds. 14-13 in way of first bloods for G2. Everything is on like a razor-thin margin.
I said it, it's really a battle of attrition. These two teams are so evenly matched. And yeah, Leviantan won the last time around in a BO5. But this is all that matters. Champions. The biggest of scopes that you're under. And it truly does feel like you're actually playing for the real #1 seed in this tournament, right here, in terms of NA.
You mentioned feeling like they're under the biggest of scopes. I mean, everything gets exposed in situations like this. The tiniest of weaknesses get punished. And for some reason, G2 consistently find a way to push Lev on this map. And then again, I mean, remember, Vitality did a bit of the same.
Time for a field test.
What a different map. I mean, it couldn't be any more different, really. Leviathan, once again, forced to make a stand. Forced to keep this map alive. This is such a fascinating adaptation. We just saw Leaf recall his utility before the stuff got cleared.
Yeah, he didn't know how it got broken previously. This time sitting around there waiting to see if it was a molly lineup. Indeed it was. So he gets the info that he needs. He'll have that turret up in about like 5 seconds. He'll put it in mid.
There it is, yeah, it's up now. And now it's back up across the middle of the map, and he held that spot up until it was back up.
Yeah, he's not falling for any of Leviatan's mid shenanigans this time around. Remember Tex jumping through the window in the previous OT.
And remember, this time it's a fake. It's a pump fake again. You draw out the harbor wall back towards A. You're starting to take space elsewhere on the map.
There's a couple different layers to this, but that harbor wall towards A site indicates that it's most likely G2 are playing backside and not close angles. That's why Leviantan walk all the way up.
That's another attempt to clear Leaf's utility. Texas Nano back towards B long, but nothing is found. They have gotten out onto A though, with very little resistance. A deep alarm bot out. Remember how heroic Valen was in OT. To get to OT. Can he deliver once more?
Leviantan have been so proactive in these moments, in these post plants.
That ult's gonna be brutal. The spam coming through the wall. 1 for 1 found. Both Killjoy sitting on the sideline for the rest of the round as numbers equalize. Back and forth, tit for tat. The kill feed will not decide. Leafs left in a 1v2, now 1. But he's so weak, and Calm was over the top. He had no idea. Leviathan, keep us again.
10 HP and a dream. Calm, he's been so good all map long. He stays controlled in that moment. Takes out Leaf, who's completely unaware. There's no way for you to know Sova's on top of you in that moment. Almost a collat there for Tex. But the trade was too much. Trent, he got caught out jumping out with his knife.
And the spacing there was so great. You watch Aspas dash back.
Oh
and
my
he
God, I'm
instantly
so
go.
glad you had to swing that.
That's on me, that's on me, that's on me, okay?
And you mentioned how when it goes this far into a game, with the scope that you're under, the littlest of differences can change the entire game. Trent, if he doesn't jump out in that moment with a knife out, maybe he doesn't give a freebie away to Mazzino. Maybe they now have the advantage, or at least keep even numbers in the 3v3. But it really does come down to those micro moments.
I mean, even you hear Calm and King talking there, Calm understanding, yeah, I should have swung that earlier.
Exactly.
He realizes, yeah, that was on me 1000%. And so we will go once more.
And this time, Leviantan using their overtime timeout. 14-14. I mean, at one point of this game, when G2 were on attack, it felt like G2 were going to take this one home. All of a sudden, Leviantan gets on attack. It feels like, okay, Leviantan are going to take this one home. Neither team budging. Who's gonna surrender first? Who will concede?
This is just map 1.
The willpower of both these teams so far, it's outstanding.
Calm hopping up to 410 and clearing that early dart.
Oh, that cascade box.
Really active
oh my
from
gosh!
Jonah P. Tucked behind the cascade, and they have no idea that he's there. But will the water betray him? There was somebody right to his left! Mazzino's spidey senses net him the kill! From so close to so far. Again, the advantage the way of Lev.
And is that what does it?
G2 have been able to win the opening round in OT these last 2 bouts. We'll see if Leviantan can respond here.
I mean, the discipline of Icebox in this moment. To hold all of B by himself. The confidence you have to have as well. Once he hears this orb go up, he's gonna know. A great molly.
Everything is considered. They cut off the line and they're gonna buy time for the rotate. But they managed to get through. Yes, a little beaten, a little battered.
30 seconds left.
But they do manage to succeed. Now their own Nano's doing a bit of the same. They've scaled so far back into Swan. Dre, this is dangerous. What a shot from King.
Right here.
Trent responding, and they know that Mazzino's there. Look at the ping on the minimap.
Yeah, but Calm.
They've got him figured out, but you're right. Calm over the top. Can he get there in time? No. A 3v3 is... Things slow down. Spam coming through, 2 HP left for Leaf. Will they flush him out of the spot? Leaf is so damn snappy.
The timing got icy.
Now a 2v2, Leaf, again, 2 HP, refusing to die! And it's gonna have to fall onto him again against Icebox. The one-way smoke, it's a jump spot. Icebox will clean him up. Leviantan will get the defuse. And they're on map point.
It's absolute madness in here. The level of play we're witnessing, Leaf coming up huge. But Icebox, the guy that I was talking about in the beginning of that actual mid to B. Yeah, that's a feels bad man moment. But Icebox, the one who was in B main the entire way through, he reconciled with his team, goes all the way back and wins the 1v1 like that. And no emotion. Completely void. That's what you need in times like these. It's so intense.
That's the Icebox way. Can G2 respond?
Yeah, they need to do what they couldn't do. Win the defensive side in overtime. Just to tie it back up and give another crack at it. Tex.
Remember all these tiny mind games around the Killjoy utility.
He's gonna get cleared. 3 members holding him. I wonder if they saw a barrel and that's why this is happening.
Well, I also think there's just been so much focus around the utility that they've got to understand something is there. The orb goes up, and that should be enough of a cue.
Tex needs to get out of there. His turret's gone. Comes back with his team. Jonah P, he's a lone warrior in Snowman. Nobody to help him. That dart's going to sniff him out.
He's by himself. You're absolutely right. Like a stalk severed from a plan and left to wither. But now they're joining him. Now he's got help. The spike has been planted. And again, this Harbor utility will buy time. The one benefit, though, is that Leaf is ahead of it just a little bit. And they have utility of their own.
There's still a molly for King, and there's still a shock dart for Calm.
Previously divided, now reunited. A 5v5, potentially for the map. This would be ridiculous. King is going to be on this late flank. Keep a close eye on the minimap. Valen pushing forward, trying to forge his way through. Only 1 kill found, though. And there's the flank. That could be the deadliest. That could be the most dangerous. It did get to half, but Leaf's got to do it by himself. And again, position given away. G2 cannot close the deal. Leviantan stands strong, and they take Icebox.
What a flank from King in that moment. He took out the wingman. He mollies the spike. It forces G2 to just swing randomly, hoping, praying for anything.
What a map. That was just map 1. Folks, stay tuned. We've got plenty more to come. We'll be right back.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Can't ask for a better start than that one on Icebox. I'm now joined by Leviatan's head coach, Itapata. Now, it felt like both of your teams had to make very big adaptations, adjustments throughout the game in order to try and close this one out. It was you guys that closed out in the end. So what kind of adjustments you felt like you were proud that your team made to be able to help you to take map one?
I think the biggest adaptation that we did was not give them B main, because they're a really good team. Once they take B main, it's really hard to stop how they're playing the round. Even if they go back to A, it's still really hard. If they go plan B, it's impossible to retake. So us controlling B main towards the end, it was like super key for us.
It was a beautiful game of Valorant. Thank you very much, and best of luck on map 2.
Couldn't agree more with that one, Yinsu. What a clash we just witnessed on Icebox. Going to OT, it felt like no one was going to buckle, but finally G2 broke and Leviathan pick up the win. But Mimi, I mean, this whole series, you thought that I thought this one was going to be G2 in the bag here, but Leviathan were able to make the comeback happen.
And it absolutely should have been G2. They were in control of this game in the first half, but Lev took over in the second. I think a key part of this was on this A B site. G2 throw a Viper wall that's different than the standard one, which means they're committed to either going for these forward plays off the wall or playing instead into the set retake rounds. And their set retakes just were not working. Similar to against EDG, Lev was playing forward post plans, disrupting G2's game plan, and owning them to fight back into this game.
To me, also the biggest own-in has been on punishing the mistakes that G2 were making.
Yeah.
In so many of these situations, we saw G2 hoarding those ultimates, just keeping them together for so many rounds, dying in weird timings, in weird positions. Rounds that should have been theirs just based off of the idea. Lev was able to capitalize on forcing those mistakes to happen. So many of the times, they're just peeking at the wrong timing, and Lev just took advantage of all of that. They started so convincingly, snowballing with the ultimates, denying the orbs. The ideas were so good, and we're talking about a Lev that even though we can think this is a super good map for Jett, Aspas is going to be going crazy, that was not the case at all.
Yeah, no, it truly was the sum of all the parts. And even though there were a lot of hero moments across the board, both for G2 as well as for Leviathan, one hero moment in particular, oh boy, takes us to our HyperX reflex moment. This is King for a 2K in round 10. And here's the setup. You know, he's about to get hit with Gecko ult, so he's stunned. He's got to get out of that pit. He needs help. Now you think, King's going to be screwed in this situation. Not going to happen, Mimi. He ends up getting 2 with the shorty.
And, well, this round was definitely some silliness. This is what Coach Itapata was talking about those adaptations from Leviathan, being more proactive to not let G2 play their own game, fighting for that space in B main control. That round and a couple other towards the end of the first half is what made that comeback even possible for Leviathan.
And you see also the awareness. Not only they're taking up that space, they are aware of the utility that G2 has, and they played it perfectly. So he gets a little bit more time by using the snake bite. Tex has that also extra damage to get the kills and get more time for him. So even though he's tanking the ultimate, he's going to come out on top. That it was a beautiful.
But there was something though from earlier on when Yinsu had talked to both King as well as Valen, and they were talking about the mind games. And you were definitely seeing that come into fruition here. You were seeing each other kind of tactically get into each other's head round after round, Mimi. It really was a beautiful game to watch.
Yeah, I think this Lev attack side was really good. They know that G2 is a team who likes playing a lot of those set retakes, so they were going for so many rounds where they were just contacting up. Like, I think of the round where they're double lurking into mid, baiting for the second lurk player to come through. There was a lot of really good little micro moments like that from Leviathan that built up into that massive snowball that became the comeback on Icebox.
Ain't that the truth? Ain't that the truth? All right, well, let's go ahead and hear what's going on over at the G2 camp. We got Josh RT standing by with Yinsu.
I've got Coach Josh RT here from G2 ahead of map 2. Now, there was a map taken away from you guys. I'm sure you would have liked to play, but you also had other options you could have gone to here. So first of all, why Abyss? And second of all, how much of a risk do you think it is, considering it's an unknown territory, really, for both teams?
It's definitely a risk, but I feel like you have to take a risk against Leviathan. They're obviously a strong team, but we're very, very confident on Abyss.
And how much trust do you think you are going to have for your IGL in terms of making those adaptations on the fly?
I mean, we've been practicing all month, so I trust that. My player's waving at me. One of my ex-players. I trust my IGL to make the right reads. We went through all sorts of protocols and all that, so we're fairly confident.
Brilliant. I can't wait to see it. Best of luck.
And I truly expect nothing less here. Honestly, from both sides of the field here, whether it's Itapata for Leviathan and for Josh RT, there's a lot of confidence here. When you look at the results of this Icebox game, it really speaks for itself. But now we're going to set our sights over to Abyss, Mimi. And this has been quite an interesting map that G2 has leaned on.
We've only seen them play it once thus far back in Americas, not here at Champions, but I thought it looked really good. They're playing the same comp that Fnatic showed here as well, with that Astra and that Yoru. On their attacking side, I think the fast rotations and some of the execute ideas they have around the Yoru gate crash are really good. That global Astra utility is also so impactful, and I think they time all that up really nicely with these Sova darts to have a variety of looks on the attack side and some really strong global presence on the defense.
Yeah, and the retakes were beautiful on that side as well. I think that it gave them a lot of leverage, a lot of room. But for the other side, for Leviathan, right, thinking about getting into this matchup and going back to the performance that Aspas is having today, probably, setting the expectations of peace Aspas at the end of the day. I think that the operator has so much impact for them. When we thought about Icebox and we looked at G2 attacking, even with when Icebox was on the operator, he wasn't the force that he usually is. He wasn't that stopping ground on, for the team. He has to be that when it comes to Aviz. We need to see him. If they want to close this 2-0, I think that will give them, you know, a lot of confidence for the rest of the tournament.
And we did see that from Icebox when Leviantan debuted this map. But for G2, honestly, my question comes down to the mental. They had that game in their control. A dominant first half, opportunities to close out an OT, and it all slipped away from them. We've seen that before in the finals against Leviantan, failing at the final hurdle. This team has been kind of a kryptonite for G2 this year, despite how good they've been at Global. So on this map that they look so strong on in Americas, they're gonna have to give us another one of those big G2 rallies to stay in the upper bracket.
If there's one thing we know about this team, though, Kukuka, it's resiliency. G2, they live by that, and they can, with this composition, they could very well find themselves in a position to force a map 3.
Yeah, exactly. And don't get me wrong, at the beginning of Icebox, they were very, very dominant, but they need to show that resiliency also in the server. Those mistakes cannot happen again. The compositions, though, are very, very different, and we will see it on the server. Again, to me, I'm looking at Leviathan, I'm looking at Icebox trying to get that operator as soon as possible. And on the other side, I'm looking at Icy to be a very good counterpart, as well as Valiant.
Watch Mizuno's harbor walls on this defense. Lev have a lot of looks to fight down mid, deny their opponent's space on the map, and threaten a lot of flanks through that area.
All right, well, let's go ahead and find out if this America's rematch goes the distance, because I know I want it, baby. Let's go ahead and send it back to your casters. You got Doug and Baby Bay yet again for the call.
Thank you so much, GB. Yeah, Abyss has every reason to be a banger. We just saw a 16-14 bout on Icebox. Now we get to talk about this very unconventional Astra Viper Yoru comp that they run on Abyss. And I think, for Yintu is talking about it, Dre, on the interview with Josh, about how it's kind of a risk because it's a map that's unknown. It's a map that, neither team really have a ton of reps on, at least in officials. But honestly, I love that because that's what really pushes IGLs and that's what really pushes strap-ups.
Yeah, and it's also a map that's kind of like Icebox in terms of how far the angles are. And when you think of maps like Icebox, you tend to favor a team that has Aspas on it, especially if you can get the operator up and running. Now, keep in mind, he got shut out in that last game, just like Tex just gets shut down right here on this B push.
I mean, right off the bat.
That was all spam.
Yeah, they try to get a little aggressive and fight on the other side of the wall, but it just goes the way of the attack.
And I'm such a fan of Viper on this map. I'm surprised more teams don't run it. Oh.
Easy.
Yeah, calm.
You've been spotted.
He's going to jump spot, get a little bit more info, but he has to back up now. But yeah, the Viper wall being able to go back and forth whenever you want. The map's so big. Having that up for rotations or even just putting doubt in the defensive mind, it can be so crucial for this attacking composition that has, Icy, who could be at 2 places at once, has Astra, who could put a star anywhere.
Oh, they spotted him.
Spotted him.
They should have spotted him, but only one was succeed. And that's enough to make him flip the map. So 45 seconds left. G2 decide they don't like what they've seen A. They're going back B.
And you could beat the rotation. They're already ahead of this. This Viper wall will come up. It'll give them a free B site. As long as King doesn't sneak all the way in the back of sight.
30 seconds left.
It should be free for G2.
Oh, he's gonna try. Forget about sneaking in. They just want to take the fight.
But the wall didn't even go up. The timing on that, it just wasn't quite there.
Keep a close eye on the middle of the map. You've got 2 players who are going for a late flank, and Leaf, I mean, a bullet between his eyes, never stood a shot. Icy and Jonah P left in a 2v4, a little bit messy there. Oh gosh, it's messy everywhere, isn't it? Mazzino has gotten 3 on the round. He's trying to tuck tail, he's trying to get away. Icy, no real idea where he is. What is this? What is this game of cat? What is this game of cat and mouse? Mazzino gets his 4th, the defuse will come through and Lev will get the pistol.
Exactly. Too many angles to look at. It could be on top of you, behind you. Have no idea where Calm is in that moment. Just too much, but there, look, the smokes aren't even out yet. So a bit of a disconnect. Going back to the B site for G2 and Leviathan, if you're gonna make a mistake at a time like this, they're gonna take full advantage of it. Leviathan continue their reign on the defensive side of Abyss. We saw the stat, they have a 66% win rate on defense. And a pistol round like that, that's gonna put you ahead. Mazzino now has a Vandal and full armor because he got 4 into that round. He's 2 off of the Reckoning. You imagine he's going to get it, farming some of these ecos. And then he'll have that ultimate for the bonus round. I mean, Leviantan are setting themselves up very well right now if they don't get ecoed.
He's got a full Vandal, full armor. I mean, they've really invested into this, you're right.
It's just so hard for the attacking side to work the map with Classics.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have one Marshall out of Icy, and he might actually get faced here. Maybe Mazzino takes a jiggle, but the discipline of Leviantan, it's pretty good right now. Mazzino now peeks out. Boom.
My ult's ready.
Well,
headshot.
That pays off.
Uh-huh. If they can somehow yoink that as well, that's an upgrade.
And that was, I mean, that was the full armor rifle.
I mean, do you invest this Yoru ultimate to grab that? I guess not. Tech's already funneling the rifles back into spawn. Icebox.
They just handed the rifle over to Leaf, or the Marshall over to Leaf. Icy might go here.
They found my wire.
TP's into the
30
site.
seconds left.
The Viper wall creating a disconnect for Tex. He's trying to look over it, but G2 are playing this very disciplined as well.
Look at how difficult it is to deal with this Astra Viper comp. I mean, he has the tiniest of windows that he can see through.
The thing is, Valorant doesn't have any stars, so the post plan, it's kind of limited right now.
Oh, patience on the trigger. Those 2 bullets cost him his life. Not able to punish, but they did manage to get the spike down. The paranoia's all the way out. Trent and Valen both weak. King trying to hunt him down. He will succeed. And Jonah's gonna have to pull off one of the most ridiculous plays we've ever seen, and he's 2 steps closer to doing it. Tex is so weak. He's gotten 3, but the defuse is gonna come through. Surely there's no time.
What?
He gets the kills, but Lev get the round. That is a Pyrrhic victory if I've ever seen one.
What is going on?
They had so many rifles. Yeah, they win the round, but at what cost?
I mean, they're lucky to get away with that. Those shots that Jonah P just hit. Out of this world. The Viper Orb that went up to make Tex low. I mean, even the kill on Calm there, settling the shots. My goodness, if Icebox is even on the ledge in that moment, they lose the round. Yeah, Calm, he said it right there. What the bleep? But yeah, the economy, it's in shambles right now for Leviantan, at least in this round. They're gonna have to go for a bit of a light buy.
Now they have the Yoru they're gonna have to deal with too.
It is being used very early on in mid though. A lot of space and info gathered, but tough in this moment. Icy, he's left to his own devices. Yeah, he has some Astra smokes to cover him.
Yeah, but he's sticking it. I mean, he had a gate crash out. He's in a really nice spot here. Oh, there was just the tiniest of pixels, but I don't think he saw it.
He needs to get out of here quickly. The Stinger can be so deadly. It's a bit of a half flood from Leviantan, at least clearing close spawn.
They've left Trent by himself. Is this a tough spot to be in? But instead of committing to getting the plant down, he swings out, gets a kill onto Tex. Still spamming, still trying to fight. Still trying to establish control on the site. Meanwhile, a great response from Calm.
Yeah, and that's an upgrade for him as well. He does a deep dart. He's able to get a rifle, and now if he wants to, he can apply pressure on the flank.
But time is of the essence. He's got to go.
He's going for it.
Icy seems aware of the fact that there could be someone on the prowl, and he would be correct. Trent spotting an elbow. Again, this is all just buying time, but time really goes the way of G2 here.
Calm is all the way behind. He hears Icy running around. He's going to get a free kill, maybe.
But again, the spike has been going on for so long. I mean, at best, what, they contain him here? Or they just frag him through. They're just going to mow him over. That's so well played.
And disastrous for G2. It's all off of the back of Calm, though. The pressure alone that he just applied. Everyone has to turn around. That's the cue for everybody in CT at B to run out and flood the site. Getting that kill, getting that upgrade, converting the kill onto Icy. Everyone turns around to deal with this. Look at that.
Take a look at the MasterCard Thrifty one more time.
Nobody looking at the players in B site, running forward. It's disastrous for G2. After what was a great eco round.
Light armor on 4 members. And a couple of stingers, so they were able to buy around it and still be able to buy into the next. But Lev in full control here.
I mean, yeah, but Exactly. Still, the way that you lost the last map, going into the way that you lost the last 2 rounds. It's so damning on the mental.
Yeah, especially in this last one. And now King is doing that? Trent was on his way down.
Doug, it feels like it's getting out of control very, very quickly for the side of G2. I wouldn't be surprised if you see a very early timeout from Josh.
I don't normally make a habit of quoting the host in situations like this, but GB did mention G2 are known for how they struggle with resilience, or how they fight through adversity with resilience, how they manage to navigate those things. And the truth of the matter is, under the brightest lights of the year, under the biggest stage of the year, that will be tested. And that's exactly what's happening to G2 here. Leviantan have come out of this with an excellent game plan. And yes, a couple of things have gone their way, but this has been gorgeous to watch. And King is leading from the front. I've lost track of how many kills he's got so far, but he's popping off. Yeah, just for that round.
And his paranoias have been on point as well.
Yeah.
So much value. You saw it at the end there. We saw it on one of the retakes.
Yeah, what happened to Trent here? Oh, he's flashed. He was on the way down, bro.
Just no idea where he was. I mean, Icy gets the flash there to try to set himself up, but the timing just wasn't quite there. So it will be that timeout, I said. Yeah, they needed that badly. It's not the fact that you're down 4-0. Okay, whatever. You've been down 4-0 before.
Sure.
It's the way that you got to this point.
Yeah, I would agree.
That gun round. Yeah, that gun round. That's, I mean, after what you just did to the economy of Leviantan, you destroyed it. You could have put yourself in such a good spot. You had the spike planted. One solo warrior of Calm just decimates that for you. And then even in this eco round, it was so fast-paced. King just gets a spam kill for free. A hard read, flicks to Icy.
And then poor Trent.
Yeah.
That goes there.
Leviantan already up 4-0 on this map. Ultimates are coming into fruition. Icebox has an operator online.
Oh, try again.
Yeah, cheeky little cam spot. I like this one. Good for the retake, good for setting up Icebox. I wonder if that gets a deep line into A main for him to just swing off of.
That seems like that's what the setup is.
But it's aggression. All the way up B main and out. A bit of a push and pull now, but no space gathered from the side of G2.
Well, I think that's a whole approach on a play like that from the very beginning, is to just shove them back, jam them at the very beginning of the round. And now if they want to clear this, they have to wait out. They have to either wait out the harbor wall.
Use utility.
Or use utility, yeah. Or face check it, I guess. And then who knows what's waiting on the other side.
Yeah, and so far the rotations from Lev, it was push B main, take control of it, go back, fight mid, come back again. It's much like their Sunset approach. If you watch Leviantan on Sunset, one of their best maps, they take B main control a lot, go all the way back, listen for the audio cues of teams re-clearing that space, and they kind of meet you step by step. That being said, this is a way, way bigger map.
Right here.
There's so much more to deal with, so much more to consider.
Yeah, that cam, that's a nasty cam.
That's a crazy cam, yep. That gets such a deep angle.
Jonah P.
30 seconds left.
With the silent walk-up, he will take out Mazzino, so that is big. The cam is not seen! They're not aware of it!
Oh, Tex almost makes a meal of it. It's only able to find one. Balance on the response, and now they can push their way back towards A. With the spike in hand, again. The architect for G2 pushes forward.
Balance dead.
10 seconds left.
And they weren't able to get the spike down. It's well out of reach. There's nobody who can scoop it up here. Can he get it down in time? It's gonna be so close. 1 second left. Now a 2v2, the flash in his face. The op comes through for Icebox. Icy's left by himself. One man standing between him, between G2 and Leviathan's 5th round. Can they flush him out? Calm's dart is not up. He's got 2 shocks. I can't tell how soon it will be. Meanwhile, Icebox with the op. Trained on main. You best believe that's where the swing is coming from, but it's a rare miss. He's forcing Calm to deal with it, and he's bought time. Switching weapons. 30 bullets now. Icebox on the tap. He's baiting him. He's tempting him into the swing. He's tempting him into the fight. And he holds the line. He calls the bluff. What a play from the kid.
A 1v2. Yeah, he flashes his teammate of Leave, trying to get him out. But it doesn't matter. The power of Yoru. We just saw it in full effect. The TP all the way back into main. So many angles that Leviantan, Calm, and Icebox have to clear. And maybe, just maybe. Oh, that's that nasty cam again. I gotta shout that out. That is nasty work right there.
That's filthy, yeah.
Valen, good on him for getting that trade. That easily could have been 2 kills. But Icebox with that operator, you kind of have to approach the retake a little bit slower. If he has a rifle, maybe you can speed up, clear those angles faster. But I see he played that very, very well.
And so the Red Bull clutch gets G2 on the board. 3 ults to speak of. Leviantan still in the lead, still plenty of money too.
Aggression again. This time all the way in A main, Icebox is going to take a very deep line. And the reaction is to walk all the way up B. Tread on this line, flash goes through.
Good night. Jonah P puts him to sleep, and now they've invested the pit too.
You still follow up utility as well. The Astra suck right there. Just to secure it. Jonah P, the run and gun. Oh, Mazzino using the Viper wall against G2.
It's just chaos.
Yeah, meeting his teammate, a little bit of a spray down amongst friends, but Valen, he gets taken out somehow.
He's still in the pit. And you've got 2 over the top. They're still looking for him. They're trying to find him, and they do. Now the wall goes up, and they fill in behind it, and now it's become a spam battle. And again, Trent really close here, uncomfortably close, but he does have Assault. Has to take a step back if he wants to invest it. Icebox has already got it to half. He had the nano to cover. What a gorgeous layering of utility. Calm will fall. That will secure the round.
Even with such an advantage that G2 had into this round, think of the entry, think of the Viper's pit, follow-up utility. It still is so close. These post plants are kind of getting away from G2. It's something that they normally are very crisp on. Something that they win cleanly. That's a nice shot for me.
Did a couple of really big ones.
You ready for this?
Nate.
That's a crazy cliffhanger, man.
Yeah.
You hit me with a "you ready for
I was
this?"
waiting. I was waiting.
I don't know. I was ready.
I guess the timeout. I guess that's what he was foreshadowing.
Yeah.
So it will be a chance for both coaches to talk to their teams, and a chance for Leviantan to maybe stop the bleeding. G2 off the back of Icy in that 1v2 clutch, converting the following round. Jonah P, who was somewhat quiet on the last map, he's starting to pop off, man. Big moments getting that Viper's pit down. Yeah, he got spammed, but
I mean, the time that he bought was insane.
Yeah.
For a good, it felt like 30 seconds. I'm sure it was more like 6, but and they invested everything into finding him. It was perfect.
He's sitting at 9 and 5.
Now I'm curious here. It was Leviathan who called the timeout, but G2 do have the ult for Icy. I wonder if they try something silly.
That's his second ult.
Look at this. Look at the Astra Star that just went up on bridge back towards B.
Might be a pickup star. Maybe just trying to spot out type of aggression.
Concealment.
So they clear the door out at the very beginning of the round.
Oh, G2, they gotta be very careful. Every time they put this Astra smoke up, King has just spammed it. It's a bit of a hard read into how G2 like to approach when that smoke goes up. I'd like to see a bit of a change, maybe a pickup, try to punish King in that moment. Make him play a little bit more passive, second guess himself from holding it. Man, the cams that Tex has, I mean, he's been cooking.
Yeah, that's another crazy one.
It's the power of Cypher versus Killjoy. On a map with such long sight lines, he's able to see when the hit will actually come a lot sooner than later. That being said, it's not going to matter in this round because it's a full A commit.
They smoked out Heaven, but Calm's ahead of it already. At least I thought he was going to fully take the space, but he doesn't commit to it. I guess waiting for his teammates on the other side. King does have a paranoia. This is danger. There's the paranoia.
Great paranoia.
It's only 1 for 1, though. How much more can they find? Trent down low. Into the face of 2 up over the top. Gives up on the first, connects on the second. Icy and Valen left alone to try to make a stand in this round, to try to keep them back in the face of 3.
He has 1 flash.
And there it is, invested, the spam coming through. Now he's on his own. Oh, he repositioned so beautifully, but Icebox knew exactly where he was. King will get the defuse, Lev will get to 5.
And you're right, yeah, it was 1 for 1 in a heaven there. But the problem is that early pick that King got, it's still numbers game for Leviantan. It was a 5v4, yeah, you go 1 for 1, now it's a 4v3. The trades will go in favor of Leviantan in this round. It was pretty convincing, Trent. And the fact that he got a second there, that was awesome. It just wasn't quite enough. So off the timeout, much like Icebox, Leviantan answer back swiftly. And the economy now broken and in shambles for G2.
Right here.
Icebox has an outlaw full armor. And as you were just mentioning, the situation's not great in the G2 camp.
It's a great buy from Icebox.
Just a fingertip away. That's a really deep gate crash, but it's a fake. And so between the fake all the way deep down mid and the fact that you have Astra Stars on both sides, there's no real idea of what's happening across the map. The problem is they're guessing correctly. There are 2 facing here. They have found them, but how do they commit past this?
It's so tough, the choke is so small. They're gonna have to give King, he gets out of dodge.
Calm repositions too.
Yeah, wisely so. They could have gotten flooded by those classics, the Spectre that they heard.
Doing a decent job of getting a lot of this space and a lot of utility out from Lev.
Yeah, this is very well played from the anchors of the A site.
Now they're all posted up just outside.
And with this harbor, you can isolate one side if you want to, but we're gonna walk in instead. Mazzino gets taken out.
1 bullet left. Now reloading, buying just enough time, or at least thought he did, but Calm on the swing punishes him. I mean, what in the world do they do here? Valen is a classic, Trent's dead. That's not gonna connect there.
Yeah. Calm and King are playing at a very, very high level right now. Calm, he seems very aware of the possibilities and the situations, and also he's not hesitating on the timings that he needs to take. He hears that reload animation, like you said. He doesn't go right away, he waits a little bit, but then he goes for the wide swing. Leaf just has no chance in that moment, and even this right here, the poise to just do a little bit of jiggle, not overextend too much.
Dude, he's still lurking? What is that guy doing? Fucking does he not?
And look at the scoreboard. The 2 players that are hitting a flow state in this match, in this map of Abyss, 11-4, 10-4, both A anchors. They have A on lockdown. Who are you gonna run into? You wanna run into Icebox and Cypher utility and a harbor? Or these 2 kids popping off?
Remember, we mentioned too at the beginning of the series, it's a supporting staff that when they struggle, Lev does. But they're the ones that are putting up a ridiculous performance.
And when they do, it's just a wash.
Icebox has his op. There are 4 waiting on the other side. The smoke comes through, the peek comes out.
It's a leg shot.
So enough to buy some time. Tex with 10 HP, continuing to fight.
What a risky play from Tex. The confidence is brewing for Leviantan right now.
For good reason.
Getting away with murder.
G2 have been successful up until this point before. They've gotten into post-plant situations, but they lose the plot at this point. They've been here. They've got to find a way to find success here. Lockdown dealt with. Now they're going to have to deal with all of these deep walls. What's the second layer? Is there a second layer? It's off the tap. 2 kills already found.
And a cast, yeah.
And now they have the cove. They can play around. Mazzino's going to get spammed as he tried to get aggressive. But it still hasn't, it hasn't gotten half yet. Trent still has a shot at this, but how do you deal with the targets? How do you deal with Icebox? How do you deal with Calm?
Yeah. It's a close one, but not close enough. Leviantan convert another round, another retake win. And Trent in that moment, he tried pre-firing Icebox. He was 10 HP.
Dude, how do you swing like that with 10 HP as Tex?
He's a maniac. That's what happens when you play confidently and play aggressive. What a nice shock from Calm. Calm has been so good this map. Even the last map.
Boys, please, someone get in the cove.
I'm running, bro.
I'm just getting the cove.
The form that Calm gets in these tournaments as it goes on, it's something that needs to be studied. Tex is really aggressive here. I'm wondering if that star we saw from earlier is to counter this exact play.
Possibly.
It doesn't matter when you have Mazzino from the top ropes taking out Jonah P.
Weapon here.
A lot of audio cues being heard from Tex. Surely he doesn't go for it.
No, I think with the smoke that just went up too, I mean, he wouldn't even really have a line.
And this is a very interesting off angle from Icebox and A main. I know we're still watching the B players, but if G2 do decide to go back and they don't make audio cues doing it, he could really get punished. Oh, but he hears that alarm bot being opened up.
They're going to get up a decent amount towards mid, but there's a trip keeping him back, and then King close by.
Yeah, this is very difficult for G2 to break through.
The dart's not going to tag anyone out from Calm, but as soon as the trip gets cleared, King realizes what's ahead of him.
The paranoia. Oh, it doesn't connect.
What?
Spike down.
Valorant kill Tex.
That's a ridiculous shot, but Mazzino's still gotten 3 on the round.
30 seconds left.
And for as much as G2 try dialing up something different, as much as G2 try creating chaos, I mean, Lev are just a step ahead.
There's always an answer. Leviantan filling the gaps very well. The picks don't go their way. That Yoru clone and the swing behind it was too much for King. But the follow-up from Mazzino. That's off of a tag of a cam?
Another cam, by the way.
Yo.
Spike not.
I mean, Tex is like 4 and 8 right now.
Oh, he missed the jump.
I was about to gas the guy up too, man. That's crazy.
I fell off the map. GG guys, good luck.
Ian Bosch, where are you going?
Look, as he might be 4 and 8, he might be falling off the map, you know, tough scenes. But the value he's been able to provide on this defensive side has been nothing short of impeccable.
Yeah, the power of the Cypher on this map versus the Killjoy. It's not like Killjoy's bad on a map like this, but the cam, there's so many high spots you can put it at. You could use it for retake, you can use it for early info. Apparently you could use it to now spam off of. I've never seen somebody actually use that consistently, where it's not like a Sova dart that's scanning you or like a Sova drone tagging you where it's clear. Right. It's a flash and that's it. Mazzino's reaction time in that instant, yeah, his crosshair was placed at the right place, right time, but still, it's not an easy thing to do.
Tex has just been an unsung hero in this half. And so Lever up 6 rounds. G2 are very much lost.
It's tough. And most of the times they go for this mid to B, they actually gain a lot of space, but they're doing it on eco rounds.
I mean,
if they had weapons.
I look at the timeline. It's not that they're not getting space. It's not that they're not getting the spike down. It's they're losing the post-plant situations. I believe it was 5 of 8 have been diffuses, and I couldn't see the first 2.
Another new cam, very aggressive this time.
Time to jump.
Buying time for the members of Leviantan to rotate if need be. Instead, they're going to react and take a main control.
There's an alarm bot that's keeping him back.
One for drone. Okay. Icebox has been found.
Here.
But I think the impressive thing, though, is, yeah, they found Icebox, but they cleared out the alarm bot that was keeping Lev back. And so now there's a trap setup. They could fully fill in A main and crunch in B. If they try to rotate back in, they've got a paranoia setup out from King. This is such a good setup, and it was all off of pushing and clearing that alarm bot out.
You are divided.
And the follow-up dart now solidifies the info that this will be a B hit. But we've seen how deadly the retakes of Leviantan have been in this half.
But the one difference is they've got the Cosmic Divide they can play around. This is a new wrinkle into the fold, and look at Leaf's position. He's going to hear so much and be able to calm everything that's happening on the other side. King has to be careful. Waiting on the other side of the box, but they don't expect him. They don't know he's there. And again, King makes claim for the throne.
And you know what? Calm goes unchecked, unnoticed now.
Here.
The contingency plan again.
It falls apart. They've gotten the spike down, but this time Leaf might be able to equalize.
Last player standing.
What a filthy 3K. But again, Calm has to do it on his own. He's spotted Icy. He's going to try to flush him out. Switch to the classic. And Icy cleans him up. G2 gets a 3.
Leaf with a monstrous flank. Absolutely destroying everybody. I love the bait approach, but these shots, that was ridiculous.
To get so close to that. I mean, so off of a proper lifeline, G2 get their 3rd round. Any victory counts here. Anything is valuable.
Cover going out.
And it looks like it's just going to be an A approach. So many ultimates will be invested here. The Yoru ultimate, there is 2 trips to play off of.
There is a flank out from King. There's a lot on Leaf here. He's got to expect it. He's got to know that he's here, but he hears him. Knife out! Again! The trap! Can Icy hold the line? 35 HP now. He continues to get peppered. He continues to get tagged, but he continues to live. G2 now settling and slowing things down just a bit. It's just a tap, and they don't know Jonapi's there, but he's dealt with. He's cleaned up, disposed of. Now numbers the way of Lev as they're trying to push their way forward to the 9th round of the half. The Hunter's Fury, and he has no idea where he is. Only 1 tag found. The second will go through, not connecting. Calm trying to at least get it to half. Balance not able to settle shots. Finally connects, but now he's left alone in a 1v2. Got to deliver against Icebox on the other side. The time is in his favor. The wide swing. Valen gets to 4. The Red Bull clutch for G2.
Oh my goodness. What a back and forth battle. And much like Icebox, it's another 8-4 half, this time favoring Leviantan. The retakes were amazing. But the change, G2 playing more confidently. They're still in this thing.
Those last 2 rounds are a lifeline. A little bit of hope injected into the situation, albeit brief. We've got a special interview right now as we've got Bella standing by with G2 CEO, Alban, on the stage right now. Bella, take it away.
Hello everyone, it's Bella with the halftime interviews. I'm joined by G2 CEO Alban de Shalat. 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
오늘 서울로 이제 방금 도착하셨다고 하는데 이번 서울 챔스를 좀 어떻게 탐방하실 예정인지 한번 묻도록 하겠습니다. I heard you just landed this morning.
Exactly.
Yeah, so what's your plan on how to explore Seoul Champions this time?
So first of all, we come back, River Sweet, of course. And then tonight, Korean barbecue, of course.
Alright, sounds like a plan. 일단은 G2가 컴백을 할 거고 그 다음에 오늘 끝나고 승리를 축하하려고 코리안 바베큐 이제 고기를 구워 먹을 예정이라고 하네요. G2가 올해 뭐 어센션, 아메리카스 그리고 챔피언스까지 엄청난 성적을 보여주고 있는데 얼마나 뿌듯하신지 한번 묻도록 하겠습니다. Ascension, Americas, and Champions. G2 has been killing it. How proud of you? How proud of the team are you?
It's amazing. The story of this roster is like, you cannot read it. Like they come back from Ascension, they come back in VCT. We also come back with them. And for me, this is an amazing year. I'm very proud of them. Now it's about how far we're going to take it.
이번 챔피언스에도 당연히 컴백을 할 거고 뭐 어센션, 아메리카스에서도 항상 컴백했던 G2니까 아주 좋은 성적을 기대하고 싶다고 하네요. Alright, 하프타임 인터뷰 만나봤고요. Back to Abyss.
Thank you so much, Bella. Always good to hear from Stilgar and really the leadership at G2 who's had the privilege of watching this team. I mean, he mentioned it. The story that they've had is incredible, but like you and I have talked about before, Dre, stories feel really good right through all of it, but if there's not a good ending at the end of the book, nobody cares. Nobody remembers.
Everybody's chasing that Cinderella story, and right now, the battle of these 2 teams, it's been absolutely insane.
So and now we're going to get to see what G2 do with this comp on defense. Given that they're down 4 rounds, given that they've got this funny Astra, Yoru, Viper, what does this look like on defense?
You have a lot of stall, you have a lot of delay, a lot of stuff for the retake, but the problem is going up against Leviatan's a comp on attack, it's not just one entry that can break through. You have an Omen that can TP.
Cautious,
So, but look at the Molly, the preparation. A little bit of chip damage is really good on pistol rounds, so G2 doing their due diligence, setting themselves up for a beneficial retake. And we've seen how aggressive Leviantan are in the post plant.
That's now the second cascade invested towards window. And so it's effectively just shut them out of the round, or shut them out of the site.
Concealment.
Valen, be careful. Tex into the face, not able to connect. Leviathan again. The value that they're able to find here is ridiculous. G2 are not able to get any footing on the situation. A tap of the defuse, but that's all it is. As Jonah P meets his demise, he's been dealt with. As has G2. Another pistol the way of Lev.
So many different layers that G2 have to walk through. Yeah, you clear close, but all of a sudden proactivity into Nest. Once you have Nest, Mazzino could cut the site in half with the harbor wall, and it's just too hard. And you have to break through so many sets of utility.
And that's where I think we see a difference of the Harbor versus the Viper in situations like this. As Harbor, you can be so much more dynamic with what you want to do. Yeah, exactly. You realize there's a gap because you don't have a smoke of heaven because of Omen's smoke timings. You can drop one there. With Viper, you're kind of committed to where you invest that the first time around.
Yeah.
And it really felt...
Last player standing. Flawless.
Hey,
yeah,
you don't give you don't give ultimate orbs.
Well,
you don't give ultimate orbs. On to the next. I've never had a second round go that quick.
Very well.
Hey, I mean, it beats waiting for the spike to be planted. I mean, if you give Icebox or Mazzino more kills, all of a sudden on the bonus round, they have an ultimate.
I appreciate them hurrying this along. Getting into the next. All right. The Harbor utility across the middle of the map now with the dart waiting on the other side, instantly cleared.
And something I want to talk about is 2 operators on either end. Icebox, he has an operator. Icy has an operator.
Difference is, Icy's no armor to it.
I wonder how this head-to-head is going to fare. We've seen how deadly Icebox can be with an operator on the attacking side.
But we saw a couple of clips on the side of G2 as well. So we will see.
Okay.
The first shot rattled, and now they know there at least is one on the defensive side.
And now confidence for Icebox to take more angles, okay? Both teams aware now that there's an operator in play. The thing is, when you're on the defensive side and there's an attack op, it makes you feel like you can't really hold certain angles that you normally would against a rifle. And that's why all of this A space is conceded. It's going to be another retake.
Tex is going to be hitting this late flank.
Whoa.
The Cove gets cleared, but the spike goes down. The Paranoid through. It's not going to connect again. Leaf is in a really good spot as Tex pushes all the way forward.
Oh, he's got the timing, Doug.
If he continues to go,
he's got it.
He's going to get 2. Oh, what a turn from Trent. Just narrowly avoiding that. So the 1-for-1 continues to go their way. The thing is, they've got, again, Leaf in a really good spot. But Aspas plucks him out of the window. As Trent gets another 2v2. They're both so weak, though. They cannot stand. They cannot deliver. Lev get to 11.
Again, there's too much utility from the side of Leviantan. G2 don't have a lot to work with here. When Icy falls in that moment, that's your only flash. We're getting a replay of what happened in the previous round, but with Icy dying, you have no flashes on the board. How do you break through the Omen smoke? You have to body check it. Now you're running into an operator. There's a player on an off angle that is king. It's too easy for Leviantan in these moments. G2's composition is getting exposed right now. And the attack op is still in play. G2, they have to invest into this. Leviantan are at 11 rounds. And
there's nothing to cover. I mean, it's deja vu.
Much like the previous round, exactly.
This time, Tex losing his duel early against Jonah P. 2 Bulldogs, 3, and 2 Guardians for G2. They've got to find a way to convert this round. They have to find a way to win. Otherwise, it's going to be series point, and they're going to be on a broken bye.
You look at the different layers. You have an Omen smoke and also a harbor wall to block off actual spawn. It's a free A site again. Calm, he gets spammed.
It's a dead calm, you're right, but they've gotten the spike down. Can Lev without a 3v5?
Wave crashing.
Again, G2 have to find a way to win here, or it's wraps.
Jonah P needs to speed this up. But
so
King,
far back.
Yeah, King's gonna check him here. Icebox, the forefront.
Oh, just barely. Not spotting anyone. You're right. Jonah P, the slow burn. And it might pay off. There's nobody looking. He's gonna find his timing, isn't he? There he goes. Diffuse is coming through for Icy as well. G2 will get to 5. Can they keep the weapons though? That's the key. Any weapon loss hurts. What a snap. They keep 2 weapons into the next. One of them upgraded.
Yeah, nasty stuff. Nasty stuff, but keep in mind, that was a 5v3 in benefit of G2. Oh, he jump spotted Calm. Good heads up play, but can you rely on that? I don't think you can.
No,
What is that running gun? That is crazy, I'm not gonna lie. All right, I'm playing A again.
Well, we know where Leaf's headed.
I do like that even though it's 11-5, the spirits of G2 are still high. They know they're not out of this tournament yet.
Yeah, but what a boost of confidence it would be.
Yeah.
The reckoning towards B. And Jonah P's left by himself. Icy was there with him, but TP's away. He's got a lot to answer, all on his own. But he's finding enough cover in all of the utility, all of the smokes. I mean, yeah, Kama's crept forward, but does he realize he's not alone? Does he realize there's company? Yes, he does.
What an entry.
Flushing him out of the sight.
Right here.
And now Trent's gonna try to do what Jonah P could not. This time he's got help though. Icy has joined the fray.
No one can peek out though from the side of G2. You're gonna get opt.
I mean, look at how huddled up they are. There's everyone waiting behind back Jenny. They're all here.
They're so patient. They're just waiting for the utility to be in their favor. You see a dart. You see a harbor wall go up. Just now, Icebox will creep up forward.
They're still really huddled up. They're all together. Misery loves company, and it's not going their way. Trent and Balin getting a couple, but he's by himself now. Leviantan, again, just destroy G2. This has been such a stomp.
I said it. This map can be very similar to Icebox in the way of the sight lines and everything, and we're seeing the approach on the attacking side of Leviantan be similar to that. If you recall on A site when Leviantan would hit, they would wait for the utility to be in their favor and then go on their second wave, maybe the third wave even. And against the Viper, they have the advantage. They have way more rechargeables. Valen threw down so many site smokes. Leviantan just bided their time, waited for them to go away.
Tom's on his own here. That gravity well just a little bit off the mark. Not enough to punish.
Boss again, he's just gonna walk all the way up mid. It's like I'm watching a Scent attack.
They've smoked off the turret. And so you've got Leaf, who kind of has to peek a little bit. But decides he's not super worried about it. The drone out from Trent will clear.
But that's a drone you would much rather have for the retake. Oh, Tex. Needs to be careful.
29 HP now.
They're gonna hunt him down. I don't think they're gonna let him live.
I mean, they don't really have the guns. G2 don't. They've got to find a way to get more of an advantage. That will certainly help. No real way to upgrade the weapon, but they have a numbers advantage. And I feel like we haven't really been able to say that much this map at all. Icy's popping his ult. He's going to clear across the middle of the map. There are only 2 here from G2 at A. Trent's walled off of one, leaving Valen to attempt to hold the line by himself. The only one with vision, and he's flushed out of the sight.
Leviatan's clear game plan is just use utility second.
He's got the op in hand. Pushing forward a little bit. And they're just picking them apart.
It's over.
Ripping them to shreds. The knives continue to take lives as Trent is left alone. 55 HP. He's going to find his one with 2 bullets left and 2 targets to be dealt with. He cannot. A map worthy of the #1 seed. Leviantan obliterate G2 on Abyss and advance.
Oftentimes when you think about teams that are very well prepared, you think of G2. But what happened here today, especially on this map of Abyss, was nothing short than outstanding for Leviantan. The approach on that Abyss attack, even the defensive side, The push and pull that they did, taking certain space aggressive. Trusting their retake with their composition. The paranoias from King on point.
Yeah, I don't know what they've got cooking in the Lev camp, but it's working.
And calm. I mean, his performance on this map was spectacular. Sitting at the top, 20-8.
There's something about Calm. When the stage and the lights have a little shine of gold to them, he just shows up. And he showed up today.
The only remaining member of that roster that won last year's champs.
With a victory bow in Seoul. This is a Lev team that's hitting their stride at just the right time. You know, you've been there, right? On these long years, on these long tournaments, a team catches fire and who knows? Who knows what happens, right? It becomes an unstoppable situation, and for Lev, it really seems like they're hitting that stride.
Especially with the pieces that they have as well. For it to come into fruition at this moment.
You couldn't ask for much more. You really couldn't.
And for G2, although it's a tough pill to swallow, they're not done. They're not out of the tournament yet. They'll have to run it back. And they're going to have to show up. They're going to have to win these OT games.
Yeah, I mean, that one getting away from you there and then losing the way you did. I mean, you set the tone at the very beginning. You lose map one the way you did, you lose those first couple of rounds, and all the air is left out of you.
You can have the strongest mental in the world, but at some point you're going to break.
And so again, you've got Leviantan, who really dispose of G2 in very dominant fashion on Abyss. And they're able to advance. We've got the Verizon post-match interview on the stage behind me right now with Tex from Leviantan. Bella, take it away.
Hello everyone, it's time for the post-match interviews, and I'm joined by Leviatan's Tex. Congratulations, Tex!
Thank you.
레비아탄의 텍스 선수의 인터뷰 만나보겠습니다. 5번째 만남이지만 오늘 G2와의 경기 레비아탄이 가져갔습니다. 더 큰 무대 이번 챔스에서 승리 소감 먼저 들어보도록 하겠습니다. You know, the 5th time playing against them, but tell us how special this one feels winning at champs.
Feels good doing at an international, not gonna lie. It's cool to do it in America, but it feels better here.
국제대회에서 이겨가지고 더 특별하다고 하냐. 아메리카스에서 했던 승리도 너무 좋지만 챔피언스라서 좀 더 뜻깊다고 합니다. 그리고 서로가 잘 아는 상대인 만큼 되게 심리전이 많이 중요했을 것 같은데 이번 아이스박스 연장에서도 그렇고 좀 어떤 점을 많이 신경 써서 오늘 플레이했는지 묻도록 하겠습니다. You know, you guys know each other so well, so I feel like it's the mind games that really mattered this time. So what was like the key to success today with like the Icebox overtime and all?
We just had to change a couple things. You know, we were playing more in mid, for example, so it's really just like, it is mind games. Even in the bathroom, we're like, you know, messing with each other, and like, that sounds kind of weird, but yeah, no, honestly, it's just changing things and making it look the same.
이제 조금 이렇게 이곳저곳 수정을 많이 했고 뭐 미드에서 더 많이 플레이를 한다든지 아니면 배드룸에서 조금 더 이렇게 한다든지 계속 심리전으로 이런저런 좀 찔러보는 그런 택틱을 많이 썼다고 합니다. And you know, next up is Team Heretics and Fnatic. Who do you think is going to take the win after you? 이제 다음 경기 팀 헤리틱스랑 푸나틱의 경기인데 오늘 승리의 기운 어떤 팀이 받아가게 될지 묻도록 하겠습니다.
That's a hard one. Both teams are good.
Yeah.
I think it might be Team Heretics, and it's going to be really close.
오케이. 팀 헤리틱스지만 엄청난 접전일 거라고 하네요. 레비아탄의 텍스 선수 인터뷰 만나봤습니다. That was Leviatan's Tex for the post-match interview, and we'll be back to see Team Heretics versus Fnatic.
And for the 5th time this year, these two teams will take the stage against one another. Last time they met, it was for a trophy in the Americas region. This time, it's an opportunity for them to continue their journey to lift the biggest trophy at all in VALORANT.
Way, that's a snappy shot onto King, but you still got the raid boss on the other side, and he delivers again for G2, the Red Bull clutch. And yeah, King gets caught, that shooter at the pit, assuming the gun doesn't come up in time. How in the world does King get to? This again decides OT, or we're headed to Abyss. Fallon holds the line. There's the flank. That could be the deadliest. That could be the most dangerous. It did get to half. He's come through by himself. And again, position given away. G2 cannot close the deal. Leviantan stands strong and they take Icebox.
It's so damning on the mental.
Yeah, especially in this last one. And now King is doing that. Trent was on his way down. Calm trying to at least get it to half. Balance not able to settle shots. Finally connects, but now he's left alone. In a 1v2. Got to deliver against Icebox on the other side. The time is in his favor. The wide swing. Valen gets the 4. The Red Bull clutch for G2. As Trent gets another 2v2. They're both so weak, though. They cannot stand. They cannot deliver a map worthy of the #1 seed. Leviantan obliterate G2 on Abyss.
Trying to find a light before tomorrow, and I've been looking and looking and looking around, finding my way up onto higher ground to find my wings. Maybe I'm trapped underneath, 'cause I've been pulling me down. Yeah, I've been pulling me down. Why do I care? Tired of all the jealousy now. Why do I care? Trying to get my feet off the ground. Why do I care? Tired of all the jealousy now. Why do I care?
Welcome back, one and all, to Champions Seoul in our second regional rematch of the day. It's, of course, going to be Team Heretics taking on Fnatic. Of course, I'm Golden Boy here, back on the desk with Kukuka as well as Mimi. And where the hell do we get those wingman balloons?
The balloons are so cute.
I need to know. Someone needs to get it for me right now, because...
Poor wingman, he's been turned into so much merchandise, and I want it all.
Yeah, exactly, that's the worst part.
Gecko, by far the most merchandisable character in the entirety of the game.
It wasn't me.
Yeah, well, either that or you ate it, so...
I wouldn't, we're past that. That was a group stage thing,
That's a group
GB.
stage gimmick,
And that was
all
also
right.
between us.
Oh, got it,
And
got
the
it. Yeah, no,
audience.
now Bea thinks you're weird. All right, so now, let's go ahead and dive into this one. A Stage 1 Finals rematch, and of course, it's going to be the Kings of EMEA versus Los Niños. They have already clashed before. This will be their fourth clash this time around. Bea, you're very familiar with both of these teams. Give us a preview.
I mean, of course, the stories are very, very different. If you think about the previous year, you think about Fnatic, and Benji, of course, had a lot of thoughts about the entirety of the team. We see in the street how he's saying about 2 years ago, he was supporting him. He was going to see Fnatic, cheering for them.
Yeah.
And now today, he's going to be playing against them here at Champs. It's definitely a crazy story. But again, this is a rematch not from the finals that we just had on stage 2. We're talking about stage 1. This is completely different. Fnatic was different. Heretics was different. But
That's
at
true.
the end of the year is what matters most.
And this has been a step up for both of these teams now. Fnatic finding their form to win in the Stage 2 finals and coming to this as EMEA's #1 seed. But Team Heretics as well. I think this event is all about replicating the form they found at Shanghai. With a substitute in the roster, they went on a miraculous run all the way to the finals. But now with Miniboo back in the team and at full strengths, the big thing they have to prove is whether that was a one-off, one-hit wonder run, or if they can go out here and be a consistent force against the top teams in the world.
I'm going to be completely honest. At the beginning of the year and talking to their coaches, they told me about how this is going to be a long-term thing, right? This is an investment in time. Definitely this year has defied expectations. In every single aspect.
They're getting their money's worth, that's for certain.
They've been through hell and beyond. It's crazy. So at some point, my brain tells me this has to stop. How is Heretics going to achieve all of this in such a short time? I understand that what Neil and Weber are doing alongside Boo, like the entirety of how the scouting has been so good, how everything went just so well together, all the hard work. To me, it has to come to an end at some point.
You're waiting for the other shoe to fall, but let's not forget that this is one of, despite them being relative rookies here, one of the most experienced global teams that we have in this competition. Look at
That's a long list.
That's a lot of nuts, people. And look at the amount of games that these boys have played on this stage, Mimi. And, you know, I tell you, that adversity forges you.
Yeah, 9 matches at Masters Shanghai, including playing G2 3 times to end up in that position. I mean, these guys have played more Valorant than pretty much anyone else on the international stage specifically.
It's ridiculous, the experience that they have at this point.
They played the max matches at Shanghai that they could because they were second in groups, then they did the lower bracket run. It is amazing what they did.
But crucially, Miniboo wasn't with them when they did all of that. And I think there are still questions of how good this guy really can be on the global stage. Because, well, he had some moments in the group stage. Overall, I felt like it was a weaker performance than he was showing in EMEA. And when he's in the roster, he's a very important player, especially when they're locking in these Neon comps. So many of their ideas are built around him. So they need to make sure he's comfortable on that stage for them to actually find success in playoffs.
So we need the Neon back, right? That's what we're saying. I mean, do not forget.
I don't think there's a need, but I do think that is probably his strongest agent.
Yeah. But, you know, to get the confidence back in him a little bit, I would say so. Do not forget that during groups, they played against FPX.
Yeah.
Best match of the tournament so far. It was the same in Shanghai. It went completely nuclear. I completely loved it. And then they did beat Genji. It is a great milestone. And I think that although another one of the parts that was very good regionally and is always showing up internationally is Rian's.
Yeah, Rian's 100%. I mean, this kid has been unbelievable in this man. He's been stepping up in these crucial moments for the team. He's been performing in the server. I mean, this kid is truly finding his groove here.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Bea, but him, Yetije, and Alpha were all on the same team in Tier 2 Turkey at the time.
Yeah, exactly. And of course, there's a lot of intertwining in many teams that, well, squads that didn't make it even to teams, but they all know each other. It is a very
that's insane. The amount of talent that has come out of the tier 2 Turkish scene is ridiculous. Because remember, Alfier was the shock for everyone last year with how good he came out, or even the year before that in 2022 when he was making his debut at Copenhagen. I think that Riens is probably now taking that lead alongside Woot as these players who are coming up and just proving how good rookies can be. And critically,
played with Riens like everybody's been playing with everybody in tier 2. It's
absolutely.
Crazy.
And while Woot, you know, took people by storm when he was playing on the duelist bask at Master Shanghai, now playing on the Initiator, Rien's doing that as well. They still are giving incredible individual moments, but I think also showing a lot of depth as players to be able to play really proper Valorant, to have their utility on point, to play these new roles, these new ideas at an incredibly high level in a system that I think demands a lot of their Initiator players. And they've just knocked it out of the park.
And let's not forget that they're all rookies. You know, they got a lot of rookies on that team.
It's so difficult because I see Riens play, right? And I see him in a map like Sunset, that it's so good for Heretics.
Yeah.
And my mind just goes, is this guy the best Soba in the world? Like, can I say that an 18-year-old that has been playing in tier 1
can make
for
the case.
less than a year, can I say that?
He can make the case.
Right?
He can make the case. And I don't think a lot of people would argue about it. Of course, there might be some people who would disagree, but I honestly think it's a completely valid argument to make, though. Speaking of Riens, though, we actually had an opportunity to catch up with him courtesy of Riens and, of Yinsu, and we also have Fnatic's Hero standing by with her.
Fnatic have gone up against Heretics many times, but this is actually the first time that Riens and Hero will be playing against each other. Now, Hero, every single time we ask you, who do you want to go up against? Which team do you want to face? You have consistently said this guy right here. And Team Heretics, you finally get your wish. So how are you feeling about that? And are you excited to be able to actually play against Riens today?
I mean, I'm really excited, I'd say. Like, I've been wanting to go against this guy for a really long time now, so it feels good to be able to go against him.
And why have you been wanting to play Riens for all this time?
Don't know, just friends. I want to go against him, go beat him.
Okay, it's a wholesome reason. Now, Riens, you've gone up against Fnatic many times as well, but again, never with Hero on the roster. So how different do you think that's going to be? What kind of impact do you feel like Hero brings to that roster?
I think Hero's impact is like so huge, in my opinion, because it's like a fresh blood, you know, to a team, and he like increased their performance, the whole team, in my opinion. So I'm really happy to play against him. Like, we always wanted to play against each other, because whoever wins will call noob to the other one, you know. So I will beat him and then call him noob.
Okay, I can't wait to see you. Good luck today.
So clearly the stakes couldn't be higher. That's what I've taken away from this. Whoever wins is called a noob, and honestly, that's devastating.
I don't see, I cannot picture any of them with how wholesome and sweet they are to stand up and say noob to the other one. I cannot picture
I absolutely can. That's the most like wholesome fake insult possible.
Oh man, all right, well look, let's talk about Fnatic here, because this is another team that we have constantly praised. They've had such an incredible journey, especially the core of this lineup, all the way from back yonder in the back in the olden days, but they are still chasing this title, Mimi, that has eluded them for so long.
Heretics is the breakout team of this year, but Fnatic is the team that has always been there. Won trophies, the first team to go back-to-back, and the only team to go back-to-back at global events. But they have a kryptonite, and it is Champions. This squad, in any form, has never lifted a trophy at Champions, the
like
event that matters
kings.
Most. And I think their biggest thing is here with a new player in the mix, with a rough year bombing out of Master Shanghai, to prove not only that they can return to their former heights, but be better and go on a run here at Champs.
And it's not easy at all if you think about, as you're saying, the rest of the year, the journey that they've been put through, right? The adapting to all of these new teams, to the rookies, to how the game has changed, to go into Shanghai completely, leaving without winning a single map, then go back regionally, you know, build yourself up again. Now you make it here, you make it into the playoffs. You're again so close, but I feel like this Fnatic is so different from the one that we met at the beginning of the year. They're just past beyond just being good. I think that solving their issues has been very good.
But you know what, though? One player that actually personifies this quite well is Durka, because he's a player who has always been an impact individual for this lineup, but he has had a little bit of a tumultuous year, Kukuka.
Yes.
And now he has found that next level here at Champions, and I want to see that Durka of old just continuing to impress us every time he plays.
I'm gonna be honest, especially since stage 2, once we saw him like playing the ISO on Icebox, doing this Euro plays, like the new Durka that I'm seeing, he's evolved so much. He is not just a player that will go and shoot. He's a part of Fnatic. He's not being like consistently set up. His individual plays have been on point. One of the reasons why even Fnatic made it to playoffs was Durkin on the rest of the team, especially on Bert.
We've never had a team who started off with such heights, who had won international tournaments before and then fell off, wasn't making events, was struggling. Fnatic didn't go that low, just that bomb out at Shanghai. But if they could come back and prove that in a completely different meta, with these same core players, they could do it again, that is such a huge achievement. Yeah. And I think that Durka and Bosa are the personification of that. Durka's the guy who's changing up his roles, who's willing to be flexible, who I think in a lot of ways has led the charge for this new Fnatic that is actually leading the meta in their region and changing the way they play to adapt to the times and stay relevant.
Yeah, there's so many great players on Fnatic. You could pretty much spend an entire segment talking about each one of them. Good news is we're going to hear from Chronicle, one of the other best players that's competing in this tournament here. Heading into this playoff matchup, let's get his thoughts in this Omen player moment.
Hello, I'm Fnatic Chronicle. We played against Crew and we did 2-1. Even though we won, it wasn't that great. Obviously, it means for us that we are not bad, first of all. And second thing, that we are ready to play, we are ready to improve. Even though it might be the hardest tournament for us because of different factors, but we're here to win. We try to play our best. I felt like we did a decent amount of mistakes, which we need to fix now before the playoffs, and we will try our best to obviously do that.
Has gone down, and he's looking to follow it up. The pressure is outrageous, but Chronicle standing tall. 13 seconds. Oh, that's 4 already.
I think it will be a good thing to also win the most important tournament, to feel that moment again. Not again like winning champs, but just winning an international trophy, of course. But yeah, champs is the main target for us, and obviously everyone wants to win it really hard. And as a team, I think obviously we are under some pressure because people think we're still one of the best teams, or we were the best team in the world in the previous year. And everyone expects us winning the tournament or just too good. And at the end, I believe that everything will happen and we can just go to grand finals. But I wish I would not lose another grand finals with just 1 out of the way.
And of course, that is the goal here for Fnatic. Now, interesting thing, while that was going on, our colleagues over at the Korean analyst desk right behind us were actually showing their predictions. And I kind of want to show our predictions, talk about this for a minute, because Fnatic was all over the board. Every single one of our colleagues here was rooting on Fnatic, saying that Fnatic were going to win. But when you look at that on the other side here, you got a lot of people going for Heretics. So I'm curious what we're both seeing here, you know?
I will say Bea has 100% prediction correct rate.
So we just forget what happened with you two, right?
Yeah. Okay, we all forget.
Yeah, we'll just...
Let's not talk about
curse
that.
images. We'll save that for later.
But I do think this is telling because Fnatic has always been the team who has dominated in EMEA. They were never really contested for the longest time, but this Team Heretics roster is, I think, the first real challenger that has come up and consistently been able to take games off of them. And in this tournament, making it out as a #1 seed, their form has looked
I was
excellent.
just going to say real fast, my only real thing is what makes me believe in Heretics is it reminds me a little bit of EG last year. Young team, ambitious, don't care what happens. I mean, I don't know, am I crazy in thinking that?
Rookie player who comes out of nowhere.
Exactly.
I will give you that. I think that what we can say for sure is that this is the worst moment to face any of these two teams. I think that Heretics has grown a lot. I think that Fnatic has overcome a lot as well. And I think that the preparation, especially having those 2 extra days, knowing your opponent, knowing what you're capable of, and having probably two of the best staffs that you can have in the entire world, is going to make this match a banger.
I think there are still some questions left about Fnatic. They've dropped some maps. They dropped one to Crew to start off. They did recover and play great for the rest of that series.
Yeah, they did.
I think there are also still questions about their Abyss. They played it for the first time, played a comp that I think looked solid, but I think a lot of their ideas were pretty one-dimensional. That attack side really relying on the post plants to win out their rounds. So Fnatic, I think, still has a lot of depth to show to prove they can make a deep run compared to Heretics, who has proved they can do that this year.
I just feel like if there is a team that can show that depth, I mean, come on.
It is Fnatic we're talking about.
It is Fnatic.
Pound for pound, like the players that they have, the performance that Hero's having, at no point people have been able to feel like Hero was not part of this team from day one.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the year of the rookie, and Hero is right there with the team.
But now it's the year of the rookie. Now it's the year of the rookie.
I've convinced
a lot
her.
of years.
She's on my side now.
Hey, you know what? It was going to happen eventually. But hey, not wrong. I mean, we've been seeing these rookies across the board perform, but now it's time to put up or shut up, because you have two teams that have ambitions to make it to a grand final. Fnatic, the uncrowned kings. On the other side, Los Niños looking to make another run like they did in Shanghai. Let's bring out our two teams, Fnatic and Heretics, to the stage.
Fnatic. Team Heretics.
Another intense regional matchup between two very game teams as we get ready for this matchup here between Heretics and Fnatic, who have clashed so many times in the past, but this time around it's different. This time around it's at the upper bracket of champions, and look at our series layout. You got Lotus, Abyss, and Haven. Very fascinating to see the way that this shook out here, Kukuka.
I'm so surprised, well, a bit surprised that Fnatic decides to go for Lotus and not the Haven. I know that they've shown it that is very strong, but they decide to leave that for the decider. Lotus is going to be the first map, and it is a map that Heretics has played a ton. They have changed the composition going into this tournament, and probably one of the reasons why Fnatic chooses to go here is because they created the composition that Heretics is running now. They understand it, their ins and their outs. Yes, it has been a little bit of a hit or miss. I feel like in this Lotus, Fnatic either gives the best version of themselves, remember what they did against Crew, or the worst. Everybody's all over the place, not following the calls. So I'm very excited to see which phase are we going to get.
In particular for Fnatic, their defensive sides on Lotus have been better than pretty much anyone else on the global stage. I think their protocols on that side of the map are excellent. Obviously, they're the team that made this comp, that have defined the meta on it for so long. But Team Heretics is one of those teams, like you're mentioning, that is caught up. I like the looks that they were showing with that Neon, and I think even switching away from it, the new comp looked well rehearsed as well.
I don't think it's only about it being well rehearsed. Is when you think about Fnatic in this composition, you probably have best in slot for most of it, right? But when you think about Heretics, you wonder, like, do I want to make some swaps here, like seeing Boo away from the Omen, him being so good, Wood being such a good initiator. Like, some of the things are still wrong.
But look at this, no real changes coming in on either side here, and I mean, at this point, you're Heretics, you got to try and beat Fnatic at the game that, well, they made.
They're the kings of EMEA, and they are the kings of Lotus. This has been their map since the dawn of time. And if Team Heretics are going to flip the script today and prove that they're the #1 squad from EMEA, that they're the European team that can go on a run this event, beating Fnatic at their best will be the way to set that tone.
I am extremely nervous about this head-to-head that we're seeing against between the duelists. Dirk is in an exceptional form, and we cannot say the same about Miniboo, but everything comes down to today.
Well, folks, this right here is EMEA's finest, so let's go ahead and get ready for map #1. We got just the commentators for the job. Here's Pansy and Steel for the call.
Yeah, thank you so much, analysts, for leading us perfectly into this absolute clash of giants. The old gods against the new meeting here in Seoul. A fantastic series to watch, Josh. But where do we put our faith? Historically, 2 apiece. They've met in high stakes, but none higher than this, really. But where do we put it? In this form, in this current state, who do you have in this one?
When I look at the history between these two teams, it's been Fnatic taking them out in Split 1 playoffs in that high-pressure situation. But Team Heretics, when the pressure is not on them, they're looking good. Going into this event, they come out that group of 10 in that first seed. Fnatic dropping down at that lower seed here. So recent form makes me think Team Heretics.
I'm with you. Besting Gen G was certainly the crowning moment, but Fnatic off to a good start. Gonna find a quick 2 kills. Put Heretic back to heal. Miniboot, Benji, and Woot. Now, we'll start talking about the composition. I think the desk was kind of alluding to this.
Yep.
Seeing that switch up from Heretics, especially since they made it here to Seoul. But as it stands,
Alpha's positioning here.
see what he can get from this.
Mid-air, taken down.
That's big. Okay, Plant gonna come down. It ain't over yet. Durka. Hello, another one. Miniboo's gone, leaving Woot and Benji with very few options.
That basically sealed the deal in favor of Fnatic for this pistol round here. It's going to be a very tall order. Benji on Killjoy, not on Cypher.
He's found a target, though. He's reading the crossfires relatively well. Takes away another hold on. It's game back on! Heretics! Ripping up the script. You thought it was done with that kill from Durka, but no. Benji creating magic from round 1.
When we talk about these moments right now, Team Heretics, they are so well oiled together in a lot of these situations. This first kill was just crazy. But Fnatic not really playing off of each other too well there. Everything, it seemed like Benji's able to just sneak his way in. I'm highlighting the fact that he's on Killjoy, not on Cypher. Benji, when he's in these types of clutch situations, when he plays his best, he's on that Cypher.
Absolutely.
And it's a recent change for him to be on Killjoy on this map. He was, throughout the entire year, basically on Cypher, and he would be the person I look to defending that C site to put Durka down.
I mean, how many times, though, as well, in clutch situations for Benji, you never call it until he's dead. The guy was so good at getting them these rounds they shouldn't have had. Now, looking comfortable, looking like he wants to go farming. Does get overwhelmed by Chronicles, so now Rien's got to be a bit cautious. But as it stands, it did cost them a little bit more. Looking like Rien's going to stem the bleeding here. And again, I've got to highlight, if you aren't watching Heretics all that much, if you missed it, Rien's is such a mechanical monster when he gets going as well. He's one of those, I don't want to say unsung players really, but obviously the attention goes to the duelist or even maybe Benji on the closing, but Rien's is so nasty with it.
You could probably say that about everyone in the server right now.
That is true.
Hold for the IGLs maybe, but even then they have their moments. But everyone else, the other 8 players especially, they all have their super high moments. Nothing maybe necessarily super flashy. But here as the round develops, Fnatic just moving around in that 2 versus 4. They have the Sheriffs looking to do some damage, maybe collect some more orbs here. The stall from Woot, the one-way smoke.
And they're not letting any naughtiness happen. Alpha. New hair, new me. Thankfully, the eyebrows back in check. But it's probably a formality. Again, he'd have to cost them probably 2 players for it to be really, I guess, costly, as the Ghost is still there with Boot. I want to at least keep those Bulldogs in play.
He needs to die.
Yeah, and will they even give him that kindness? It looks like Woot is very willing. There we are, Heretics. A clean second round here, 4 standing, and even then, Benji was farming as well on that C side.
Decently important first round here for Fnatic to get that gun round going, to be able to get some momentum going into this game. Right now, pretty clean rounds coming out from Team Heretics, losing those first 2 on that pistol round, making it a little bit scary, winning in that 2 versus 4 retake. But that second round looked pretty clean from them, and they're already getting this Odin up, and that positioning over a Torch Tree is going to lock that down, and then it's going to funnel them into the Benji Rien's combo on C. Fnatic, what are you going to do different here? And it looks like they're going to take that B control, that early space, maybe deny some of that Killjoy setup.
And this is something that Desk was touching on, and I want to reiterate it here as well. Out of all the teams, Fnatic know, or technically should know, how to play against his composition, especially with that Odin spam, with all of that added on top. Benji, this is a bonus, so he's only on that Sheriff here. They're going to hear that, but they've taken the tour already. They've taken kind of that approach through B, pivoted through door. They're keeping the attention in the right place.
Fnatic playing the same type of tempo that we've seen them, especially on maps like Haven, trying to slow down the game, take that space, get the orbs, find out what the setup is, diagnose it a little bit before they finally commit anywhere. So first stop with C. Stop number 2 is towards B here. Will they commit though? The fake re-clear towards A happened. The smoke at Rubble. The Prowler out. Now 4 players coming in.
The double run through the door. Oh,
that is not the start.
That is a gut punch against Fnatic. He will be loving that. And that sets everything into motion. Look at this setup.
To the setup.
Look at this setup. There's no easy way in. The second they get contact, it's going to be a blender. Boaster held up, so is Hero. They're not having the fights they want. Rienz just needs to stay alive. He's got support. Benji finds his value. TP, he's lost him in the smoke. But still, Hero on an island here.
15 seconds.
Oh man, Heretics looking like they got a real grip on this game. They are playing Fnatic like a fiddle. And they're going to have to walk away from this. They don't have the time, and they want to keep these weapons. Heretics didn't falter there, Josh. Boo bailed them out a bit, but my God, they had the read.
They had all the space in the world. Fnatic thought they were doing such a good job of taking all the space, working the map diligently, but Team Heretics, they didn't budge. Woot had that space. All of A lobby was by that Rubble jump spotting, was pretty safe there. Allowed Boo to hold this pixel crack with this high penetration Odin. He just sits there holding mouse 1 at that angle. 2 people trying to walk across that revolving door. And then what happens? They're just funneled into that setup on C. The Viper and the Killjoy. Fnatic looking to change up the tempo here, try to take this A lobby control here off the start, but Team Heretics here with 3.
Yeah, who's one of them too? This could be painful. And you're looking at what they've got. It's Bucky's, it's Sheriff's, a couple of Vandals still remaining, of course, from that save in that last round. That being on Boaster and Hero here. There. But again, they test the waters and they peel away. They don't fancy what they're feeling out that side. So Benji, once again, called upon. The guy is ice cold though. Normally plays it perfectly. This time a lot of players here though, and they're creeping so close. He's seen enough. Just a pixel shown, but he doesn't want to overstay his welcome. Trying to clear the question mark over towards A.
That lurk smoke as well, the Viper orb from Chronicle. Makes Benji a little bit more cautious and concerned. Waits for that rotation from Rienz to pick up the other angle.
Oh, the synergy is off the charts. They have the perfect tempo down here. Once again stalling out, they invest, or at least burn their utility this time. Now what does Fnatic do? They have a little bit of a blank slate to an extent, but they don't have a foot in the door. They're still struggling.
I'm looking at Durka right now, but he's got a Bucky and a Classic. There's not much he can do. He's trying to slip the net here a little bit. Gets caught out.
They're keeping track. They're trying to do is push and pull, but there's still a rotation. Woot's here. This is so well done. Just a little shoulder doesn't need to do too much. Yeah, I mean, he cops a load of damage to Durka. Gonna take him down.
He gets away.
How has he done that? Stop it. That's a rifle in hand now. And Heroes found Mini Boo. This is meant to be the round. 10 seconds here. And Boo just spamming to try and save his life. Chronicle wants the kill. He's got it. Fnatic.
2v4 again.
You don't drop this one, though. They've got what they need. Surely Benji again, though, name up in lights. Chronicle's gone down, and it's a 2v3. No util here to be seen. It's all in the guns in hand, at least for Heretics. 3 posted up by Tree. The door swung just for the sake of drawing the attention. They've got to tap that spike and leave Rienz to take the fight. Oh, Benji falls another. He's got 2 more targets to find and only a couple of seconds to do so. Fnatic finally get on the board.
Once that Odin passed hands there, it was all over. I was thinking, pistol round, deja vu, same 2 in the 2v4. No, surely not. And Fnatic's going to be able to pick up that first round. And off the back of just craziness, because they lose that first player. It's a 4-on-5. Durka is the one that's moving up, inching his way up towards A into that spawn area. He's got a Bucky. He gets a kill, he gets away.
He gets the weapon, which is...
That's... Oh, and the warm-ups.
Nice.
Gotta stay warm, gotta stay loose.
Okay, though, Mini Boo got caught there by the C's, so... Oh my God, what is this? Just pandemonium on the screen. So far, to draw blood is Fnatic. They take down Mini Boo, and they at least take Rubble control. It's Alpha who's succeeded towards Benji. That's a big loss on C. That opens up so many new avenues.
That's gonna be a big fight that we're probably gonna see throughout the half as well. That Alpha versus Benji Killjoy. Both sides just having their isolated little mini game happening while the rest of the team plays the map out at A and mid. But right now, Team Heretics down 2 players, 3 versus 5, and now deciding how they want to play the rest of the round. Because you can't split up. If you split up, you lose. So they need to gamble stack something. Right now they're picking A. A little bit of spot info towards B. Alarm bot is there, but it's not active. That Killjoy is out of the equation.
Yep. And this is, if anything, encouraging them forward. Smoke in. Prowler there. Durka going to take the space. They got contact towards blue room. That's bit. Boom! Nice shot there towards Alpha. Big trade, though. Again, numbers still sitting very heavily towards Fnatic.
And I can need to keep some space here.
Hold on. The trades, they're all favorable. It's on Woot in a 1v3. Not easy, but that's the first step, but he took a lot of damage. Down to just 30, and the spam from the Odin would be devastating anyway. What are you meant to do in this? Checking the back to see if anyone's trying to close in, but
There were
again,
so many gaps. He's probably going to choose to save here.
I think it's the best option.
Economy getting a little bit low. Not the greatest at the moment here. And a second round in a row coming out for the side of Team Fnatic. One of the things we probably should talk about is that Mini Boo versus Durka raid off. Basically, we've seen Mini Boo on Neon this entire time. They ran a different composition all throughout the year. Coming into this event, they switch it up. They have a couple of match reps on this composition here, but they're basically playing a mirror match, taking a page out of Fnatic's book. Before, it was more pacey. They had that breach to set up that Neon, going sliding around. Benji on Cypher, his comfortable Agent and Boo switching off the smokes as well. He's going to the fade. He's going to pick up that Odin on defense side. So a little bit of a switch up from Team Heretics. The first time these guys are going to play each other on Team Heretics' current composition.
No, it is quite interesting that you bring up the kind of Durka against Miniboo head-to-head to an extent, because this hasn't been a map where Miniboo's thrived, or at least as of late, whereas Durka, this is probably one of his strongholds to still find big impact. He gets to be the, I guess, system player that he thrives in. Currently leading the board for Fnatic, whereas Miniboo yet to get off the starting blocks. Good chance! Oh! You talk about the head-to-head, that's one Miniboo's going to soon forget, but it's Woot who's kept this at least controlled. He's the one who's tipped it back favorably towards Heretics. They've got some good control.
Wait, the Prowler doesn't see him.
Hold on, Alpha. He's been given a chance, and he takes it with both hands. Boo going to be punished and back down to a 3v3 ults.
It'd be a big paranoia if he pushes.
Coming in, you're right. With the lockdown in play, they've got to respect it to an extent.
Watch them.
And it looks like Fnatic aren't happy with what they've got on B. They fancy turning this on its head. A fight towards the CT side.
They might end up playing themselves in this situation. The reclair from Team Heretics.
Yeah, Woot's here, Benji's here. They've got a feeling, and it might just be right. Woot around the corner, spots one hero! Massive impact. Opens up the entirety of the rest of the map. They don't need to go near Rien's. They are avoiding him like the plague.
And that will be a third in a row as well.
30 seconds left.
Closing the gap. Team Heretics.
Got to be a timeout here. There's got to be for Heretics. They're starting to lose a grip on this game. Those first couple of rounds, you felt that they were matching Fnatic's steps, you know, step by step. It was very well done by them, matching those rotations. But since we've got into the gun rounds here, it is turned on its head.
After that pistol round and then converting the second and third rounds, yeah, you're absolutely right. It hasn't been in the favor of Team Heretics. It's been Fnatic that's been winning out all of these kind of early duels, taking that map control. Team Heretics looked pretty good for a little bit, but it was off the back of a big momentum push from that pistol round. That 2 versus 4 got them in the door, but they needed something more than that. They can't rely on those heroics, and we've seen them do heroics. It gets them to be one of the most talked about teams in EMEA at the moment, but that is not something that's replicatable when your team, your opponents are playing so well.
And when we're talking bigger picture, when we're talking the veto, I think both of us agreed that later, it's, you know, I guess it's front stacked a little more towards Heretics, but if we get to Haven, that is where the conversation changes. If we're going off of what we know, right? If we're going off the recent results, that's kind of how it feels. But Fnatic seeming happy to walk into Lotus, left Abyss out there, fair play. And I don't know what to make of Abyss yet. It's still a ways off, don't get me wrong, but as it stands, we do have Heretics hitting the brakes, and it's time to check in. And we give a lot of credit to, you know, some of the coaches out there, and same could be said for Heretics. Neil, Zenio, and Weber have done wonders off the back of these timeouts. A couple of nice pocket pieces played out. They've revitalized this team coming here into Champs. So I'm hoping we see a good adjustment here, because they are starting to hit a... Oh, Alpha, are we really?
Oh, no.
It's contagious, man. It's contagious.
To his fellow countrymen.
Damn.
How dare he?
I love
Someone tell him to sit down.
No,
Heretics,
I
get
love it.
loud. Where
I
are you
love it.
guys? You guys are normally so
that.
loud. Benji,
I know.
what are you doing? Sitting down there, hiding behind that monitor. But
Look at him. Look at him. That's so good.
this is karma, though. This is going to be bad. Yeah, you're right. If it goes to Haven, Fnatic has been the Haven masterminds. They've been destroying every team that's come in their wake. But if Team Heretics wants to have their best chance ever, it needs to be a swift win here. Close it out 2-0. That's going to be their best chances moving forwards here. So finding some way to rebound, to balance the ship. Neil Zinho and Weber maybe having a little bit of a chime in here to adjust little things because, again, they don't have a lot of matchups on this composition.
How deep is that playbook here? Already Fnatic showing early presence towards Rubble.
This Benji versus Alpha fight towards C as well on a timing, probably in the next 10 seconds or so. As soon as there's any sort of contact made towards A, an indication of what the setup could be. Fnatic happy with the space that they got towards A. They have it. Team Heretics hasn't fought back yet.
No, the Prowler not going to find anyone as well. No one's pushed up that far. It was only Boaster kind of lingering around. Beyond that, though, no subtlety here. Durka wants to make noise. They want to show that they're, across the map, putting question marks everywhere.
And you can see the way that they tap the orb instead of just instantly picking it up. They still have no idea what Team Heretics' actual setup is. But without that breach neon in play, it's a little bit more safe to start moving your way around the map here.
It looks like a commitment's gonna happen. The lockdown is with Benji, but he's on his own, so you don't really want to be doing this as an individual effort. Fnatic step by step, very cautiously, taking all of the space. And Heretics, something that we really praised them for was the retakes in the past. Viper's Pit on top, but it's Rien's to draw blood. Lockdown invested, trade comes out. It's gonna get messy on the site. Plant in, Mini Boo tries to get more than one. Doesn't get what he needs in time to back away from Fnatic. They might be out of time on this.
One's getting caught at B.
10 seconds left.
They are definitely out of time, surely. Already the rotation. There's nowhere to go.
It's not possible.
It's done. That was so well timed from Heretics, keeping a beat on that clock perfectly. And that slow building pressure is always hard to handle, but credit where it's due. Benji holding the line well, waiting to invest that lockdown perfectly. You had a couple other players, Miniboo putting up numbers, showing presence, making it very hard for Fnatic to find any security on that site.
I do wonder what the call was in that timeout. Team Heretics did not show what their setup was, and Fnatic wasted so much time trying to take any sort of space whatsoever that by the time they went towards C and that lockdown came into play, I thought for sure they had that plan where Durka was going to save his paint shells.
It's so simple, boys.
Ooh.
Oh, why did they cut it there? Why did they cut it there? How dare you, production? How dare you?
You know, I feel for him, though.
What is so simple? What is so simple, Josh?
He was probably, there's some sort of issue in that mid round. I don't know if it was a matter of the timing of it. What I was trying to look at was that Durka still had that paint shell. So as they execute and they use the paranoia and the haunt and all these things, they walk into the site. I thought for sure they had already planned for that lockdown to come into play at Waterfall, and they were going to combo that Viper's Molly with that paint shells as well and deny that lockdown from getting any value whatsoever. So once I saw that that wasn't in play, I don't know exactly how Durka died or if he used his paint shells in that round, but that is something that could come to my head because that was the entire all-in plan for them. And my read on the situation was that Boaster knew exactly what was going on, tries to paint the picture exactly how I just explained it, and then it didn't go that way. They didn't use the paint shells, the lockdown funnels them out, they run out of time.
So let's see. Maybe they just need to cool the tempo a little bit. As said, just get everyone on that same page as you were highlighting. Just readdress a couple things and go back in. So we've got a couple of ults here. We've almost got, actually Boo's almost got his as well. One off for him. Couple near enough by Durka. 3 off from his. Speaking of Mini Boo, big investment off the rip. Catching Hero instantaneously.
Now looking towards C, that Alpha Benji fight. There is that second player here as well. Rien's.
Oh, they're feeling the pace.
That pit. Knows exactly, how the pendulum swings from Fnatic.
Yeah, this is lovely. The tempo just being kept in check. So Fnatic having their options limited. It feels like everyone on the map is going in Heretics' side.
I bet they just go back into what happens in their late rounds, which is they go B, they drop double smokes, one towards Waterfall, one towards Heaven. But that crossfire from that blue room is going to get a little bit scary for these guys.
Spot on. refresh on the one way over towards A. This could free up Miniboo to lean in a little bit closer towards blue door, but we've already got Benji stepping back towards C. Now the turret's gonna give away the game here, but Boo gonna play quite far forward. Now do they toy with the expectations or do they try and commit towards this B hit? They have drawn out at least the Nightfall. That's a big connection at the end then. Should I probably highlight 3 players,
at
if
least.
not 4. So again, Fnatic still not finding a way in. Durka has to put, oh, a freebie! Just catching him straight through the smoke, but it was traded. Boo got Chronicle back. Spike still with Boaster. Keep in mind when he tries to plant here, Boo just on the verge still.
Durka also one off of this showstopper. If he wins this 1v1 duel against Woot over towards this blue room area, that's a showstopper to be invested.
Smoke back up towards Heaven though, so the options get limited. Woot's already found Alpha, so down to just 1. Boaster can't do it alone. Heretics back in this matchup. They lost grip on it for a couple of rounds there, Josh, but they are reading it well now.
Team Heretics is a team that we know and came to expect them to be so good at their retakes. It's their whole game plan on defense is winning those retake situations. So the fact that they're able to switch up the pace, get that aggressive showstopper on that A defense, get that lobby control, funnel all of Fnatic into that C site, pop off that Viper's Pit, that was beautifully laid out from Team Heretics. They knew exactly what was going on, and it was like a picture-perfect painting. They knew it, they wanted it, and they got it.
Seeing Elmer Putty looking frustrated there. Fortunately, the mini cam didn't hit. I'm sad, because normally mini gives the best reactions, but...
Op up for Alpha.
Yeah, that's a big switch up. I mean...
Attack Killjoy up.
But we're seeing Miniboo here on this side. Oh, and a missed shot! So they've got the map now. They've at least got mound control. They would have to fight back with a lot of intent to try and clear this. But this puts a question mark with what you're coming up against if you're seeing Miniboo on this side of the map.
With that blue door closed and the showstopper in play with the Nightfall, I'm assuming it's going to be a straight-up A hit right now. Full, just util dump everywhere.
Yeah, Woot and Boo, though, waiting patiently. One tucked towards the box on site. Woot trying to watch the cross. Rien's playing over towards stairs. The door's still shut. Still being... Oh,
no.
Shuts him up! Rien's doesn't let it happen. And now Fnatic are in trouble here. Starting to scramble a little. Heretics have the perfect answer to all of those issues. Rien's still holding. Still confident enough, but that's Alpha with the operator. Tries to give himself some safety to work. Turret's dealt with. But they're pausing, they're waiting for an overextension, but Heretics are so composed in these scenarios. They still have mound control, they still have good information on B. They don't need to overextend here. They can hold the line. They're still on for this one. Rien set up with an isolated fight on Chronicle. There's no trades available, and Fnatic are just hitting a brick wall here. There's no way forward. See the frustration already. This might be a save at this point.
Most definitely will be a save. Fnatic missing their timings again. Once they saw this play, the pressure, Miniboo running up C mound there, they instantly wanted to go towards A, but they let the time just slip and slip and slip. 5 seconds go by, 10 seconds go by, they still haven't executed.
Oh, this is lovely from Heretics, really strong form. And I wonder if this was a bit of a, I don't want to say a French timeout to an extent, where you just kind of take a tack pause, but you're just sat in spawn waiting those extra 20 seconds, having a little bit of a chat. Boaster might have had a conversation in that. They did lose out on 1, so the reinvest might be a little bit shaky, but still, this has been a very impressive display from Heretics. This is kind of showing their caliber here that, yes, Fnatic may know this comp. They kind of created this to an extent for themselves, showed a lot of diligence, but that timeout, again, hitting after that kind of 3 in a row that Fnatic got, Heretics have had the answers.
Right now, I'm looking towards that op to be able to find an opening pick, and they're going to start it towards C again. That head-to-head, they got the op up on the defense as well. And that's just the bait setup. It's Benji's jumping away to set up Miniboo with this op line and disarm Alpha a little bit there on this fight.
He can stay here for quite some time. He has no incentive to move. He can just free up Benji to rotate. Yeah, it's a little bit of pressure on him, but it's fine. He's going to hold that line, and once again, he holds half of the map. And then you add in Boo, who's holding down that B line. Again, step by step, Benji can just keep getting close towards A. Nightfall going to come in. Rien's and Woot there. That's not ideal. I think the paranoia might have been from his teammate, potentially, not certain, as Boaster still has his, so that could have been an issue there. A little bit of a mistake. Let's see if it costs them. Already Fnatic do get the site that they want. Woot trying to get at least out of the initial danger to survive for another second, but Fnatic want the plant. And they're about to get that down, so at least time's on their side. 3 players already towards tree, trying to make a quick rotation here as Heretics sweep back the site. And the first real fight's gonna be coming in a second. Now, Miniboo delivers. Big trade and a big fight. Mill for Miniboo! And now down to a 3v2 as Durka and Chronicle are forced away from this. How do they try and defend this plant? The diffuse already starting, the spam not on, and Miniboo reigning supreme. Durka, surely he can't save the day again, he can't! It's over, it's done for. You get a couple of kills, but it's a formality. Heretics fully in control here.
4 versus 5 retake, and potentially a blunder from Fnatic. Everyone escaping, evacuating from that tree room area. There's no crossfires to be had, and everyone's coming through the main point. Miniboo sitting there with that op, picking them off one by one. It was a team paranoia. Don't think it made any difference. It's that Viper Wall timing that Fnatic's trying to hit. As soon as that Viper Wall goes up, they know, okay, they're counting mentally in their head. They're on a timing, gonna pop that Nightfall and try to go in.
Back into this one, fast start here.
Odin and op.
Yep. Was that a TP? Wait, Post is here already. They know about him though. How can he get out of here? He takes so much damage and no one's close to gap, but he's still going. Trying to do everything he can. Trying to make impact happen. Durka now going to try and slip behind. Wood, Rien's, perfect unison again. Even in all this chaos, they keep that composure. Rien's unaffected by this, but it does give them maybe a moment to go for a plant. Oh, they're trying to toy with him. Get at least maybe an even affair. It's Chronicle to step further forward. They know Rien's is probably here. They know there's a player still stuck to this.
Toxins going up.
Chronicle, if he was on Sova, this would be in his ballpark, but right now...
Toxin screen down.
I'm with you.
Sweating a little bit. Alpha's got his side.
Let's see that crossfire stunning from Chronicle. He needs another though. He's the only one to give it away. There it is. Lovely work back and forth, but Benji, the clutch master himself, still breathes. And there's still always a chance. You can't forget about Benji, Cypher or not. The man's here.
Bad omens for Alpha standing up earlier, staring at them in the face. That Killjoy diff coming in, and another big clutching factor from Benji.
I want to see if Benji gets up. I was waiting for it. That would have been so good.
Soon.
Oh.
He doesn't want to do the same thing.
It's true. The curse is strong.
But Fnatic, I sense that something's going on in their camp. You see the tempo shift where it almost feels like they're calling these super fast plays towards A, trying to catch some sort of timing, some sort of read that they think they have. But right now, they don't have a read. They're not catching these timings, and it's another round slipping in the favor of Team Heretics.
This is huge. This is confidence. This is what the doctor ordered for Heretics. I mean, you got to say that Gen G performance put them on the map going, yeah, they are back. They are out of that slump. They look solid. But it's not like they let off the brakes or off the gas at all. They are back into this one.
Inverted setup here as well for Team Heretics. Usually they're setting up that Viper Killjoy setup towards C. Now it's on A. They're really passive, and it's trying to funnel them into the Miniboo Woot combo towards C Mound with that deep control. Recycling that one-way smoke. Fnatic, they are spread 1-3-1 right now, so just trying to soften up the defense, try to figure out where that Killjoy turret is. Usually there's an alarm bot or a turret towards B here. That turret's still up at heaven. Fnatic, again, 40 seconds done off the clock. In the same space they had 10 seconds into the round. Leaving Alpha at middle makes me think that it's going to be some sort of fake towards A, pivot towards B through that blue door.
You can see the conversation between Durka and Boaster mostly there, getting ready to execute this, but speaking of execution, Boo just holds down Mouse 1 and puts them in their graves. 2 quick kills, and you still got Benji holding. Alpha now has to try and go against the odds on this, and Miniboo doesn't even want to chance that. He's never going to find its target, but a 2v4. The heavy hitters though, Durka and Alpha. You got to dig deep for this. Showstopper there, Durka, big chance, and actually goes down for it. He'll trade that. That's now just one man. The Wonder Kid left alive. And if Heretics play this right, it feels near on unwinnable, but isolated from each other. One main, one blue door, one disconnected further towards heaven. The time's going to start running here. Alpha giving himself his best chance he can. And there's one target to hit, and the second they show it, flicks around this corner, it's perfect from Rien's. Gotta say it, Heretics are out for blood today. 9-3. What a huge scoreline here, especially on Fnatic's map choice. This is everything they would have wanted coming out today. Abyss, a totally unknown, and if they stick their claim here on this map, it could be over in 2. I'm thoroughly impressed by what we're seeing from Heretics now. Beyond that, though, it's all now on Fnatic to try and turn this one around on its head. But apparently it's a family affair for Heretics. They don't just come out on their own, they bring the family with them. So Bella will be standing by with the Boo family.
Hello, for today's halftime interview, I'm joined by two special guests, Big Bro Boo and Mama Boo. Labas. Labas. All right, you guys flew all the way from Lithuania to Korea to show support for the boys. So how's this trip been like? 이번 이제 챔스를 위해서 리투아니아에서 서울까지 먼 길 날아오셨는데 이번 챔스 잘 즐기고 계신가요?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
How are you enjoying your stay here?
Yes, we enjoying. We very happy that we win first their games. I think we will go in playoffs 2-0 and 2-0 in top 4.
오케이. 이번 경기 팀 헤리틱스의 성적에 아주 만족하고 있고요. 오늘 이 프나틱의 경기도 2대0으로 승리를 하고 아마 탑4까지 2대0으로 쭉쭉 승승장구할 것 같다고 합니다. 이제 오늘 출발이 아주 좋은데 좀 형제나 뭐 아들들에게 한마디 응원의 메시지도 부탁해 보도록 하겠습니다. You know they're off to a great start. So what do you want to say to the boys, your brothers?
Keep going and win 2-0.
계속해서 이 기세로 2대0으로 오늘 정리하라고 하네요. 이제 빅브로브와 마마부 하프타임 인터뷰 만나봤습니다. And let's go back to Lotus. Thank you guys.
A man of few words, but to the point there, Josh. Win the game, let's get out.
Couldn't have been said it better.
Yeah, honestly, maybe that's what Webber's having a chat about now. Maybe Neil's just, guys, let's
2-0.
That's all you got to do.
I mean, they've talked about the Haven lurking around that map 3. They know exactly what the job is here.
That's true. But with 3 rounds, we spoke about this in some of our previous games, those one-sided first halves. We asked for perfection. It's not going to be easy.
Team Heretics, that round 1 pistol, getting that clutch, getting those extra rounds in that buffer zone here. Team Fnatic has a really tall order, a mountain to climb on the way back. 3-9, the gap is 6 rounds. And if they can't pick up this pistol round, that gap is gonna look insurmountable. If this would be that second map.
Toxins going up.
Heretics. Slow and steady here as a start. You're looking at the Sheriff with Benji. A couple of Ghosts. On the other side, just Ghosts coming out for Fnatic and a couple of Classics. So no overinvestment. Now we've got to see what, how well Alpha fares are doing this. There he is, already going to be forced off. Takes a touch of damage, but that's fine. Info found. It looks like the response from Fnatic is to take over B control. Push out a little bit deeper. Did they just miss the timing? Or was it seen? It definitely was seen. And the swings there. Heretics with the perfect made plan. They know everything that Fnatic wanted to do. So Boaster, Alpha, and Chronicle now under the gun.
The big difference between Fnatic and Heretics is that Fnatic like to do those re-clears. Heretics happy to do those retakes. And right now, Team Heretics is looking very confident. 40 seconds remain. They have to make their final push right here. Fnatic is just Chronicle on that A site to defend against 5 until he can get... Boaster is the closest rotation.
30 seconds left.
But a long run to travel. That Viper wall isn't going to do much.
Yeah, you're looking at what can be done here. Chronicle would have to go huge. No chance of it.
The splash damage. 2 versus 4. We've seen this.
I don't think we're going to be seeing it again, though.
Not this map.
Not this time. Alpha.
He's going to end up going for something right now. It's a matter of what he gets out of it. Some ultimate orbs. Some cash in the reserve, so potentially we can see some sort of outlaw purchase or martial purchase, something to make something happen.
Look at them waiting. Oh man, Alpha. Oh, the
He's just gonna go down with a spike. You can't push me now.
Woot. Trying to be...
Going for the knife.
The man in the
yes.
Oh my god, he's doing it. Oh!
Stand up now.
Yeah, shows him to his seat this time. Very demure, some might say. 10-3, first round in the second half. Heretics, I mean, they've just put them in the grave real quick.
That's why you don't stand up on round 5. Yeah. You gotta understand that it comes back in the end. Karma is undefeated.
One enemy remaining.
That's rough. That's rough. Oh man, 10-3. You can see the grins on Heretics' faces. I mean, this was the big test, right? Like, you feel like Abyss is the unknown, but Lotus was always be a really hard map. But the fact that Heretics have got to 10 so early on, they proved their value in that lovely adjustment after the timeout in the first half. And they've kept Fnatic completely humbled. It's wonderful to watch. And again, we talked about the honeymoon potentially with Fnatic, with Hero. Is there real depth to this? And maybe this is where it eventually runs short. Maybe this is where it turns around. Similar conversations about Heretics, potentially with their burnout, tired, exhausted at the end. But they came out and they look refreshed here.
Looks like we're about to see that reclear from Fnatic. The crossfire, though, not going to get anything done. It looks like another round in the bag for Team Heretics. The shorty, oh, he gets one.
I don't think you're going to get much more. You're surrounded. Jerry N's just going to make it. Make it so. And if Alpha's the last one, oh my god. These shots, Heretics are hitting some nasty shots. And Fnatic can be feeling this. This isn't a nice game to be in right now, Josh. You are feeling that you are being absolutely pushed about by Heretics.
We talk about that hero inclusion in Fnatic and how good they have looked. We look at Heretics. Where have they faltered? They faltered in that second stage where they looked like they were maybe slumping. And we're saying this like, oh, they were slumping. They were still winning. Of course they were just dropping a map.
Yeah, you know, it's wild,
that's a slump for them. Yeah. But the other place that they actually falter is when it gets down to these really high intensity moments. We saw multiple second place finishes for these guys, and that was the major hurdle. The deeper they go into the tournament. This, early in the tournament, maybe not feeling that same sort of pressure.
Oh, the paint shell. Don't think that's quite in place to punish, but Boaster going to try and slip the net and slip ahead. Take himself into a fight, but Miniboo's having none of it. Heretics aren't missing. The only time it's gone their way, it feels like, was then. Chronicle finding Rien's was the first time they've been able to strike back.
Oh.
Oh!
Okay.
What? Show me it from his POV. I need it.
I was just going to point out the fact that he couldn't even shoot a Prowler, and then he gets one tap like that.
Oh.
4 versus 3. 11-3 is the scoreline, and Team Heretics is making Fnatic sweat again. Every round on the defense, they've been down numbers, and they've regressed, and they've been punished. Team Heretics looking to extend that. Boo over towards C, has a Prowler and a Hunt. Probably trying to get a little bit of information, maybe a little bit of pressure to find out exactly what's going on. If he's able to locate at least one player here, at worst, 3 versus 2 on A. And here comes the reclear from Hero.
Oh, it's done. It's done. Put a fork in it. This one is done. It's cooked. Alpha, you're just hoping you're not going to get knifed.
Not again.
Not again.
Not again.
Would they? I mean,
only if he shoots 20 rounds of this Vandal. Otherwise,
if the opportunity presents. You can't take Alpha lightly, to be fair, and they probably won't. I mean, they're sitting in pretty standard post-plant positions. We're going to... Oh, a little bit labored on that. And I think Alpha did hear the steps up towards heaven. It's clean from Miniboo. We questioned his form, and I don't think we have any more questions here now. Looking very sharp here, Miniboo.
I've been known to like going for a little bit of a knife. So 12-3 though, Team Heretics. Yeah, that's gross.
It's so sick. Oh man.
Just dancing up there.
What are you meant to do?
It's that when we got that soundbite of Boaster talking round 5 or round 6, when something didn't go their way. From that point on, it has felt like they've just been tilting, missing the tempos, missing their shots. They need to mentally reset. This map might be over. We might be looking at the last round of this map, so some sort of reset needs to come. But Heretics, they get their little abyss for that map too, and Rien's just posted up with Miniboo.
It's just a frag movie in their favor the whole way through. 12-3, this has been a blowout of a game. There's not too many ways to say it. Started off close, sure. It got exciting. And since that point, since that timeout, Heretics have been infallible. They have been on the money. And this is a team that people are expecting to do a deep run here. Yeah, they've had their upsets. Yeah, they've seen the sadder side of the competition. But today they're landing everything. We're going to find Boaster. It just feels like they are out of Fnatic's league here. And Heretics continue forward, just step by step, looking to get map 1 in the books. Does Alpha stop it? I don't think so. As Chronicle, the last one alive in a 1v3. 8 kills to his name so far, and it does not matter a second. 13-3. A reminder, don't stand up against Heretics. Don't think you're there. These boys mean business today, Josh.
Oh, come on. Trade in any phone in any condition guaranteed and get $800 off the new Galaxy Z Fold 6. Only on Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Yeah, I'm running all the time. I'm running out of reasons to stay away from you. Ignoring all the signs. Put my head on the line and I just wanna hit reply. I can't believe where I'm at without you by my side. One side. I know that you're not coming back without you by my side. One side.
almost flawless start there from Team Heretics. I'm now joined by their head coach, Neil Zinho. Now, after that map, you guys are 3-1 against Fnatic on Lotus alone this year. It always feels like you have their number, you know what they're doing. Why is that, and how did you pull off such a dominant start on that map today?
Yeah, I think for us, like, Lotus has always been one of our better maps. Like, it was our best map last year. It was probably our best map before Sunset came into the map pool. So we're always really confident on it. And yeah, like, they haven't changed too much. So, you know, we know kind of how they're going to play and how they're going to react. And we also played pretty well too. Like, we had some crazy shots that helps. So, yeah.
And what did you make of Benji's performance on that map?
Yeah, he was insane. Benji was insane. Everyone played insane. So it helps when you do that. You know, when you're hitting headshots like that, it's really difficult for them.
Thank you very much, Neil, and best of luck on map 2.
Heretics make a statement, kind of like, well, knifing someone like Alfier, who he probably shouldn't have stood up there, buddy.
Yeah, stand up against these guys and get sat down in this game. What a stomp from Team Heretics to start. This is the map that has defined Fnatic for so long. They've been the kings of EMEA on this very map, and they just got rolled.
In fact, it was their hardest loss on Lotus ever.
Yeah.
I mean, we're talking about a 13-3. But do you guys remember when we were in China and Heretics had a comp that it wasn't really working on Bind, so they were like, let's just take G2's comp. And then they went on to play G2 and we were like, oh my god, G2's gonna smash them. Like, they know exactly how to use this composition. Yeah, well, Heretics definitely gave them a lesson on how to interpret this map, how to play with the retakes, and how to choose and be very careful of the battles that you pick.
And these defensive sides for Heretics was absolutely lovely. The retakes in particular, I think, were really well put together, and we saw some head scratchers from Fnatic. This one where they're trying to execute into C after waiting really late into this round, then they get stalled by a kill shot, run out of time, end up losing this round. Fnatic really looked out of sorts. A lot of moments where players weren't swinging together, where players were straight up whiffing shots, and you contrast that against a Team Heretics who look like they are playing at their peak right now.
And I'm going to just say this. I mean, look, Fnatic, I understand why they got rattled here, because you come into this Lotus and you're like, okay, guys, this is it. This is our map. This is our jam, and it doesn't work out for you. Yeah.
Look at that stat. Out of 8 post-spawns Fnatic had, Team Heretics won the retake on 5 of them.
Yep.
Goodness
That's the thing,
gracious.
but when you think and you look at this composition, it's very default heavy. You can take your time. You have a lot of utility. And for example, when we swapped the sides, even though we didn't get to see a lot of the Fnatic's defense, we saw a lot of productivity coming from them. Why?
Yeah.
Why really? Like, is the score getting to your head? And at some point, we even saw the camera on Boaster, and he was saying, guys, listen to me. Is that simple? Before we even started, I told you this is going to be either brilliant or people are really not matching together. And we saw this regionally, and was repeated just so.
And it also didn't help as well that the fish was going hard today. You know what I'm saying?
The fish fried them.
Look, man, Benji Fishy, since the pistol, my man was absolutely cranking 90s on his
It
pool.
smells fishy about this guy, I'm telling you.
I mean, the deadliest catch. Okay, Alex, you're too much. All right, look, the reality is folks, I don't think anyone would have anticipated Heretics pretty much socking Fnatic in the face the way that they did in this first map. And now this kind of really sets the tone for this entire series, man.
But I think some people could have predicted Benji playing this well. He has been lights out on the international stage. Remember, just a few years ago at Istanbul, he was an influencer showing up to the gold carpet, a fan rooting for Boaster.
My man's an influencer.
And now he's out here, I mean, I guess influencing the play Fnatic play.
Oh, boo.
That's the player on Team Heretics.
No, but honestly, man, this has just, what a showing that we were treated to from Heretics. But now we get ready for Abyss. We'll see, of course, how this plays out. This is going to be Heretics' pick. And, you know, Kakuka, you gotta see this Fnatic team wake up, because this is it. Put up or shut up.
I think that there is a lot that they have to learn about their loss against TRX. Even though they got both pistols and you see them starting off the half pretty decently, they weren't able to close things out. It has to do with the composition and, of course, not having the reps. Yes, Heretics has already played this map a couple in the tournaments, once regionally. It hasn't been a super dominant map, but honestly, do not forget, you're going up against Fnatic. So many of the maps, you're going to need a surprise. They've seen you so much. They have that data on you regionally, and you have to have a bold pick.
Yeah, I do wonder though, right? You got templates on both sides. You know, DRX showed how you can beat Fnatic on this map, and then on the other side, you know, Gen G also showed how you can beat Heretics on this map. So there is, at the very least, something to work with here.
But things to take into account, Boss was a pain in the ass completely.
That's very true.
And Foxy9 was onto something when he was playing from the KO. That is something that Heretics is not going to have, but here we are.
But they will have a Durka.
Yeah.
They will have a Durka, and you're going to be turning to him to maybe turn up.
Yeah, a lot of the team play looked out of whack on map 1 for Fnatic. Here on a map where once you let your opponent get into a post plant, it's really challenging to win out those retakes, especially with the solo Astra comp. Fnatic's flood retakes and their site anchors need to be perfectly in tune with the rest of the team. It's got to be a complete turnaround.
Now it's when the experience has to come to fruition. You have to be very, very focused for your defense, because otherwise Heretics is just going to roll you from the attack.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. This is going to be a challenge here, and we're going to get the game set up once again, and we'll jump into the action. But yeah, there is certainly a lot on the line here, because think about it like this. You're Fnatic. You're coming into this tournament. You're basically like the, you know, you're the hype. You're the #1. Everyone's like, oh, Fnatic this, Fnatic that. But then in comes Heretics, this team that at the global stage has found success so many times, runners up as well. You know you're going up against a formidable force here, but it is now time to jump into the action. Let's see if Fnatic can force that third map, or do Heretics close it out here and send it back over to Pansy and Steel.
Yeah, with pleasure, GB. This one is gonna be a banger, but we walk into the unknown. We've seen more from Heretics here. Yes, that is absolutely true. Played it 3 times, won it twice, a recent loss to Gen G, but that's respectable. They still managed to put it off against, what is it, Foot and FPX. Fnatic, on the other hand, it ain't been pretty so far.
And if it's going to be any continuation from that last map of Lotus, they need to be able to rebound mentally from whatever the situation was going on. That camp,
whatever happened.
13-3, that is a tough pill to swallow on your own map pick here. And the reason why it's even more scary is, yeah, Team Heretics has a few more match reps on this map, but this map plays a lot like how Sunset does, which is Team Heretics' best map. Those post-plant spam battles, the retakes on that defense side, that is the bread and butter for Team Heretics. Fnatic. Ooh. Chronicle on that Sheriff walking down middle.
Yeah, you got Durka with it as well. Boaster by his side. Very proactive beginnings of taking mid control here. And of course, on the flip side, yeah, it's... Has Rien's heard something? Rien seems very aware that something's going on. Maybe hearing an audio cue, but he didn't expect it to be so close. Oh! Rien's got it! What a start! If they'd rebounded after the first map, they're back in the bin. Beautiful work from Rien's, and Fnatic under the heel straight away. Oh man, Heretics, that was such a start for them. They couldn't ask for a better beginning.
Oh boy.
Yep. It's gonna be one of those days, huh?
It's gonna be one of those games, one of those days.
Mini Boo's on the way, slow and steady, casting the net across the map. Fnatic can make a go of it with 2, but it ain't going to be working like that. Rien's nearly with the ace there. Benji going to just wrap it up, but my God, what a start for Rien's.
Into that site on B, 10 seconds into the round. Nobody's on B site defending that. Nobody's pushed through A. So what is Fnatic realistically doing? They have that read. Once he's in that site, sees nothing, Miniboo, he's like, yo, they're probably pushing mid. Watch out behind you. Rien's 3 and a 4.
The first 2 were so sharp.
They were clean, yeah, they were
like
crisp, clean lock, yep.
It's vintage. Even the crowd getting going for that one. Let's see what we have now, though. Fnatic going again for a bit of a walk. Miniboo, sadly, the only one with a ghost here. That's a little unfortunate. With a bit of a better weapon, you could imagine he could have done some more there. Just trying to get out of danger, and he's done so. A little bit of chip damage, but that's fine. Benji.
Oh, just a spam shot through the wall. And he's smiling, he's grinning.
No!
Okay,
they're off. That's fine, that's fine. That's fine. And just to clarify, because we saw this a little bit earlier in one of the earlier games, and obviously someone's having a whinge on Twitter about it, but you're denying... Look, I'll take the heat. But again, you're denying our orbs, you're trying to keep the economy as preserved as possible and move forward without giving any advantage towards Heretics.
The only reason why you wouldn't want to go for a play like that is because you're not damaging your opponent's economy. Yes. So if the attackers don't have to use abilities to get into a site to close out the round, if they don't have to rebuy shields, then that means that they get a little bit of a buffer. But right now, valuing that ultimate economy instead, and that laugh is because he got that spam kill.
That is wild. Okay, so straight back in. Quick round. Made a go of it, they tried it, but just didn't get any of the reward they wanted at the start. And we're going to see a very quick hit here. And it's out in the open. Durka good for one, but you can see Wingman off to do his job.
God, he's under his fury.
Oh dear, he ends straight away. Good tag on Boaster and his hero to find Benji. So they've actually kept the numbers pretty good here. Miniboo now surrounded in trouble. Hero's taking him down. This isn't bad. Rienz and Boo, though, what are you going to do about this one? Some players down low. Hero on 11, Boaster on 5. Boo still holding the line. You're looking at the util as well. Chronicle can set this into motion quite comfortably. Make Boo feel very pressured, which he's going to do now. The cross is made, and they don't get a kill on it. That should be a freebie, but Rienz finds Chronicle. Hold on. And ring a Rosie we go. Dancing around on the side. Boo's making them work for their dinner. So much damage. This is possible. It's doable. And Rienz left in the 1v2. He has to deal with the player on the block. Oh, it's stunning from Rienz. The final boss of this map. Giving Heretics 3. Keeping Fnatic down in the doldrums.
No one standing up just yet. Waiting maybe a few more rounds. Bide their time a little bit. Meta still a little bit undefined on this map as it is quite new. People just striking things out, but here, just going into the round, that fast attack towards that B site. Getting that Hunter's Fury off on that round 3 because he got that 4K on pistol round. Enables him, sets him up, and guess what? All those kills, he's almost back to it.
Such a good player. So talented. And now, well, for Fnatic, they're down on Sheriffs. They've had almost nothing really going their way. Aggression being displayed. And Miniboo's got the read here. They like to go for this walk. They may stay on the map a little longer this time.
They have the Sheriffs. They should be staying on the map. They should be looking for the kills. But again, Team Heretics has these guys read with this re-aggression constantly from Fnatic.
Ooh, the timing. Hero. They're closing there. This could be shooting fish in a barrel potentially, but if the Sheriffs don't land, then it doesn't really matter. And it's Messi, and Rienz is here. Doesn't let this go too far away. Durka trying to find a little bit of security for himself. And they now know where the last 2 players from Fnatic reside. So a quick pivot. Already going to get the plant down. What are you meant to do? Heroes at least recovered a rifle. That's pretty imperative. Maybe some further damage could be done here.
Divide and conquer. That is the name of the game right now for Fnatic. If they want that 2 versus 4.
Yeah, but look at this. You get a fair fight on one, which is going to then fill the gap. There's no easy way forward. Durka with a good shot towards Miniboo. They know there was an additional player here in the form of Woot. But he's just going to slip back, sit into the post plant. Yeah, they're going to toy with you. You don't get to disrupt this deeper post plant easily. He's got nothing really to be able to pressure it. So for Durka, the options are incredibly limited in the shots. Well,
not looking clean.
That ain't it, Chief.
Drawing a little bit of a painting. Maybe he thinks he's, you know, on the forensics team, drawing the outline of the body.
Yeah, but he's
got to be dead first.
Yeah. I thought I saw a double op then coming out from Fnatic. Bloody hell, it's okay. We do have one coming into effect, but let's kind of pause for thought here, because this is a big round now. Fnatic kind of need to break the trend, because this has been very one-sided.
When we were last watching one of the Fnatic games up here, it was a very slow start. I believe it was against Crew. They had that slow start. Alpha wasn't being able to get involved in the game. He's starting on Breach on the first map, and we're talking about, just wait. He's going to be on ISO. He's going to get back in the game. Fnatic, you guys got to get your head in the game.
Yeah, they seem out of it right now, and they are being punished step by step. Miniboo's on the hunt. He wants it. He's hungry for more. And he's found a step. A quick little pickup on Hero, almost like it meant nothing to him. Miniboo controlling so much space. And the pace change into this operator works wonderfully for them.
That trip. Just the clone. But the trip is still up. It has not been deleted yet. Okay.
There we go, finally. I mean, it's such an arduous task to get back to the site, though. And they still have to clear close. You still have 3 players, maybe, actually, no, 4 on the site itself. 1 disconnected, that being Boo, that's fine. And they can clear through the first couple. But the backline is still difficult. And the big man himself, Rienz, is still here. He's stunned up, though. Dealt with. Fnatic finally getting back in, but can Boo be the problem, be the nuisance? Already looking to try and get half. And they can't block it this time. Pulled away, and the time is not on side. Boo has done so well here. That's stunning, and they can't recover it. Perfect from Heretics. They are looking in form today.
Fnatic trying the body block on that Astral Gravity Well to make sure that the spike diffuser is not pulled all the way off, but just missed that opportunity, that timing. Just when you thought, oh, it was a clean round for Team Heretics, in comes the retake here. I thought that the timing between that dart coming in at the same time as the flash was a little bit disjointed, but boy, was I wrong there. Doesn't matter though, in the end, 1 versus 3, all he needs to do is get that gravity wall off on that spike. No diffuser, no time. Guess what? I don't even have to shoot back at you guys. I already win. But to add insult to injury, takes out Boaster, trying to save that off into that next round, and that's one less piece of valuable resource that Fnatic doesn't have to be able to get back in here.
They just looked marred with apathy. I mean, Fnatic just aren't in this game. They look quiet, they barely look present. Boaster yet to really start getting any impact going here. That operator taken away within a second. And they look outclassed. I think we need to be clear about this. There has been conversation of, who is leading the way for EMEA, and that conversation looks like it's finding a conclusion. Fnatic have not looked in form here. The opponents they faced until this point, respectable, yes, but not of the caliber that the group of death provided for Heretics. And Heretics came out of that group with their head held high. Yeah, a little bit of a challenge here and there. Sure, that's expected. But 5-0 here, a clean map one, only dropping 3 rounds. They are absolutely in position to start taking over the torch from Fnatic and leading EMEA into a new era.
They got that adaptive cruise control on right now as they're sailing their way through all the way.
Let's get it.
They can taste it this next round of playoffs. 8 more rounds to close out here.
Does Boo get isolated? He doesn't have the ability to evacuate as quickly as Mini Boo can, but he's playing with his life well. He is being hunted. You can see the map closing in. They know it's going to be this A piece. They've got mid control for Fnatic this time around. Maybe off the back of the timeout, that's the conversation. Double down, keep going. Be aggressive, take the space. Alpha going to be seen. That should open up at least the cross for the site, and probably a plant here.
Spike planted.
Looking at the positioning from Boo, just waiting for Durka to try to get past this trip. Probably doesn't expect Boo to just be sitting here, waiting here, T1 Curry style.
Now the patience may pay here, and Rien's doesn't quite get the reveal he would have wanted, but he knows there's so many players behind that smoke. Mini Boo, dealt with. Chronicles got them the step in the door at least. Boo now with his fight. And Fnatic, what?
Now that's a quick play.
Yeah, goddamn, what the hell just happened? Fair enough. Just kill them all, I guess. Why didn't they try that before?
That's not a bad idea.
I'm onto something.
Someone on that Fnatic coaching staff needs to be, getting paid for that type of commentary. They've got everyone else there. What's one more into the mix? But like I said though, Fnatic kind of undefined. The map is relatively new. Still teams trying to figure out how they want to play it, mixing up Cypher versus Killjoy, the types of controllers you have, Omen versus Astra. And Fnatic, very aggressive through B multiple times. Sure, some of them on eco, but here on a gun round, another time here, we're seeing a second round potentially where they're aggressing down the middle. Benji trying to control that space, uses his cages and camera just to get that information, see if he can slip the net a little bit. Heretics, their entire game plan on that attack side is let Benji just do whatever he wants, put some pressure, see if he can get anywhere, but group is 4, sometimes even 5, and just do a hit together. Waiting for Fnatic to push through.
Camera.
Ooh, Benji.
He's seen Durka though, but the flash didn't. Oh no, Durka ate it.
Flashed.
That's going to take the wind out of the sails too. Obviously, if you're Heretics, you're happy, but if you're Durka, you're feeling silly. That's gutting.
Boo is all the way in B site right now, so this is the audible, this is the callback in Alpha. Do you realize where Boo is? Are you going to run out right into his crosshair?
Yeah, but it's Alpha. The man reads it well. A good read on the game, but 1 was not going to be enough in this. 2 would have been maybe enough to tilt the scales, but it's hindered progress. Heretics now slowing down a touch. 35 seconds
1
though.
HP.
Oh, bloody hell, the shots. Here the ult coming out from Woot there, clearing the space.
30 seconds left.
Not going to be recalled, actually chasing down towards stairs, but the plant's in now. No denial on that.
Big shock damage.
That's nice. Okay, couple of players now weakened up. It's Bosa to take the first couple of brave steps forward. Nice fight, needs more, 2 more, potentially gets another. He's made it doable. Chronicle in a 1v1 up against Mini Boo. And oh, Mini Boo just toying with him, playing with him. These aren't games anymore. Heretics still in control.
Off the back of a flawless, they lose that next round, but they made it costly, expensive. It came down to the wire, 1 versus 1. Team Heretics holding their ground at the start of the round, waiting for Fnatic to start pushing up and get into their faces. Here at the start of the round, Durka getting himself with that flash. Benji winning that fight, gets that hat off, gets the information. Boo's already slipped the gap. He's in B site, calls the team over. Fnatic running out of just places that they can start pushing. Where's next? A? At some point, we need to see a site hold coming in for the side of Fnatic and playing that retake. That's how they won the previous round, right?
Yeah.
The only round posted up was a full 5-man retake, getting all the kills within a span of 5 seconds. Every other round, Fnatic's been pushing.
Benji's drawing so much attention in the middle as well. This time it's Chronicle to try and respond. Last time I think it was Boaster to try and deal with it through from the connector, but putting question marks on the map, keeping 3 players in response. Now they lean back in towards A. Already got the dash going in.
He's gonna get the drone.
He's completely caught Chronicle. Running rings around them. Heretics are so much better prepared on this. The plant's there, and Alpha is on an island.
And Boo's still towards B. Across the map, he's got his stars.
Pinged, he's dead.
Alpha.
It's not good enough. They're making mistakes here. And the Heretics are running through them. Rings around them. It looks easy.
No.
Bye-bye, Boo. The positioning. So
Off
patient.
the map. Oh, no, you, just the weapon.
Yeah, there we go. Bye-bye. Nice to see sort of play in place. And Bosa's got nothing to do here. If anything, it's time to talk to your boys, because this is not good enough. At this point, you're in champs. There are no easy games, there are no easy opponents. That's the simplicity of it all. But they are floundering here, Josh. They have not got a grip on this game by any means.
Boaster last game caught saying, boys, it's so simple, just listen. And they have not looked the same. Not in the previous matches. Well, we saw them not playing their best against Crew in that group stage coming into this match. They weren't playing their best, but they were playing still at that stage way better than they are here. Right now, it's just like they're non-existent. They need to find some sort of footing. Back to Sheriffs against here, Team Heretics.
In the building.
Don't know what that means, but
Rienz is in the building.
He's in the house.
And they look so good doing it. I can't stress enough how strong Heretics look here. But the issue is that Fnatic look absent. There hasn't been a fight back.
Here comes the aggression. The only thing they haven't tried yet. And they get the first one.
But does the Vandal fall off the map there? I think it may. I'm not sure. Let's see if they can recover that. Yeah, it ain't around.
Sad.
That's unlucky. But quite well thought through if he actually considered that. Rienz, though, danger man. And so clean, leading the board. Fnatic already slipping deeper towards the site. Respecting Heretics to give them at least the foot in the door.
Spike only just now getting planted. Minibu trying to create some space.
Plant's there. Almost daring Fnatic to try and take a fight. Minibu starts getting curious, get aggressive, and gets punished. Hero finally making some impact happen. 2 players down. This could be the resurgence, at least in this round. But it is Rienz. But 5 from here, that's a lot to ask for. Dirk has got it. That's 2 for Fnatic now. But this feels like a death rattle. This doesn't feel something you can replicate.
There is a way for Fnatic to crawl back here. Part of it, I believe, is getting that off up and trying to be ahead of wherever Team Heretics does choose to go. Getting that first pick off is so vital and important for these guys. The second thing is dealing with Benji in a way that doesn't completely disrupt their entire setup here. Right now, Team Heretics has such a good read of what's going on. They're waiting for Fnatic to push through, but here, fighting back is Fnatic. Guess what? Another retake. Sure, they pushed up and they got that first kill on Boo. That helps out a lot. But an op is going to be something that's crucial for them to rely on, a crutch. 2-7, still recoverable if you're Team Fnatic, and great retake ultimates as well. So they're leaving Alpha on an island a little bit.
trying to isolate the player. They know there's normally one around here. It is Boo again. Trying to close the net. Maybe trying to check for even Benji, but he's with the pack this time, playing towards the A site. Alpha, the one who has to deal with anyone trying to filter back through. That might be catching Boo, but Boo's keeping him busy.
Where does Alpha go?
Nuisance. And they're so distracted by this one player, but he's just going to play hard to get.
It's all on this lockdown, though. He needs to get in a good position to be able to utilize this, force them completely out.
It still sits somewhat towards a main, but a clear. A good one as well. Miniboo going down, and Fnatic take a couple of steps towards the site. Cross in place. Benji not going to see them drop down. And on the spike they go, looking to achieve at least half. They're going to get that, but then now there needs to be a fight back here. Wait, he's still there, he's still defusing. Gets half, Benji! I told you this guy can clutch. Oh, and he's still doing it! Almost all himself, and they fall to their knees. Fnatic crushed under the weight of Heretics here. 3 still alive, and they just have the perfect approach here.
You know, coming into this, we were talking about how Team Heretics, if they want to close it out, it's probably going to have to be a pick up a win on Lotus, win that 2-0, and not let it get to that Haven. Did I think it was going to be this one-sided, starting with that 13-3 on Lotus? Yeah. No, did not wake up today thinking that. I thought 3 maps easy on the horizon, but does that classify as standing up?
Miniboo? Easy.
Was he giving it, or was he just standing up, giving a high five to his teammate?
Let's see how the round goes. Then we can determine.
True, okay.
For now, it is an ult towards B, divide over towards A, and Heretics gonna go for a pretty standard approach. It's Durka who's still trying to stand and fight. He's just facing down Wingman. Might want to deny that, mate. He does. Fnatic actually getting a couple of bodies in their favor here. Oh, Riens, that's nasty to go down to, but it is chaotic. But finally a calm in the storm for a second or two. 2 players, Benji and Boo.
Whoa.
That was a little dangerous, But the numbers finally...
He's going to go right to the smoke as soon as this pops.
Oh, the timing. Just missed that window of opportunity, but Benji's still alive. I told you, if he stands, there's always a chance. 2 players on towards CT. Do they expect him so nearby? And it was just Boaster offering up his life for the trade if necessary. And Boo dealt with. Fnatic give himself a very small window now, 3 rounds at least.
4th round, definitely possible. Op is up and on the hands of Boaster right now on that defense. He's been posting up with it on B. Good retake defense towards A. And lucky that the timing of everything in the post round after that defuse goes in lines up before you fall off that map. A little bit of life. Not too stressed out right now on the face cams here for Team Fnatic.
Time to jump. And they did lose the round after standing up, so...
That is true. So maybe he was giving it.
Maybe.
Keep seated.
Oh, Durka. You're a brave boy. Oh, good. Around that corner, there are 2 players. He may expect the 1, but maybe not the 2nd. And he might lose the angle here. He has. Does he get to keep his life? Fortunately, a quick smoke and the Owl drone can at least deny a quick springboard back, but look at middle. Look at the pace that Heretics are taking the space from this. Durka better be ready, and he is! Everywhere on the map, hard to miss, but a good trade for Benji. Chronicle tries to control towards Heaven. He's going to do a fair job at it. Finally seeing a bit of a fight between these guys. Wingman, though, waddling off to do his job.
There's no stopping Little Bro here, and Rien's keeping the space towards Secret Room. But Alpha, peeling off, was looking towards it, sensed something, but won a group as 3 in this retake to make it the best chance they have. Rien's also backing off. He's got that Hunter's Fury. He wants to play that. Also, Gravity Well on the hands of Boo.
So many tools at their disposal to run through. Tap on the spike. There it is. Going to draw this out. Does it connect? I think it might. Well, at least for a tag there. Durka going to get himself out of danger. And now it's time for the defuse. They need at least half here. But Hero dragged away. Again, running through the util just perfectly. There's nothing more to be done here. The time is going to be dwindling. Hero trying to make a damn good go of it, but time is not on his side. And the pop and swing to seal it. They have limited chances, held at 3.
Team Heretics doing a great job, and now they get to go onto their strong side defense. They get to show Fnatic how you play this map.
9 rounds to their name. This has been a masterclass. Don't miss the second half.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Big half score here, 9-3. And to add to that, map 1, only 3 rounds gained by Fnatic. The new generation is here, and it looks like Heretics want this clean. They want this done. They don't want to give Fnatic many chances, and by the signs of that first half, they didn't.
Fnatic, been here before. Said it last map as well on Lotus. Gotta get that pistol round or that gap is gonna get bigger and bigger. Team Heretics in full control. Get to go onto that defense side of the map. They got Benji back on Cypher duty. Ooh. Just take a deep breath. Yeah. Coaches are going off, talking about what needs to be done. Lock in. We're on the cusp, the verge of going on to that next round in the playoffs here. Stay composed, stay mentally involved with the game, let Fnatic mess up. They've been doing so much overextension throughout the entire first half, that first map as well. Team Heretics, all they have to do is stay the course.
Can they do it? Can they show that discipline, that depth?
Faster middle.
So much of an advantage here, and you're right, quick approach through mid, right up the guts. And a very deep position from Woot as well. Where the hell does that go?
Mosh set up for the B plant spot.
What is this? What is that ratty little lineup? Oh, okay, that's... I mean, it forces Rienz into a little bit of an uncomfortable position. It actually pushed him a little bit further in towards Alpha, but Fnatic got the plant anyway. I mean, a nice idea conceptually. Practically didn't quite get what they wanted out of it.
You ever forget food on the grill? That was overcooked. Maybe so was that Chuck. Sorry.
That was awful.
Well,
that was awful. Oh, that wasn't though. Durka, where have you been? Nice to see you finally waking up. Yeah, well, put back to bed. Mini Boo now. 1v3? Probably not. Probably not. Fnatic, okay. It's the first round, it's a start. But it's a very long road. Very, very long.
Long road, icy road.
Yep.
With no guardrails to prevent you from falling off a cliff as well, so. Team Heretics still in a very comfortable lead. Pistol round, not the worst case. They weren't even looking super strong on their defense pistol round in that first map of Lotus. Ending up winning in that 2 versus 4. So right now, let Fnatic pick up another round here, make it expensive for them, and really lock it down for that first gun round.
Okay, the only investment is Mini Boo with the Sheriff. Of course, on the other side, we have the 2 Vandals, so that's Durka and Alpha, so they need to keep hold of those. They can lose 2 players, I'd say, with Boaster and Hero just on those Ghosts. And Chronicle would probably want to play his life as well, keeping that Bulldog in play.
And Boo, over at A, was able to destroy that Sova Dart that Chronicle sent that direction, just to keep that pressure, the question marks about whether or not Team Heretics is in some sort of stack or aggressive push or not, but here comes the push from Fnatic. It's going to be into the 4-man stack from Team Heretics.
Yeah, they are in the right place, and that's the danger man, Mini Boo. And he's dealt with. Quick pick up from Durka. Okay, carving out a little bit of security. Would like to be able to get a plant here, but they're still very nearby. Got to be careful. Both are the ones to try and take at least the strain in this to play across on the angle. Nicely done, Fnatic. So far as Pretty solid. Boo not really left with many options here.
Spike planted.
Not many options for Boo here. Trying to
Going
min-max
off?
the amount of damage or finds the best place that he wants to go for a little bit of sightseeing.
Right there.
Also, he's taking this time to mostly talk to the team as well.
Yep,
Having a
that
chat.
French timeout that you talked about.
Yeah,
Just-
literally 3 other people in the world know what I mean when I say French timeout, you know.
Well,
certainly
I
not.
am one of them,
Yeah,
so
there you go,
I know what you're talking about.
Oh yeah,
Just
and there it is.
using that extra time in the round just to talk about what's going on, just squeezing out those extra 20, 30 seconds to be able to make a plan about what you want to do, reset the focus of whatever you want to have, and then let the round expire. Then you get to go in. You don't have to burn a timeout. Pretty sure Team Heretics still has both their timeouts if they need to burn them.
One enemy remaining.
They have them. And some shots that Fnatic's hitting again. We haven't seen that from them in the first half. That's kind of where they went silent. It wasn't necessarily about like tactically, but it was in terms of their gameplay. They weren't hitting the shots. And if they're able to start finding that form again, maybe they have a chance against Team Heretics in this map. It's a little bit of a comeback. And double bounce Shockeys, trying to locate any Cypher trips. Dart. Just to get some information on an aggressive push here, but Boo escaping with his life. And that's a lot of gunshots from Fnatic. That's at least 3 players spotted in that position. Team Heretics not budging off that, though. Miniboo in a very aggressive position here with his Vandal. Just getting this off angle deep on that B main line. But here comes mid, Fnatic, developing the map, and we saw them do this sort of style on Lotus, and the thing that kind of worked against them was that they spent so much time trying to work the map that they ended up running themselves out of time. Once they went for that site hit, they didn't have enough time and resources to be able to break through, get that spike planted.
Cutting through.
And I worry for them that it's going to happen again. Alpha trying to work his way up middle, Durka as well on his ultimate.
But I worry that Miniboo's going to be ahead of this utility as well. He's still going to be at the forefront of this, and does he play it potentially even further forward? There's still going to be Chronicle there with the out drone. Shock Dart might have been enough to indicate they know his position, but still, he's rewarded. That forward position is perfect. And yeah, he's going to be revealed. They know where he is, but Fnatic can't close the gap. So now they have to go into the blender. There's 3 players posted on this site, and Miniboo still being one of them. Oh, presented more! And Miniboo reigns supreme. Bringing them down into size. 2 now left, Hero and Durka. The 2 top-end players for Fnatic, at least in this map, and Durka needs to keep his boy safe. Oh, that was so close. But the plant is in. Time now.
Big.
That was massive from Rienz. Now it's all on Hero, a 1v3. Dizzy dealt with. How does he try and position himself here to isolate fights?
Did Woot see him at the last second there?
Maybe. It's hard to tell, but he's going to reposition anyway. Wall about to drop. And he's missing them by seconds.
Wait, this is the type of round Hero gets.
This is a real chance. It's not clean, but it might just be enough. And now the 1v1, switching it out. And the time on his side, Boo trying to just go around, ring a rosy, but Hero playing it so much better. Playing to the time and getting the clutch for Fnatic.
We look at Heretics. We talk Benji Fishy.
True.
We forgot about Hero.
How could we?
Once I saw that the time was getting low, Woot was
Like,
repositioning, and I'm like,
This could be.
I've seen this before. Not on this map, but I've seen this guy in these moments. And he does it so frequently. You can never count him out. Once the time starts ticking low, he is so good with playing his positioning, dancing around the boxes and whatever obstacles that are in his way.
It's a lifeline. And Miniboo, though, you saw the damage he was able to inflict, but Durka instantly quells it. Fnatic winning a couple of these aggressive fights in middle. This was with Sheriffs, but it was supplemented by the ult from Miniboo, so there was a little bit more of an investment behind it. Benji belting shots. 2 big shots back to back, making this, I don't want to say possible, but at least in the realms of reality. Boo would have to, I feel like if he maybe found Chronicle, sure, does get an upgrade.
Look, there's a number of players in the server right now where I would give it to them. I don't know if Boo would be one of them.
No, I wouldn't say, you know, as you said, if it was, you know, Benji out there or even Rienz in this map specifically, he's been very strong. But Boo, going to give it a damn good go. But again, you look at the util as well. Chronicle still got his, Hero's got his, Alpha can litter the site. It's a very hard position to be in, and may have just been seen on that, not certain. He's actually been given a little bit of a window to work in. It's not going to happen. Too much util in that post plant. Okay, Fnatic, you've caught my attention. Let's see if it's worth keeping it. That's 7 to 9 now.
The gap closes. We're seeing that lockdown on the side of the attackers, so we get to see the first timeout burn from Team Heretics.
Yeah.
One more in the chamber if they need it. Just round by round, Fnatic is crawling back.
Remember map 1? It was when we had those couple of 3 big rounds from Fnatic. They looked good, like they had maybe a bit of a read on Heretics.
Yep.
Damn, he looks like a villain. But
uh-oh.
Are you serious? Are you serious?
You saw what happens when Heretics stood up.
You
saw what happened.
Alpha?
You lost like 40 rounds in a row.
Just stretching his legs, you know?
Oh,
Tall guy. He's got a...
don't want the, blood in the
exactly.
calves. We've seen Fnatic, they do the exercises frequently. We're not seeing any movement out here.
Oh my god, please. But why does it feel like this is... I feel like it's map 1 and I'm horrified. I'm horrified seeing that. Oh my god. Because they've closed the gap to a respectable scoreline. I mean, converting the bonus is big, and then the last round was fantastic from them, keeping 3 alive as well, finding a bit more stability, building towards some of these ults here. It doesn't feel safe though, Josh. When I'm watching how Fnatic are playing, it's still very much knife's edge. I feel like Heretics haven't quite found their footing in this half yet.
Yep.
But we have a new look coming out here. That operator is in play.
There are a couple things that I look at here. Operator, as you highlight, is one of them. We haven't seen that yet from the side of Team Heretics. We've seen aggressive angles from Miniboo, but no operator. We've seen this same start from Fnatic. Get that Sova dart off on towards A main, try to figure out what's going on that side, maybe utilize middle before ending towards B. That's been the game plan. Chronicle with the shocks, looking for any Benji trips here.
Ooh.
But ahead of the dart.
Okay.
Does it scan? Boaster, smokes, down. It's all on Hero's wall now. That's the only piece of util to get them past the next op sight lines right now. Op stays towards A. Fnatic pivoting towards B. Alpha trying to find that space at middle, that little bit of a gap to get in the back lines here. But without that wall, without the smokes, it's going to be tough to get in here.
It's big info. Rotation in from Rienz as well. He's on the way, but there's still 2 players on the side. Benji gonna struggle here to find safety, but Boo reminds them of map 1. Puts it back in their place and sends Alpha down. I can't believe you've cast it like this, Chronicle. Nah, not gonna even get away with the silver linings. It's 10 rounds and it's double digits found.
Why has he gone and stood up there?
Why has he gone and done this?
Alpha. But we see that's what the double-edged sword of Fnatic's playstyle is. They so diligently work the map, methodically, try to figure out exactly what's going on, diagnose the setup, try to get a good mid-round call here. But because they do the same sort of timings on their openings, they know, okay, Chronicle's going to do this dart. It's going to take this much time to get here. It's going to scan only this. If you, in this moment, slip the gap, get behind this tall box, it's not going to scan you. They're not going to expect you. Pick off Boaster, funnel them into B, and it's all over for them.
This one. It's not a particularly deep lockdown, but it does make it a little bit more uncomfortable, I guess, for Benji, who's going to take the trip around towards Heaven. They can still have Boo on the site, though, and this isn't an easy access point. They're just, I mean, trying to go in somewhat dry here. Not forcing them too far away. Benji gets to play his life as well, but the spike still.
Oh no!
Oh my god! Oh
Hero!
my god! No! 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 The curse is so strong. I don't want to cast anymore.
Alpha stood so Hero could fall. Oh no!
Well, well, well.
Do I have to look?
Get a timeout. Do you have one? Cool one.
You know, there's a short list of players that I would think would fall off the map accidentally. Hero's not on that list.
He's not. It's crazy, the power of that curse. Oh.
Spike down B.
Right, well.
Show me, show me, show me. Through the smoke, clips the corner, reminiscent of Boaster in that 1v3 on Haven.
Like father, like son. How cute.
Headbutts a brick wall.
Yeah, but the problem is, this has happened at a very inopportune time if you're a Fnatic fan out there. They've hit the wall, literally and figuratively. You're looking at this point, 7-11, and Heretics picked up map 1. This was, you know, the makings of a comeback. It wasn't there yet, but there were signs.
So ulti, Yoru ulti, combo.
You've got to secure it.
Late.
And it looks like Heretics going to respect this enough. I'm waiting to see if Boo does rescind from the site. Eventually will fall. It's a lot of an investment here. Chronicle trying to clear the site, make sure no one's lingering around, and no one is. Should be safe to plant, but the spike is pretty far away here, so Fnatic are going to have to hold this down for quite some time.
Chronicle had the spike there, so as he's Hunter's Fury, he can't plant it. Now here comes the counter Hunter's Fury. No push in with it, just to stall the plant. Durka still has his ultimate, but Boo, he's got his Cosmic Divide. Fnatic have to play ahead of this, they have to.
What's the plan?
They're backing out.
They're trying to evacuate.
Wait.
Durka, what do you do with this one?
This is like fuck PRX, I can see
the
it.
divides everywhere. This is madness. The map drawn in a whole new way. And this could be both to a 1, but as Heretics cleaning house, this could be 12. Maybe not though. Woot, the last one alive in a 1v3, tries to go for one and he can't find it. There's life in them yet. Fnatic holding on for another. Whew.
You could see, though, the fear in Fnatic's eyes. The reason why they use that Hunter's Fury on that position there is because the Boo Benji combo over towards that site. You have the high-low, one on the rafters, one on the floor. There's so much just power in that position. They're just getting these 2K entries. Boo, headshot, just...
Oh, I didn't even see that at the time.
Yeah, Chronicle, I mean, when we get to see him on Sova, he gets a little bit in there, huh?
Yeah.
Got that mental block on Viper a little bit.
Feels like
but still, these slow plays from Fnatic, they're working a little bit right now, but I fear that they're too committed to doing these super slow, set, execute plays. It's very telegraphed, and Team Heretics is getting ahead of it a lot of these cases. The ultimate's changing the tide of things, making it a little bit chaotic with that Astra Wall coming up. Chronicle getting through, slipping a timing, catching a couple players in the back. Right now, Fnatic, 30 seconds ticked off the clock. Don't really have any space at the moment. They start their inching up towards middle, trying to steal the space. Just a trip here and a drone to reclear. Gonna catch at least Durka, if not more.
Oh, that should seem potentially 3. There should be a rotation in play here.
Benji and Boo.
They got to batten down the hatches. This is going to be a site hit and a half. Benji's going to be kind of back-to-back with Boo here, who's playing forward. Audacious play from Boo, and the timing, it wasn't right. A valiant attempt, but it just falls to pieces. But Benji can only do so much. The wrap on this site was very well choreographed. A little dangerous, sure, but still. Looking for the plant. They're going to get that. The back line addressed. Miniboo's gone down. Fnatic finding their rhythm now, finding a little bit of form. These last two players, you're looking for a save potentially.
Definitely looking for a save here. Gap closes. It'll be a 2-round difference here. Team Heretics still so close.
Do we see a timeout from Heretics maybe?
They
I feel like they've hit a brick wall.
They do have a second one. They called their first one just a few rounds ago, round 17. Wouldn't be horrible. Maybe they play one more round before they decide to burn it. Whenever either the IGL or the coach feels like there's some necessary input needed. So if you're in an IGL and you're in that flow state, you might be thinking, okay, like I have a pretty good idea of what's going on, blah, 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 let's do this. Coach might have something else, a third perspective that might see something that the coach doesn't see, that the players don't see, that's not being communicated properly throughout the entire team. Hey, like, this is happening. You see this. You got to call this. This is how you guys can make a solution for it.
Yeah.
So that would be where the coaches would come in and call that timeout here.
Doesn't seem like it so far. And you're right, though. Chronicle is starting to warm up as well. It was something we were kind of discussing. When you see him on that Sova, it does feel like a different player to an extent. Finding some big impact here, but Heretics feel as though they have enough. A little bit of a buffer still in play to come back into this. And the Operator, too. Miniboo, a glass cannon, though. This is knife's edge stuff, and traditionally we see them pressuring A main early. This time it doesn't look like that's the case. Maybe adjusting towards middle as a cure for what's been pretty much ailing them this entire time. That Fnatic have been taking that mid pressure and they've been dealing with it well. They've been pushing up. We saw that split over towards the B site last round, and a very different beginning from Fnatic now.
That Viper's Orb on attack side at middle is applying a lot of pressure. Team Heretics overplaying it. Want to make sure that they can deal with this, nip it in the bud. Not relying just on this Cypher tripwire, but a spam maybe from Woot on a timing to catch them. Otherwise, Miniboo, as soon as that smoke clears, he's got an angle. But right now, Fnatic doesn't even look like they want to move up middle. They're just using it to cross between A and B here.
They might have seen a pixel of Boaster then, I'm not sure. I want to see how they responded. It looks like they're bringing the operator over, so maybe they did just see him crossing through.
They do have that Cosmic Divide to work with. That would take Minibu out of the equation. Here come the Shock to break the trips.
Right here.
The Dart to get the info.
Here we go. How does Heretics play this? Onside, offside. Divide goes in. Benji wants to play forward. He's feeling brave enough to try it, and this is outrageous from Benji.
Oh, the
and
timing,
overwhelmed.
no.
He just turned away. There was a second he could have worked with, but Dirk is doing the damage on the site. Hero on the follow-up, and once again, they control this B site. And with the operator being picked up and walked away with, I think this is going to be another save already. Heretics being outdone on this side, being held on 11 now.
We have to be seeing the timeout coming into this next round. This is the moment where the coaches have to chime in and say something. Hey, right now, what is Fnatic actually doing? Well, we're seeing them go slow. They wait for that initial opening. They use that Dart and the Shocks to clear out whatever close trips there are. Util dump. They get away. Riens cannot.
Operator gone.
Can Boo retrieve this, though?
He's trying.
He has a star. He can pop a smoke. Not scan there, but they know he's going to be close. He's going to be trying to retrieve this or protect it.
Wow.
He's going to go down as well. So definitely a timeout because I don't even know if they can put a buy together. Maybe Minibu is able to get his ultimate. I wasn't paying attention exactly to the ultimate orb status. Yeah, he's a few off. They do have enough economy to purchase an op, but yes, here comes the timeout. You need to talk about what's actually happening here, because right now what Heretics is trying to do is they're playing the same way, but Fnatic is showing the same start. And a few rounds ago, I was talking about how Fnatic's doing the same stuff. It's a little bit telegraphed because they're relying heavily on their set plays, and it wasn't working when Benji and Boo kind of had that high-low setup towards the right side of that B site on the cliff side of the map, basically.
Yeah.
But it hasn't worked in a few rounds now. They've been split up, spread apart. One of the rounds was Fnatic using middle and coming in from the sidelines as well. But everything has been Benji kind of out of position, trying to deal with a lot of things happening. Same thing with Boo. One round, he jumps across that cliff trying to get ahead of the split. And this is what Fnatic's winning with right now. It's telegraphed, but it's working because it's dealing with every single position perfectly. And right now, Heretics is playing kind of like a standard, like the same setup that they are. They need to either figure out if they want to fully commit in and get in the faces of Fnatic, or if they want to chill back, say, okay, we know what's going to come in, and we're going to sit back, we're going to let you do it, and we're going to go and do our bread and butter. We play our retake because that's what we're known for. We've got a Thrash to lean on a little bit here, but looks like it's going to be a very low investment. They're budgeting a little bit to maybe get that op up in that next round. So right here, this is going to be something where maybe the plan doesn't come into effect this round, maybe it's for the next round, but still some weapons to work with here. Durka back on a Euro ulti as well. Probably going to pop that and get that information before Fnatic decide to end.
A chance for Pandemonium, though. They can take risks. They can try and get in their faces.
Standing ahead.
Now one Vandal with Riens, the Bulldog with Boot, Guardian with Wu. Fnatic, once again, similar start, similar approach. You look and see if they kind of meet Riens anywhere. And maybe, if they do decide to pressure middle further, that Vandal would be in the right place. Whether or not it finds its value, yet to be seen.
If Benji can somehow stay alive when his teammates go for the retake and he gets a dead body that he can throw his hat on, that success rate that he has when he's in those types of situations is ridiculously high. So far, a lot of these rounds, he's been dead first on that initial attack towards B site.
Okay, Durka clearing a path.
Here.
How far do they follow it?
Oh, not again. That's twice.
I mean, the pressure is certainly there. Boo's now feeling a little bit panicked here. There was pressure coming through towards A. Fnatic need to make up for this one. Already down a man. Hero going to be feeling pretty rough about that. But still, plant is there. Time for the chaos to begin. A big ult on Woot, if they feel like they've got the opportunity to use it, could clear through this site. But do they dare? There it is, gonna start going through. Durka deals with it instantly, tries to reset the aim quickly. So many targets, so little time. The Dizzy gets dealt with. Chronicle, the one to save him from Minibu. Next up was Boaster, falls. Chronicle though, so much impact. Digging deep here, there's only so much they can do as Durka, the last one alive. Can he try and save the day here after the mistake made earlier? It wasn't even his fault. It was all on Hero, but Durka becomes one himself. The Red Bull clutch after a fumble and a mistake from the young guy on their side. They bring this back. We're tied up. It's 11-11.
Have you ever played football? Sorry, soccer?
Right.
For the North American fans, there are none because we're watching EMEA right now. You've been goalie. You let that ball slip right between your feet. That's what happened to Hero here.
Bless him. And again, this does play in. He is a young player. He is the stand-in. I mean, last time these two teams faced, Leo was in the roster. It's been that long, but we go back in. Durka stands tall. He'll make up for those mistakes.
Revealing area.
He'll hold this team safe, but this was what the timeout would have been for. Heretics need to be in here with a game plan. They've been held on 11. They wanted this one done. They absolutely decimated the map 1, but map 2, Fnatic right at the door now.
Middle control. Again for Fnatic here. Trying to put some pressure. Disarm that Team Heretics defense. Make them stress. But a change-up. We're seeing Boo towards A this time. He's holding that pixel crack. Normally, he's been over towards B with Benji, but Mini Boo coming back on this line, taking this aggressive angle, getting inside in front of Fnatic before they're able to get their execute off because he has the potential to get away. Slow approach. Chronicle still has his Hunter's Fury, and that dart is off cooldown now, so we're going to see the next stage of this default coming into play here. 40 seconds, though. Wherever they go next, they have to commit, but the double controller in middle, waiting, biding their time. The main hit's going to come, and they're going to try to get in the back lines here. No! Oh my god, sorry.
I thought he fell off, I thought he fell off. Don't, I mean, we've been seeing it already, but here comes the hit, and it's going to be so well crafted. Down to a T, Chronicle removes Wound. Chronicle with a follow-up as well. He's coming alive for Fnatic.
No,
and Rien's, wait, are they still on the map? They're all so close. This is such a precarious position. For 15 seconds, they don't have a plant. And Miniboo is still here. He could haunt their nightmares at this point, but no, he gets cleared out. Durka finding form when it matters. And now Rien's, he was a heavy hitter first half, but now he's in his grave, leaving just Boo alive in a 1v4. And it looks like Fnatic might have somehow resurrected themselves here after what looked like an absolute disaster. But there's still a chance. But Boo now spotted. His options limited, and now they're none. It's 12 to Fnatic. Heretics still held on 11.
We saw a similar sort of start from Fnatic against Crew, where they were really slow in that first map.
Yes.
You would think, in going to the second map, have they fully reset? Where are they going to go with it? It wasn't looking pretty. They got there in the end, coming clean on that third map. Is the same thing happening here as Heretics going to crumble right now under the heat. The pressure right now. Alpha potentially jinxing it by standing up again.
One more round.
One more round. Team Heretics. You want to do this in 3 maps? You want to bring it to OT and do it in 2.
And it's a scramble at the start, but no one fully drawing blood. Just a show of force and they back away.
Same opening from Fnatic that we've seen so many times. Slow, methodical, diligent. Find out what's going on, pivot. Team Heretics pushed out a little bit. Benji, Boo, they still defend B, but Benji's in a little bit of a different position than he's traditionally been in. Tripwire to catch anybody jumping across the ledge there. Enables Boo to just look at one spot, but all the way up through middle.
They've got different info this time. They've got earlier info this time, and maybe a different fight here. Maybe trying to deal with this pressure up through mid, but Durka's still trying to make that impact happen. He's got to fight to the left. Does he isolate it in time? He does! This guy's sharp. Rien's though, holding it down for 3. Maybe that's the heartbreak. Maybe that was the taste of victory. They've secured at least OT here. Rien's is having a round. Resurgence in the final moments, but Alpha, the curse
30 seconds left.
in his hands. Can he clutch up though?
He didn't get the
Doesn't have
spike.
20 seconds. There's 3 players here.
A plant and a kill if he's able to isolate one.
But he won't have the time. They won't give him that time. Heretics closing in step by step. It's Alpha, you respect it. He rewards this sort of behavior, but surely they've done enough. They've secured at least OT now. We're going the distance here. And Alpha needs to sit the hell down.
Stop getting up when you win a round. Rien's locking it down with 3 after seemingly an accidental kill on Benji, just like a drive-by. Didn't look like Durka even tried to stop there in that moment, but Rien's locking it down and then following up with this.
I mean, he was so on point first half. Great to see him kind of kick back up there because he was kept quiet a little bit. They were finding it hard to find that value instantly. He's the one who does it. 24 kills in this game. Big moment for him. God, what a series this suddenly warmed up to be. A little one-sided, sure, to say the least, for both teams. But now it's for all the marbles, right? We know map 3.
Yeah, all these rounds are being picked up on the attack side right now. Just absolutely crazy to see how strong this is right now. Typically, you would look at Team Heretics to be a very defense-sided team. That's where they get most of their rounds. Their attack sides, these grouped up 4 or 5-man hits. We get to see them starting out here again. Durka, aggressive position.
He's been heating up though, Durka. On the other side, Miniboo's been sharp as well. Big fight here potentially, but no one crests the corner. Heretics showing a little bit of presence and then peeling away. Just a touch. How long does he stay here? Oh, yeah, he's sharp today. That's the Durka you need on a stage like this. People have questioned his form, and at times rightly so, but when it matters most, he'll get you too. Rien's gone and Miniboo gone. The big heavy hitters from Heretics handled.
Benji shot at the drone. It didn't scan him. It didn't spot him, but he gave up his position. Right now, Fnatic realize they have this huge advantage. They have the numbers, 5 versus 3. They're getting completely off of that A site. They know that if they want to win this round, they don't even have to defend the site. They just need to make sure that they go in, get those even trades out. It doesn't matter who's alive at the end of the round. It goes into the flipping sides. The re-clear on middle. Once they realize that this is clear, they know Jig is up.
30 seconds left.
For Benji, we've said it, if he stands, there's a chance, but this is really, really tricky.
Plant position is everything. How are they going to play this? They don't have the numbers to play that post-plant fight. They need to get in the faces a little bit here. 3 stars side of Boo here.
Oh, that's a pixel! And that's a body! Beautiful from Boo. Can these 3 hold it together, though?
Wait, get that smoke up before Benji gets shot in the back.
Help him out. Fortunately, no one's there just yet, and he's going to play forward. 4 players through from CT. Benji going to be found first, but it's Wu to save him. And maybe Heretics holding on here. Ult's now online. Benji, he goes further forward. This guy playing just by the seams of his pants. But I told you, when Benji stands, there's always a chance. And now down to the 3v2. Chronicle and Hero trying to work it back in together. The crossfire, so strong.
Uh-oh.
Wait.
That's number 3 this game.
Time. I don't know if Hero's got time for this one. I think he knows it. He'd need it now. He doesn't have the time. And Heretics in the final hours pick up the first in OT.
Switching sides.
Woof, these guys hated the map this much. Why do they keep jumping off it? Trying to get away from it.
God, but what credit to those Heretics players down like that after having, you know, a big opening from Fnatic. Durka just kills 2 of you. Cool. Well, are we screwed? No, apparently not. The depth that they go to hold on to this, Josh, is so impressive. And a Heretics timeout now.
One thing I'm looking at right now in this map is that actually was well played by both teams there, right? That 3 versus 5, Fnatic got those first 2 kills. Play the round properly. They know that they're going to win the round if they stick together and not try to spread apart and try to defend both the sites. But what ends up happening is, as they're trying to walk back and clear all the close positions, Boo catches the top of a head, gives them a haircut, ADS, Vandal, 1 tap, boom. Okay, 3 versus 4, still doable. But the way that Team Heretics understood their situation was that they knew if they go back and play that spam battle, it's not going to really be favorable for them. So they get in the faces. Benji ahead of the smoke at spawn, and they have Rian's just around the corner, or Woot, Rian's one of them. They have that bait and switch setup. So as soon as the flash comes through, the anti-flash setup comes in, they get to peek from 2 different angles, save Benji, completely shut that zone down. So really good play by Team Heretics to understand how they were playing in that disadvantaged situation to climb back into it. Fnatic, somehow, they went from having that map point, trying to take it to a 3rd map. Now, they need to win this round here just to take it to another OT. Timeout for Team Heretics. They're in the lead right now. They want to close it out right here.
Pressure now starting to build.
Quicker opening for Team Fnatic. We haven't seen this sort of opening yet. On Lotus, they were kicking up the pace a lot in that attack side, but it was all off the back of these kind of tilt, a little bit angry, missed opportunities. Here, they had a really strong attack side all the way through middle, uncontested. Chronicle solo outside that A site with the spike. It's going to be very difficult for him to be able to get into the action here.
Straight up middle, this time a new route, a new avenue of approach. Looking for that A-crunch. We haven't seen this before. It's on Benji and Rienz, the dangerous duo. Rienz has been nasty, as is Benji! And now Chronicle and Alpha to face the music. After all of that, the gap closed, the comeback, the turnaround. This might be all she wrote.
Standing ahead.
Can these two clutch up, or is this just one step too far? Plant going to be in place. And the stranglehold gets even closer. Look at the flank too.
That's pressure. They have to turn around and fight Boo, but Boo is just going to stay alive here. Make them waste their time, split their attention.
Thorn in the side. Boo steps closer. Couldn't be dealt with cleanly. Chronicle now in danger. He's in an extended fight. Not what they needed. Alpha has to deal with 4 on the site itself, but he's found Woot. Wait, hold on! Maybe not! But it's all on Chronicle with 1 HP. Pops the ult, trying to do what he can. He's gonna get him down, but they're gonna close the gap. He can't do anymore! And Heretics never believed in the old gods, taking themselves further forward with 14-12.
7 of these guys on the stage right now, looking like the new gods. Such heroic plays from so many of them, and despite Durka having like an incredible half there, Chronicle also looking online for some of these moments. We could see how the pressure was mounting on both these teams, how they looked like they were in control, but started to slip up, standing up, getting that curse. Other teams starting to get a string of rounds just put together. Right now, Team Heretics looking so strong. Fnatic gonna have to fight through the lowers.
It's a tough position that they can now walk into. And a tough game, it looks like. Close to shouldering what looks like a lot of pressure there. Not looking happy with the boys, but graceful as ever. Battle for Fnatic. And again, that map 1, simply not good enough. I think if we're clear about it, if it started closer, maybe you'd had a better game in map 2, come in a little bit warmer. But Heretics were just perfect from the second the map started. Lotus was outrageously good, Josh. Map 2, grit, determination, they had it all.
That first half of that map 2 made me think it was going to be another blowout. Fnatic climbing back round by round showed a little bit of the issues that Team Heretics might have to solve on that defense side of Abyss if they want to continue playing this throughout this tournament. But right now, just the ability to come back, get back into overtime and close it out. Good adjustments, good timeouts from the coaches to make these proper adjustments to get the setups changed up. Very important there.
You can't help but smile seeing Benji in those sort of moods. But Rienz, again, this roster, when you look at them, I mean, Heretics, yes, a lot of people will talk about, your likes of Woot, Benji, Miniboot, everyone. Rienz deserves his flowers for this performance. Today, he was outstanding, big impact. I mean, he's the one who kind of basically pushed them into OT, near on securing this for them. Incredibly impressive from this side. And I think, again, out of all the challenges, they have been facing some monstrous teams, and they have been absolutely up to par every single time.
When I look at these guys pound for pound, head to head, I actually see a lot of similarities between the two teams. You kind of have that IGL controller player that is calling the shots, but then you have all these really strong individual players that are all really good within their own realm. You have the Benji hero head to head, especially as they play on Cypher together. Rienz versus Chronicle, especially when on Sova together. So we're seeing the highs and lows of Minibu and Durka throughout the matches. So it all comes down to just these little moments that add up.
They're not done yet. This isn't elimination. There is still life in these teams, but the high road gets taken. Heretics keep themselves safe and secure going forward with a dominant performance, if we're being honest. Map 1 will be down in the books as one of the cleanest victories we've seen from them. Map 2, yeah, it got there in the end, but hey, they just gave the people a show, They paid for the tickets, give them at least something to watch. But still, long story short, the MVP in my mind will be Rienz, who we'll be hearing from in the Verizon post-match.
I'm joined by Team Heretics. Rienz, congratulations, Rienz!
Thank you.
네, 팀 헤레틱스의 리엔 선수 인터뷰 만나보겠습니다. EME 스테이지 1 결승의 복수를 오늘 챔스 플레이오프에서 이렇게 해줬는데 오늘 승리 소감부터 먼저 물어보도록 하겠습니다. You gave that sweet revenge back in the EMEA and now you won at Champions. So tell me, how's that win feeling today?
Of course, it's like we all feel amazing because we got our revenge, and also it's like champion playoffs first win for us. So I'm just happy. Yeah, that's it.
당연히 기분 좋고요. 리매치에서 이번에 우리가 승리를 가져오게 됐어서 너무 좋다고 이야기를 합니다. 그리고 아까 이제 사전 인터뷰에서 리엔스 선수랑 히로 선수랑 좀 내기를 했다고 들었는데 좀 어떤 내기였는지 한번 물어보고 싶습니다. You know, you mentioned in the rival interview you had a bet with Hero. So anything you want to say to Hero?
So we had a bet with Hero that whoever wins will call the loser noob. So of course I'm not gonna call it to Hero because I truly believe that he's like really good player. Even like this is his first year, and he's right now playing in Champions as well, and he's performing really well. So I will never call you noob, bro. Love you.
Respect that. Yeah. 원래 내기가 좀 이기는 사람이 그 패자한테 뉴비라고 이렇게 부르기로 했는데 워낙 히로 선수가 뛰어난 선수고 시작하자마자 이렇게 챔피언스라는 큰 무대에서 경쟁할 만큼 너무 대단한 선수이기 때문에 그렇게 부르지 않고 사랑한다고 이렇게 귀엽게 메시지를 보냈습니다. 그리고 이번 챔스에서 헤리틱스가 단 한 번도 진 적이 없어요. 이 기세를 조금 무너뜨릴 좀 견제하는 팀이 있는지 궁금합니다. You guys haven't lost a single match here at Champions. Do you think there is a team out there that will, you know, kill the win streak for you guys?
I mean, of course, I'm gonna say that there is no any team, but I wanna be humble as well.
Okay.
So I'm not saying any like harsh thing to any other team, but I don't think there is any team that can beat us. So
yeah, well, we're good.
Yeah, we are good enough.
We're good enough. All right. 이제 당연히 뭐 견제하는 팀은 없지만 또 동시에 겸손하고 싶기는 해서 그래서 뭐 그냥 일단 우리가 되게 잘한다 이 정도로 마무리했습니다. 팀 헤리틱스의 리엔스 선수 인터뷰 만났습니다. Thank you, Riens, for the amazing interview. Congratulations again. All right, that is a wrap for me here, and back to you guys. Bye.
Thank you so much for that, Bella. Always a pleasure to hear from Rien's an absolute beast, but we're joined by the fishman himself.
Hello,
Benji. Man, that was nuts.
Pretty crazy, right?
That was something.
Man, my head kills right now. I've got the biggest headache.
Yeah?
Oh, it was very intense.
Okay.
The event especially, my God.
So don't worry, we won't keep you here very long, but I do want to ask you real fast, though, about that map 1.
Yes.
Lotus, you know, we were talking about this is the Fnatic comp. This is, you know, you guys took the comp. You took the comp and then you worked them with the comp. How did it feel to be able to kind of hit Fnatic with a little bit of dose of their own medicine, if you will?
Yeah, I mean, you know, watching Fnatic like last year when their Lotus was just like unbeatable, and to now like just demolish them on, you know, their own comp, it feels pretty good, man. I mean, we weren't super expecting that we would play Lotus. I don't think we were the best prepared for it, but I mean, I think we just shot very well. We shot very well.
Looks quite prepared. I mean, well, to be fair, your shots were you were
Individually,
missing.
it was something else.
Yeah.
You were missing a single shot.
Oh yeah, but then what about the second one? I want to know like what's the thought process behind choosing to go to Abyss? You know, it's a map that we've seen here, but there was some questions open. The same way that you have a lot of tape on what Fnatic does on Lotus, you do not have the same for Abyss. So what was the convincing factor for you to choose that map today?
I mean, we scrimmed them on Abyss, and we kind of destroyed them.
Okay.
So, I mean, it was that, but like, I don't know. I feel like we're just confident right now on like every map, including Abyss. Like our map pool right now is super good. Obviously, we didn't want it to get that close on the Abyss, but I mean, it happens. Games, you know, you can't control what the enemies do. They're also playing really good.
I think the same. They feel the same way about you.
Yeah, I think so as well. So,
no, dude. I mean, well, first things first. We got a tweet that you had earlier on that I want to share with you. You had posted. We talked about it a little in the pre-show.
Yeah.
You had mentioned about you being. I remember this event as well. We were there together. That's when I saw you after years of not seeing you after the Fortnite World Cup, and you know, you were an influencer here. Now you just defeated, you know, a team that has been prolific in professional Valorant at the champion stage for such a long time now. Is that like a sense of accomplishment for you here?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, obviously we've played Fnatic before in EMEA, but to actually play him at an international, like at Champions, when I was there 2 years ago, like with him, like it's incredible for me. Like it was one of my dreams to be here, and now to beat Fnatic as well, it's like an even bigger dream. So we're just gonna keep going, keep going now.
Hey man, screw it. He did it once in Shanghai, right?
True.
Might as well. We do have a clip as well that I want to share with you. I don't know if you had a chance to see this in the server. You were probably in the middle of the game. This is Rian's on that 4K. One of the many that he had in this game. First things first, how does it feel to know that you got a guy on your team that could legit just pop off at any point in time?
Man, I mean, Enes is like different, but the thing is, all of our team can pop off at any moment. Like, it's not just Enes, but Enes' Abyss especially. It's his Sova. I swear to God. Put him on Sova on any single map, this guy will like probably drop 30.
You know, before we went into your matchup, I was saying to me it's crazy to say and to even have the thought in my head that an 18-year-old that has only been competed in Tier 1 for this level to call him the best Sova in the world, but what else can I do? What else can I do? Am I supposed to lie?
Yeah, I mean, hey, especially when, you know, Chronicles on the server, you also got guys like Com who have won a world championship. You know, there are some incredible players that fill that role, but you seem to just have been gifted, blessed.
Yeah, very blessed.
Incredibly talented player here. But, you know, of course, last question regarding the matchup. Now that you guys have managed to take down Fnatic, you got Leviathan on the horizon here. We do have the bracket to show you here. How you feel? I know you didn't put much thought into it, but now that this is the reality, you'll be going up against, you know, the likes of Icebox.
Icebox. Yeah. I mean, if I'm being honest, I would rather play against Lev than G2.
Okay.
Why?
I don't know. I mean, we've played them in Shanghai. Like, I feel like I want to play a team that I've never played against before. We've never played against Lev.
So it's not about the matchup, it's more about the experience.
Yeah, I mean, it would just be, like, I don't know, boring to play against G2. Like,
I forgot that we're here for fun.
We're here for fun.
Yeah, of course, always.
How could we? How could we? There is, speaking of G2, we have some fun with this one, shall we? Because this takes us to our Verizon high-speed moment. Earlier, we had some pretty funny moments in the G2 game. Some antics on Abyss and some, you know, falling off of the map from
Ian Bosch, where are you going? I believe I can fly.
Yeah, he definitely can fly, and then they believe that they all can fly.
Fnatic did that to us. They did that to us. They all fell off the map.
Yeah.
As well, on the eco, they all just left.
So I'm here in my bubble, working and just, you know, doing my job. I have no idea what the discourse online is. People apparently were kind of perturbed by that, but you know, that's no different than dying to the spike, right?
Yeah. I mean, it denies, you know, the enemies getting orbs, which is important, but also denies you getting orbs. So it's like, I don't know, some people would do it, some people won't. I guess it just
you know,
depends.
it's kind of like whatever your flavor is.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Man, I gotta tell you, having seen your career from, you know, when we first met, like, yay high. Hate to say it, but it's crazy to see you now. I am so incredibly proud of you, man. So really congratulations, dude.
Thanks,
congratulations.
bro.
But of course, the job's not done.
Our job is not done. It's only over till we win. Until we win, then we'll call it a day.
Hey, well.
But you still have 2 chances, you know, you're in the upper brackets. You know that you wanna go up against Lev. God knows what's gonna happen there, but you will have another chance.
Yes.
But you know, take the first one.
Yeah, always.
Always. All right, well, coming up tomorrow, let's go ahead and take a look at our schedule because we have our first 2 elimination matches of the playoffs. We will see Trace taking on DRX, and then Fnatic will go up against G2. You know,
I was gonna say, who do you favor on both of them actually?
What was the first one?
Trace Esports versus DRX?
DRX.
Last Hope Pacific?
DRX winning that one.
Okay, but what about the second one? Because
I mean, that's a difficult one. Yeah. I mean, Fnatic are really good, bro. They are really good. Yeah. But I mean, I think they usually. Yeah, I mean, they're both really good. That's the thing. It's champs, bro. Like, it's champs playoffs. Like, everyone's really good. I think if I had to pick one, I'd pick Fnatic.
Yeah, hey, you know what?
EMEA.
Hold it down for the EMEA boys. You know what I'm saying? I respect it. Benji, I want to thank you, brother, once again for, you know, congratulations on the win. Thank you for coming onto the desk. You're welcome here anytime. But that is going to do it for us here today. And what a day it has been. Some great matches across the board. And we close out with 2 2-0s, which honestly didn't see that one happening.
Didn't feel like it.
Did not feel like that at all. But don't worry, folks. Tomorrow we have plenty more action right here. Same time, same place. Elimination matches. We're going to send 2 teams home, and we're getting closer and closer to the top of the mountain. We'll see you guys tomorrow live from Seoul. And for the 5th time this year, these two teams will take the stage against one another. Last time they met, it was for a trophy in the Americas region. This time, it's an opportunity for them to continue their journey to lift the biggest trophy at all in Valorant.
Takes away. That's a snappy shot onto King, but you still got the raid boss on the other side. And he delivers again for G2, the Red Bull clutch. And yeah, King gets caught, that should. And yeah, King gets caught, that should clear out the pit. Assuming the gun doesn't come up in time. How in the world does King get to? This again decides OT, or we're headed to Abyss. Valen holds the line. There's the flank, that could be the deadliest, that could be the most dangerous. It did get to half. He's come through by himself. And again, position given away. G2 cannot close the deal. Leviathan stands strong and they take Icebox.
It's so damning on the mental.
Yeah, especially in this last one. And now King is doing that. Trent was on his way down. Tom trying to at least get it to half. Valen's not able to stun those shots. Finally connects, but now he's left alone in a 1v2. Got to deliver against Icebox on the other side. The time is in his favor. The wide swing. Valen gets the 4. The Red Bull clutch for G2. As Trent gets another 2v2. They're both so weak, though. They cannot stand. They cannot deliver a map worthy of the #1 seed. Leviathan obliterate G2 on Abyss.
Another intense regional matchup. Heretics and Fnatic have clashed so many times in the past, but this time around, it's different.
Reading the crossfires relatively well. Takes away another hold on. It's game back on. Smoke back up towards heaven though, so the options get limited. Boots already found Alpha. Down to just one. Boots can't do it.
Let's go, boys. Well played.
Knife. Yeah, we can knife. Go.
Going for the knife. Yes.
Oh my god, he's
Do
doing
it.
it. Oh! 13-3. A reminder, don't stand up against Heretics. These boys mean business today, Josh. Going on, maybe hearing an audio cue, but he didn't expect it to be so close.
Oh!
But then now there needs to be a fight back here. Wait, he's still there, he's still defusing. Gets it off, Benji! I told you this guy could clutch. Oh, and he's still doing it! Almost all himself, and they fall. Fnatic crushed under the weight of Heretics here. Did he try and save the day here after the mistake made earlier? It wasn't even his fault. He was all hero, but Daga becomes one himself. This guy's shot. Rienz though, holding it down for 3. They've secured at least OT here. Rienz is having a round, and Heretics never believed in the old gods, taking themselves further forward with 14-12.
Maybe. Tracy's push, beat Leviantan, and they drew the group stage first seed. Players' individual skill is very nice. I think China team, they're very aggressive and the playstyle is pretty unpredictable. But for Pacific teams, they like to play in the strategies. They like to play together and compare the Chinese team. But we know how they play because we have played a lot of scrimmage with them. So I can predict the Chinese team and then we can beat them.
I'm ready.
Easy.